Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The sweet peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when sweet peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Morelia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Pea's nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Ooh, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. I know, it's early, it's early. I think it's kind of early. It's early for some people, the West Coast people. The West Coast people. Yeah, it's like, no, it's 7. It's 7 there. I was like, I don't know if I can do it any earlier. I don't know if we can do 6. Maybe sometimes, but not anytime. But I had to start it at sometime today. So we had Afroman Day 3. Good morning, Earl. You say it's 9 there. You say y'all. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's kind of hard to kind of balance sometimes. But I'm like, y'all know me. In a minute, I'll go ahead and replay this stuff. Like, we can watch it 2-3 times for all I care. It's so hilarious. Oh gosh, it's so hilarious. Like, I cannot. Yeah, pretty. I think I looked this morning and we like 13 away. That's exciting. You remember when it was just me, you, and Benny in the chat? Gosh, what a long way we have came over here. It was just 3 of us in the chat all damn day long. Isn't it funny? Gosh. Good morning, Earl. I can't remember if I spoke to you or not, but good morning. Good morning to all my workers that are lurking, or maybe you out here twerking. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? But I'm gonna let you live. Just pop in and say hi when you get an opportunity and a chance. And for all my people that's driving. Yeah. There once was 3. Now there's many. I was like, oh, okay. When I seen it yesterday, I said, oh man, I thought I put us at Friday. What's today? Wednesday? But it probably happened, I would say today sometime. So we can plan on our little party that we are having on Discord this weekend, either Friday or Saturday. Yeah, I'm thinking me a day too. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The 10K. I'll be part of the 10K party. Shoot. Boom. So I guess my question to you guys is, do you think the plaintiffs have proved their case? Remember, when we talking about a civil case, it's not beyond any reasonable doubt. Hey, Google. It's not beyond reasonable doubt. It's not like criminal. And I'm looking at the complaint. And if for y'all that like to read complaints and stuff, I did put it on our Discord server. The complaint, the civil complaint. Yeah, they got his interviews. They got all the Instagram posts that that they said that he did and everything in there. So if anybody loves like looking at complaints and reading stuff like that, yeah, please make sure you take a look at it. It's on a Discord server. It is 17 pages long. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they doing too much. I mean, just take your L and move on. But I think that they at the point where they don't want him to make any money off of them. Now, he did admit on the stand that he made about 24,000, right? So we know he got his 400 back. I'm pretty sure he didn't pay for his door, but I guess now it's just all about principle. And that's what we're fighting for. But with the songs, once they're out there and they're in the internet and they're in the waves, it is what it is. It ain't too much you can do about that. But yeah, once it's out there, it's out there. Unfortunately, until it die down. And then with this lawsuit, it just brought it all back up. Like he get more subs, it's bringing nationwide attention. Like, so even more people gonna see it. Because to be honest, I had never seen it. I don't know if any of you have seen it or heard about it. Y'all can put a one in the chat. And I watched, like, they say he did an interview on Vlad. Like, I watched Vlad TV, but I had never heard anything about it until this week. So I would have known about Pound Cake or Lick 'em Up Lisa. OMG. More and more attention. Like, y'all probably should have let this go. And I'm glad he pointed that out. Like, because y'all brought me in here, it's getting more and more attention. And yeah, I'm getting new subs. Yeah, I'm making probably more money off of it. Yeah, thanks to you guys. But even if they win, I think that it'll go in litigation. So, oh yeah, that video is wild. He a wild boy. But I think even if they win, it'll go through so many appeals that it won't. It'll be what it is. But now we are into the defense case. I am going to take us in because it's to my understanding they are doing closing arguments today. So I want to make sure that we caught up as much as possible. So let's get in here.
You've worked with kids for how long?
30 years.
You got into the mind of kids pretty well.
Yes.
When they would play Mr. Foreman's song Lemon Pound Cake, did they take that as a literal fact from your observations?
No.
Were they laughing and joking about it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the song WAP?
I think I've heard
Sorry,
it.
no, strike that. I'm going to give you the complete song and then summarize it because I only want to say it once. Are you familiar with the song Wet Ass Pussy?
Yes,
Is that a rap song?
it is.
Has your students played it in class?
Once, and I asked them to please turn it off.
When they were listening to it, did they think that was fact?
No,
So they didn't think that that was depicting anything in real life?
no,
So you didn't have to teach them that wasn't real?
right. No, I did not.
You've heard the song, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you believe it's a literal interpretation?
No,
Would you agree it's derogatory towards women,
no.
even though it says nasty things about them?
Yeah, no. I mean, it's the artist's opinion, I guess. That's the way I feel.
Maybe not an opinion you like, but
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may have one. Go ahead. So, Ms. Grooms, has Mr. Foreman's posts about Sean or any of the general posts about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a whole affected your life any at all?
No,
Would you believe it would have affected your life while you were married to Sean?
if it had any effect, I guess that would be the time it would have an effect.
But as his spouse, you would have expected it.
Yes.
And I don't want you to go into too many details, but is it fair to say that Mr. Foreman, the posts about the police department, everything had not a damn thing to do with your relationship between you and Sean and why it came to an end?
No, it did not.
So the posts never affected your life, never affected your marriage.
No.
Okay. So any statement to the contrary would be false?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, this right here, that testimony that we just got right there from the defense side, y'all, that is diabolical. That is one of the plaintiff's wives, the one Sean that got divorced. She understand, she's saying that she worked with children for 30 years. She's talking about how these songs didn't affect her, how they did not ruin their relationship, any of that. Oh, where did they find her from? And she can't stand him. I need to know which Sean's wife, because we got two Sean's in this case. We got to find out which Sean's wife this is, because she didn't just basically testify for Afroman. Nah, these songs didn't bother us. It did not cause us to get a divorce. I deal with kids. They listened to the song in class. They thought it was a joke. They thought it was funny. She must didn't take anything personal from it. And then he asked her about that WAP. But let's get in here. Let's see what their attorney, plaintiff, because he represents Sean. is going to say, I got to figure out which Sean this is. That is hilarious. Dang.
Morning, Ms. Groves.
Good morning.
I'm sorry you have to be here.
I am too.
Thanks for coming. Where to start? You never sought a protective order against your ex-husband, did you?
Yes, I did when we divorced. The divorce, yes. I
Did
had a
you-
restraining order.
Did you got a restraining order?
Yes, I did.
Were you aware of the posts that were coming out after 2022 about the sheriff's deputies and calling them thieves and that sort of thing? Did you ever see any or hear any of the songs?
Some of my students referred to it and they would say, I saw your husband in the video. And I would say, yeah, that was him, and turn around and walk away. I didn't elaborate on any of that, no. And
Why?
they didn't either,
Why didn't you elaborate on it?
because I didn't think it was the student's business.
Okay, so they had seen your husband in videos,
Yes,
and did you tell your husband about that?
about,
That your kids had mentioned it?
no, it was just a mention and that was it.
Okay. Did you ever, you saw the posts yourselves or videos yourself, or did you just hear about it from kids?
I saw part of it and then I heard about it.
Okay. And did anyone else in the community ever say anything to you about these videos or posts?
No. Just
your kids?
It's my students in the school.
Students? Okay. The song that Mr. Osborne asked you about, does that song refer to a specific identifiable person?
I don't think so.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Rhonda, Mr. Klingler asked you about your students. Your students saw the posts
Yes.
and they articulated it to you?
Yeah. Just say, hey, I saw your husband in this video.
Students can, would it be a fair statement to say children can be mean? Cruel?
Absolutely.
You've seen instances of them being cruel?
Absolutely.
Are they cruel to both other students and teachers?
Yes.
I don't like bringing up sensitive subjects, but has any of your students ever been cruel to you in the past?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Would it be fair to say they've said some pretty mean things?
Yes.
You see, I'm trying not to ask you what they are, but are they shocking names?
Coming from my students, I mean, in all honesty, it's, when they're mad at me because they didn't receive an A, yeah, they get mad.
And they
And-
laugh at,
Yes.
but they're not calling names a fact or anything. towards
No.
you.
No.
And they've seen these posts.
Yes.
Did your students treat you any differently?
No.
So could you point to any instance where a student treated you differently due to the posts?
No.
I'm going to ask this question. You said you're sorry to be here. Why are you sorry to be here?
Because from my recollection, my ex-husband had said that this was part of the reason we got divorced.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Klinger? No further questions. Mr. Osborne, am I right to understand this witness was a lay witness?
Pardon me?
This was a lay witness, not an expert, right?
She's a lay witness to testify to what she would have experienced.
And the only reason I did that is to explain to the jury that people sometimes have training experience and can make opinions as experts. Doctor comes in a medical malpractice case, they're an expert. This is a lay person, the same as any other. Some of the questions spoke generally about society and public perception, which would seem like more of an expert opinion, when in fact, as a lay witness, she can only testify about what she experienced herself. So you have to understand the scope. She's just what happened to her, lay average person, not educated expert. Thanks for being here. You can make the excuse. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I'd ask for a short 10-minute break so I can talk with Mr. Foreman. Based upon the ruling in the Rule 50, I want to juggle some of my witnesses, make some corrections to that, as I had anticipated a different verdict due to the evidence, or different ruling due to the evidence, so I'm going to need to shift for that. I'd like 10 minutes to consult with my client to strategize on that.
Comments, Mr. Flanagan?
No, I have no objection to that, Judge.
If you're doing well managing your time, I think that's a good idea. It was like, you know how I am with getting the jury on schedule.
Your Honor, that's why I want to strategize, see how we can hopefully.
Yeah, no, I appreciate what you're saying. Take a break, go back to the jury room, stay there if you would please. Short break will be helpful.
So y'all know we have TiVo time, so I will take us past this. I am still trying to figure out who whose wife this is, which Sean's wife. I'm really interested to see whose wife.
Rebuttal, please.
No rebuttal, Judge, no further witnesses.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving forward to the point where you get the case handed to you. What comes next is closing arguments and instructions of law. So closing arguments are meant to be the opportunity for the lawyers to tell you what they think the evidence means. If you want to take notes, do so, but like draw a line on your paper and say argument, not fact. Like I don't know how you keep notes, but I have to keep them organized. So I can realize who's talking. You've seen me do it a couple of times. Lawyers aren't evidence. The witnesses are. It's the same thing here. I don't think you would get confused or misunderstood. The plaintiff goes first because the burden of proof is on the plaintiff. The plaintiff also, because of that burden of proof, gets a privilege. So they get not only the first word, but they get the last word. So Mr. Klingler would start, Mr. Osborne would go second, and then Mr. Klingler would get the last word. Not because of favoritism or anything else, but because of the burden of proof. At that particular point in time, we'll give you jury instructions. And I'm going to take a break after their arguments because I need to make a few copies for the lawyers to read while I read. We give the instructions to you in writing, but I always like it when they can read over my shoulder because sometimes I put two words in different order and it changes the meaning. So then we have like three people reading to make sure it comes out to you right. So we'll hear their closing arguments, take a short break, you'll get the instructions, and then we'll turn you loose. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Your Honor, if I may, procedurally, I'd like to renew my motion for the record.
Thank you. Very appropriate. With regard to the false light claims, the court overrules the motion. Outside the presence of the jury, I can give you a little bit more of the why. But when I give deference to the evidence, which is strict favor, especially with regard to highly offensive and reasonable juror, reasonable public perception, like those clearly become fact issues to weigh, which I shouldn't do. So as a matter of law, I couldn't dismiss the claims. There's at least enough evidence when I construe the plaintiff's evidence in their favor to get past the Rule 50 motion. But you are spot on to remind me to do that.
Your Honor, there's also another matter we need to clean up. We probably should do at the sidebar before we go into oral arguments.
Okay, I like cleaning things up. Doing in the past. They want to see like this last draft of instructions because often they use the by a vote of 3-0, the lawyers all being unanimous. They want to see like this last draft of instructions because often they use the instructions in their argument. So like the chicken scratching stuff that we've been doing in the past is distracting. So we're going to let me do my work. It's 30 minutes that we need. So we'll go take a coffee break, just stay back there. Instead of me doing it the other way, we'll just take the break now for the jury instructions.
You can't smoke in the snow.
The bailiff doesn't like irritable jurors, so you should go
Great.
smoke. Do you like irritable jurors?
One of the jurors was like, we can't go take a smoke. You gotta love it. And so I guess the bailiff go take them down so they can take a smoke. Like, I need a smoke break. I don't know what y'all got going on, but I need to take a smoke break. This is just too much this morning.
I prefer not to have.
Okay, that's all. Yeah, go take a break.
All right. Thank you.
You're pretty high maintenance for the bailiff.
This definitely sounds like some country, like the country folks, right? Oh gosh. It's crazy because I'm from Ohio and I don't sound anything like her. It sounds like she from the deep down south, in my opinion. They're like, we need a smoke break. You talking about go get some coffee, forget some coffee for 30 minutes. We want to go smoke, sir. Okay, so let me take us past this part, guys.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. Have a seat. That actually was about 45 minutes, so I didn't gauge my time very well, but thank you for your patience. We are moving ahead, as you know, so most people don't growl about that, but I try to at least respect your time and tell you what we're doing. We made it through like the corrections to the jury instructions. Like I've been trying to educate you all the way through. The jury instructions are the textbook at the end. So the lawyers had a chance to drill those down. As I said before, closing arguments are the attorney's argument about what they think the evidence means and how you should do whatever it is they think you should do. So they go first, Mr. Klingler, then Mr. Osborne, then Mr. Klingler. There's like a total of 35 minutes. So I'm going to think 20, 35, 15. But Mr. Klingler can kind of manipulate his time depending on how he wants to do it. So in an hour, you'll be talking to me for about 30 minutes of instructions before you start your deliberations. That's what's ahead of you. If you take notes, just write down argument, not evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, folks. When this trial started, I told you it was about intentional lies that are designed to hurt people. It's not about freedom of speech. It's about defamation. It's about false light defamation, intentional lies designed to hurt people. You've heard all the evidence. You've seen the witnesses. I'm not going to go over it, but I will say a few things to underscore what I think is most important for you to keep in mind as this case is turned over to you, from me, from the plaintiffs, to you. Mr. Foreman perpetuated lies intentionally, repeatedly, over 3.5 years on the internet about these 7 brave deputy sheriffs who've lived in this county for years, risked their lives for this county for years, done their job, been in the community for many, many years. Mr. Foreman did it intentionally. Mr. Foreman knew that what he posted on the internet were lies. He knew there was no theft. He knew there was no sex with Randy Walters' wife. And he certainly knew all of the stuff he's repeatedly posted about Lisa Phillips up until Friday and probably later were lies too. What are we going to do about that? Mr. Foreman told you from the witness stand, there's nothing we can do to stop him because he has freedom of speech to lie about people intentionally. During jury selection, we talked about that. And you all agreed that it's not okay to tell an intentional lie about someone that hurts them. We all agreed. And the judge is going to tell you that in the law that he gives you. So Mr. Foreman is legally wrong when he says he has free speech to tell harmful lies about people and get away with it. That's just legally wrong. You also told me in jury selection that even if somebody does something to you that hurts you, that you think is wrong, like a search warrant execution that you think was unfair, even if somebody does that to you, you told me, we all agreed, that that doesn't justify telling intentional lies designed to hurt people. That's what you think. That's what the community thinks. That's what decent people think. But Mr. Foreman thinks it's okay to do what he's done over 3.5 years because they executed a search warrant that broke down his door and disconnected his cameras. You heard from the witness stand from Mr. Foreman the callous indifference that he showed to what he's done, the harm he's done. It's imprinted in your minds, I'm sure, like it is in mine, the tears, the agony from some of these witnesses. Don't forget that when you're back in the jury room. That's what this case is about. You are here because you agreed to be here. You showed up on the first day. Not everybody does. A lot of people don't respond to their summons. You did. I asked you, do you want to be on this jury? And you all said, yes, I agreed to be on this jury. You're all here now in this place, in this courtroom, for a reason. And I believe there's a power higher than us that brought you here today to do this job, and that you are the chosen people to do it. Nobody else is going to do it. There's not going to be another trial. There's not going to be a second chance. This is the day to decide whether Mr. Foreman gets away with what he's done, and whether these plaintiffs deserve something to make up for what they've been through, and whether the community is told that what he did is unacceptable. It's not okay. We talked about different kinds of damages. There's not going to be economic damages in this case. There's no doctor bills. There's no damaged property. There's damage to reputation. There's pain and suffering. There's public humiliation. There's everything you saw and heard from these detectives from the witness stand. And the only thing you can do as a jury to decide this case is to render a verdict of money that somehow stands in, somehow represents the harm that these deputy sheriffs have been put through over 3.5 years. That's all you can do. You can't issue an order that says stop. You can't issue an order that says, say you're sorry. All you can do is issue a verdict for an amount that fairly stands in, represents what they've been through, what they've lost. No one else is going to do it. The judge isn't going to do it. Court of Appeals isn't going to do it. It's your job. And you're the people meant to do it. Now, I told you in jury selection, if we got to this point, I'd try to give you some ideas about how to evaluate what kind of verdict might make sense in this case. I told you then, and I'll tell you now, there's no formula. There's no easy answer, but there is an answer. And it's the answer that you folks decide among yourselves fairly represents the injuries that these deputies have suffered. And I'll start by posing this question. Do you think that if there had been an advertisement in some newspaper that said, we will give you $2 million if you are willing to go through what Lisa Phillips has been through for the last 3.5 years? Would you take that deal? Do you think she would have taken that deal? Yeah, $2 million, that's a, maybe I'll go through that. Of course not. Do you think Randy Walters? Do you think Brian Newland? Do you think any of these deputies would have accepted some amount of money in order to go through, in exchange for going through what they've been through? I don't think so. And I think you know nothing is worth going through what they've been through. And of course, he says he's not going to stop. He says nothing can stop him. Maybe something can stop him if you tell him through your verdict that he needs to stop. I'm going to tell you what I believe is a fair verdict for these plaintiffs. And it's up to you, of course, again, to make the decision. But I would ask you, I'm going to ask you, and there's a verdict form, which, excuse me 1 minute. Folks, I'm going to show you these forms that you're going to be filling out, just so you're familiar with them. This is just an example. You're going to have a different form for each of these plaintiffs, okay? This one happens to be a verdict form for Lisa Phillips. And I believe the evidence is overwhelming that you'll find in favor of Lisa Phillips. This happens to be her false light claim. There's a separate claim for defamation, a separate form for defamation, and you'll see the jury instructions. Judge Hine has already talked some about that with you. So this is just an example of the verdict form that I'm going to ask you all to sign in favor of Lisa Phillips and all of the plaintiffs on their false light and their defamation claims. Now, there's another form called an interrogatory. And I'm just showing you Lisa Phillips's form. And it says, we, the jury, find damages for plaintiff as follows. And then it gives a little description of the kind of damages. And there's a line for your decision, and there's signature lines for each of you to sign. For Lisa Phillips, I'm not going to show you every form. For Lisa Phillips, folks, I'm asking you to put $1.5 million in that verdict form. $1.5 million for Lisa Phillips from what she's been through for 3.5 years. Maybe going through for who knows how long. For Brian Newland, I'm asking you to issue a verdict for $1 million for what he's been through with his family, the loss of his dream job here in Adams County. For Randy Walters, I'm asking you for a verdict of $1 million for what he's been through with the allegations and vile videos about his wife. For the other 4 plaintiffs, Sean Grooms, Sean Cooley, Justin Cooley, and Mike Estep, I'm asking you for a total for all 4 of them of $400,000 divided among them however you see fit based on their testimony. You, of course, can award less. You can issue a verdict for more. That's what I'm asking you to say in your verdict form based on this testimony. Now, let me close my remarks by looking into the future here and looking at the future if there's a verdict for the plaintiffs and you award the plaintiffs a fair amount of money. What happens? The plaintiffs are vindicated. The court of public opinion out there, the press, which I know you haven't been looking at, they don't know the facts. You know the facts. And a verdict for the plaintiff will say they were wronged, he was wrong. A verdict for the plaintiffs will make up in some way for what they've been through. A verdict for the plaintiffs will say that we don't condone, we don't approve, you can't get away with what Mr. Foreman's done. Not in this community, not in this country. That's not freedom of speech where we live. That's what a verdict for the plaintiffs will say. Let's look at another possible future if there were to be a verdict for the defendant, or if there were to be a verdict with a small amount of money attached to it. In that case, in that world, in that future, the world is told what he did is okay. What they went through is no big deal. We don't really care. We think it's fine. That's what a verdict for the defendant or a small verdict would say. They would go home subject to even more ridicule. Yeah, you took him on and you lost. See what he did was fine. I don't have to tell you, you know, that's not the message we want to send. It's not the message you want to send. Folks, I'm done. I've done all I can. These folks called me 3 years ago now and asked, what can we do to stop this? And here we are today. I've done what I can. They've done what they can. They've suffered through the publicity. They could have stopped this case at any time if they would have kowtowed to the pressure, public humiliation that Mr. Foreman continued to put them through, but they didn't. They bravely stood behind their case and their right not to be drugged through the mud with lies in the media. They've done all they can. And now I am giving their case and this decision to you. It's out of my hands. You have to decide what to say to Mr. Foreman and what to say to the community about what he's done and the effects that it's had on these folks. I have full confidence, I fully trust you to make the right decision, to make a fair decision, and to come back with a verdict that's fair for each one of these plaintiffs and that tells the community what you really think about this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clifford. You have like 11 minutes after that. Final. And Mr. Osborne?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. This has been a long 3 days. It took a second for me to even count the number. It's been so long. A lot's happened. You've done your duty as jurors. You've paid attention to the evidence. I'm proud of that. What makes our country great is you have the right to have a jury trial. You have the right to people in the community to see this, weigh the evidence, and make a decision. And I'm proud that you guys are here and doing that. We started this time, I talked about this case was about freedom of speech. But let's talk about what it's also about. It's also about music. Not all music is tasteful. Not everybody likes all music. There's some songs I hate. I think we can find plenty of people that find songs they do not like. But Mr. Foreman, Joe, is a rapper and comedian. It's what he's done his whole life is rap, make songs. We got to think of what rap is, because music does not exist in a vacuum. Music evolves over time. Take a look at jazz. It's evolved. At one time, it was distinct in a certain subculture, and it has now expanded. Rap is the same. Rap started out as a means for people to express social commentary, opinions through entertainment. Look at the song by NWA. Or they call it Fuck the Police. I think I said that right. It's a social commentary on what was going on in their lives. Their personal effect, the personal things happening to them, combined with entertainment, which unfortunately is exaggeration. Opinion, nothing of fact in that song. It's a commentary on society. And so when you look at rap, you see that over and over again. I had my secretary print me a couple songs, rap songs, while I was pouring a cup of coffee. And the first one is Carly B, WAP. I find it bad to say what WAP means, but it's a popular song. I think it's somewhat derogatory. But then again, I'm not the audience for that song. And I know that. I know nothing in that song. Nothing talking about is true. I know it's entertainment. I know it's social commentary. Miss Grooms testified even her students knew that at a young age. The same thing I knew when I was watching Johnny Carson, The Late Night Show, and SNL, Saturday Night Live, with my grandfather when I was a kid. That's all entertainment. They make fun of everybody for entertainment. And some of it is a social commentary. but it is not fact. And everybody knows that. Nobody looks at Lil Wayne's song Pussy Monster and says there's a monster in that song. Everybody knows it's exaggeration for entertainment. Is he commenting on something? Sure. But it's not fact. And I can keep going. Megan Thee Stallion with sex talk. I mean, it just goes on. They use derogatory language. It's designed to entertain. Drew Hastings, former mayor of Hillsborough, was a comedian. I got to go to one of his stand-ups. Some of it was funny. Some of it wasn't. Some of his jokes, like those of Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor, some of them are not tasteful, but they're still jokes. They're not facts. And we know that. That's what a reasonable person listening to that would understand. And that's the point. This is not a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum. Let's face it, if we lived in a vacuum, we'd all be dead because we couldn't breathe. So we live in a world full of everything where we see things. We watch SNL. We know it's entertainment. We know it's going to pick on people. We understand that they're picking on public officials. They picked on Joe. They pick on Donald Trump all the time, Sleepy Joe. I mean, go down the list. Even Teflon Ron was made fun of. So as you go back, nobody thinks that's fact. Nobody's going to take it that way. When they post their clips on YouTube, when they post their clips on Facebook, people don't look at it and go, that's the truth. No, they understand it's comedy. They understand they're going to talk about it going forward. And if you look at his posts, you see the little signs of that too. Iteration. Things that you see in a song. I mean, because after all, you know, a song's catchy, right? It has beat, song, you know, words rhyme. You know, she thinks my tractor's sexy and, you know, sticks with you. When we listen to Lemon Pound Cake, you heard the iteration. You heard how it came together as entertainment. So we don't exist in a vacuum, and a reasonable person doesn't exist in a vacuum. As the judge said, you are a reasonable people. You get to decide what's reasonable, which means you get to use your experience. You get to use your understanding of what those are, of your understanding of Joe, of your understanding of rap music, music in general. I'm not going to sit here and say that these 7 people were happy about what happened to them. I'm not going to say that. That'd be stupid. But what I am going to say is they are public officials. We see it on the news all the time, public officials made fun of. Let's go back to voir dire. During my voir dire, we talked about, with the one juror that's gone, we talked about that, yes, I ran for public office. She agreed I put myself out as a public official. She agreed that it was an opinion when someone called me a baby killer. Even our witnesses on the stand, I asked that question. They said a crooked defense attorney is not a vine. It's a matter of opinion. Crooked cops, dirty defense attorneys. Oh, wait, one witness did want to say I might not have taken a shower. But those are all opinions, exaggerations, not statements of fact. And we know that. And that's why public officials are held to a higher standard, because that standard is what is expected of them as subjecting themselves to public scrutiny. They all testified that people have criticized their work. I mean, after all, we look at the search. There is, even Mr. Newland admitted it wasn't perfect. I think we can see from how the money was handled, the investigation, I would have liked to have seen a more thorough job myself. I mean, we have the chain of custody, the money that just leaves it laying there. Mr. Newland didn't know that. We have an unsealed evidence bag. We have 10% of all evidence, money evidence in the Adams County evidence locker miscounted. And then keep in mind that miscount on those is less than what is alleged to miss here. We got people saying we had a miscount, yet they can't even bother to notify the court in an official document that they made a mistake. Just let it ride. As far as the public record knows, which they never corrected, Mr. Foreman never got back all of his money. They want to talk about an investigation, but they can't even put in a single piece of paper to correct his mistake. I don't know if I call that lazy or what, but I think it goes to what you consider a fact. Because what is a fact? We can't always know what a fact is. Fact is something you can disprove, right? But can we truly disprove that? Looking at all the evidence, there is questions. If there's questions, it's not a fact. Now, people will form opinions based on that. I've formed an opinion. I imagine everybody here's formed an opinion. We know that they formed an opinion because they didn't like being called a thief. So that was their opinion. But people are allowed to have opinions. People are allowed to express them. What people are expressing when they call them thief is not a literal statement. It is not a fact. It is a social commentary on the fact that they didn't do things correctly. And they can't even articulate how they could fix it. That is a social commentary if I ever heard one. They don't like it? That's not their choice to like it or not. They're public officials. They're going to be held to a higher standard. Their work's going to be criticized. I mean, that's just what happens when you're a public official. No reasonable person would expect a police officer not to be criticized. They've all been called names before. Has it affected them personally? Yes. Ms. Grooms testified it made no difference in her life. Her kids didn't take it seriously. And she's taught for damn near 30 years. But they seem to take it seriously. And I come back to Mr. Grooms. He's worried about going out on a call and being shot. Now, maybe I'm old-fashioned. But if I'm going out on a call, I'm worried about getting shot. I'm going to call my wife and tell her to be safe. Not sit here and go, I'm worried about me. That's not what you do. You take care of your family. Mr. Walters wanted to point that out. That just goes to show us he didn't take it seriously. Now, I'm not going to say they're not afraid. Anytime they go on a call, the highway patrol will tell you scariest things at traffic stop. You know nothing about the person. You're there by yourself, and things can change in an instant. Is that scary? Fuck yeah. I'd be scared. But if you're truly scared, you take the steps for it. You start having your family do stuff. You start doing that. If you believe what you're saying, you take the steps towards it. You didn't take the steps. No one else talked about how they took the steps either, did they? And why does that matter? Because a reasonable person is going to look at that. After all, let's go back to me not taking a shower. How would you know I didn't take a shower? Hair clumpy, probably matted, probably got dirt all over me. That's how you would see. That's how you would prove if that's an opinion or fact. Now, even then, you might say Dave just fell in the mud. But no reasonable person would take it in the vacuum. And I want you to think about everything in context. What rap is music, how it's entertainment, how the language works on it, how jokes are made. I want you to think back to it because that colors how you see it. I love picking on Joe. He's a good sport for it. Look at that suit. Does this look like a man who thinks that everybody's going to assume that everything he's saying is fact? I mean, he's like a comedian. He exaggerates for the sake of entertainment. That's who he is. I'm not going to say it's tasteful to everyone, but some people do find it entertaining. I asked an important question about them. I said, do you believe everything in the newspaper? No. Do you believe everything you read on the internet? No. We all know that to be true. A reasonable person knows that. People can post opinions, social commentary, and hurtful things all over the internet. And it is just to be expected. That's why we are supposed to use our own filter, use our common sense, use our experiences in life. So while hurtful, it was not fact. It was music, entertainment. Stuff that no reasonable person would understand, especially not a public official, because we see it on TV all the time. We see it on the internet. You see it on Facebook. Sometimes people want to turn off Facebook because there's so much political commentary and stuff. But that's expected. Do I expect everything I read's fact? I don't even think most of it's fact. I think it's everybody's opinion, and opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one and it stinks. But that doesn't mean they can't have them. That doesn't mean they can't express them, and that doesn't mean they can't make a song about it. Truth is a defense. That's why we talked about the theft. That's why we showed all that. Because I wanted you to see how the money was handled. There's a lot of confusion around it. And for that reason. Before I get to another point, I want to address something that's bouncing around my head. Bob says, what does this message send if you find for Mr. Foreman? I rephrase that question a little differently. What does this message send if we find that music and social commentary, while maybe not the most tasteful thing in the world, is silenced because a public official, while hurt by it, yes, unhappy by it, yes, pissed off, yes, emotional, yes. What opinion does that sound? I mean, if you can sue people, music artists, comedians, to shut them down, that's what we're looking at here. I'm sorry they feel the way they do. But there's a certain amount that you have to take as a public official. It's part of the duties as a job. As we talked about during voir dire, as I've talked about them being called a baby killer, there's certain things you take and you move on. It's part of the job. The plaintiffs, or I should say Bob, talks about how they wanted it to stop. Where was the certified cease and desist letter? Where was all this done? None of that was done until after they started the lawsuit, until after they brought it to court to make it stop. That's what they wanted to. They wanted to make it stop, yet they asked for money. The commentary on them is nebulous at best. You can see that when you look at it. We have Beetle Bailey, Gomer Pyle, Colonel King Kong Bundy. Some of these names are not as bad as others, yes, but they're all for artistic purpose. They're all for jokes. They're all for entertainment. This is not to paint them in a real light. No reasonable person would think that. It's kind of interesting because even Mr. Newland agreed that when he was called a pedophile by Mr. Foreman, yes, that is a horrible thing to call a person. But even he said it was Mr. Foreman's opinion. So he didn't believe it was a fact. If your own witness doesn't believe it's a fact, how can a reasonable person find it's a fact? Bob went to great lengths to say nothing will stop him. Shows us where we're at. We got to stop his expression. We got to stop entertainment. We got to stop exaggeration. That's what Bob's talking about. What chilling effect does that have on the world we live in? Think about it. You don't like what a commissioner does. You don't like what our prosecutor does. You don't like what any public official does, and you make a joke, and you're drugging the court. It may not have been a tasteful joke. May have been a bad joke. May have been the greatest joke ever. But what we're saying is if they don't like it, we're back here. What does that say to you? Freedom of speech? What does that say to the world we live in? That's what this case is about. And Bob knows that. That's why he mentions it. That's why when you look at defamation and the jury instructions, you'll see that the first element of it is a statement Portrayal of fact. Has to be portrayed as fact. No music video portrays as a fact. I don't watch Fuck Those Police and turn around and say, you know what, that's a fact. No. I say that's a song and it's entertainment and move on. Sometimes I try to figure out what the words mean, you know, what kind they're getting at, but I don't expect them to present a fact. Fourth element is the proximate cause. It's an interesting question there because you'll get the definition of causation and proximate. And we never talked about that really during the trial. And it's going to be something that I want to discuss. They talked about getting phone calls. None of those posts. Joe never said, call them and tell them this. Mr. Cooley testified that they mailed pound cakes to the office. Joe never said send them a lemon pound cake. These are things that other people have done. Joe never directed them to do it. He didn't cause it. He made a joke. He cannot control how people take it. What they do, he's not that. All he can do is make a joke, make a song. So that's something to consider. Was he the proximate cause or was it someone else? I want you to understand when they get to the question of malice, if you get that far, it has to be actual malice. Public officials, it's a higher standard. Why? Because we hold public officials to a high standard. Let's talk about the false light. That's their second cause of action. That says that a reasonable person would be justified in the eyes of the community, feeling seriously offended and aggrieved. I want you to go in on the eyes of the community. They want to say people's humiliating them, calling them names. The reality is a reasonable person in the eyes of the community is going to say, it's a song. It's a joke. I was flabbergasted to hear it myself, that they even thought it was a joke before they brought the lawsuit. Go to a Halloween party and bring a lemon pound cake. That, I almost have no words for that, honestly, because we're hurt, but it's a joke. Which one is it? So a reasonable person in the eyes of the community would understand it's a joke. Mr. Estep testified about the joke of the shirt. We got the pound cake joke. There's various jokes for this. This was not as negative. This has not changed their view in the eyes of the community because your reputation, which is what they claim is hurt, your reputation is like a shirt. You eat a hot dog, you drop mustard on it, you get stains on your shirt. Nobody's reputation is clean. Everything you do affects your reputation. The way you perform your job affects your reputation. They all admitted to that on the stand because I asked that question. They all said it does. How they counted that money affects their reputation. People can form opinions based on how they did their job and criticize them on it. That's a right we have. You have to forgive me, I have to flip through these. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare as things change on the fly. I think as you go back and deliberate, take a look at all the exhibits, analyze it in the context of music, entertainment, opinion, social commentary. It's not a fact. And if you look at it, you can see that. Like I said, it may not be tasteful, may not be nice, but even SNL is not nice. South Park's not nice. These things are social commentaries, jokes, entertainment, and some of them are not nice. But you don't have to like everything. You don't have to like everything said about you, and you don't have the right to tell everybody that everything said about you should be sued for, especially if you're a public official. As such, I ask you to deliver a verdict in Joe's favor on all claims. I ask that because when you look at it, no reasonable person could see it as a fact. No reasonable person could see it as even false light. The community, if they called them, if people called them, that's because the social commentary resonated with someone, resonated with what people experienced in the world. We've lived through a turbulent year, so we've all seen on the news what people are experiencing all over the country. Social commentary resonates because of that. That doesn't make him the proximate cause. That shows a deeper concern in our country that we should be addressing, not sitting here trying to decide if a music video is a fact or not. That's what's at issue here. And I'm confident as you go back in deliberations, you'll come to that conclusion too. And with that, I thank you again for your service, because it is not easy. And what you're about to do is not easy. It takes time and deliberation. It takes hard work. And I appreciate that you guys are willing to do it. And I reiterate again, that's what makes us a great country. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing Mr. Osborne said about sexually explicit songs out in society refer to specific people in the community, like the songs that are at issue here. It's not the same thing. We all know that. These weren't opinions. Mr. Foreman didn't say, in my opinion, Brian Newland is a pedophile. In my opinion, they're all thieves. In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style. He said it like they were facts. And I think Judge Hine is going to instruct you, based on everything that's happened so far, that these were not opinions. They were stated as fact. And your job is to decide whether those facts were true or not. And we know they're not. The case isn't about lemon pound cake. It's about intentional lies designed to hurt people, and they hurt people. If somebody in the jury room says, well, what about his First Amendment rights? You know, and the law tells you, that doesn't allow lies that hurt people. If someone tells you it's just artistic expression, he ought to be free to say what he wants, the answer is he's not allowed to wrap up harmful lies into songs, so-called art, put them out there and get away with it. The packaging of the lie doesn't make it okay. The message was clear. And Mr. Foreman doesn't get to wrap himself in the American flag and say, you can't touch me. I can say what I want, no matter how untrue it is, no matter how much pain it causes people, no matter for how long, because I have freedom of speech. He can't do that. I'm confident you'll tell him he can't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Let me acknowledge the Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. My thing is, I was going to ask before we read the jury instructions, if I could use, if we could have a restroom break for that, because I know it's going to take some time to read it.
Everybody's gonna stand in their seat and stretch. Nobody's gonna leave the room but you. Because you're pretty prompt with that, so go for it.
Thank you.
I'll just stand up. blood flow.
That much true.
Well, you're on my team.
So I have to ask you guys, put a 1 in the chat if you think the defense did great with their closing arguments. I really need to know what y'all think. So put a 1 in the chat if you think they did great. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that it was a bust. Okay, I see a 1 for the, and we talk about the defense. So for the defense, it put a 1 in the chat if you think it's great, a 2 in the chat if you think it was a bust. Okay, I see it's kind of even. I see. Wait a minute, maybe I see some more 2s. Wow. So, in regards to the defense, 1 in the chat if you think it was great, 2 in the chat if you think it was a bust. You say ACAB. Okay. I don't know which one that means. I don't know. I thought both of them were horrible. But that's just me. I don't think nobody did nothing spectacular. In my opinion, you know, I mean, I guess he brought out some good points of reminding them of what people said on the stand. Like they were the people, the plaintiffs in the case, they were taking this as a joke, you know, bringing pound cake to Halloween parties. And it was funny till it wasn't funny. You know, it's like it's good until it's not good. So I think he got kind of like that ideal out. But this prosecutor using these words probably stick in their head more than anything. Because that's all I can think of. Dang, Maddie, he can't read your eulogy. That's messed up. No, you probably need Corey Richards, judge, to do something like that because his voice is very soft and mellow and smooth. So they are going into jury instructions. So let's see what the jury is going to be instructed on how to deliberate this case. And then I will put up a we will, and then I guess we will be into verdict watch, and I will put up a thing for I'll replay testimony while we wait for a verdict. And my people that are watching what is it, the insulin? I mean, everybody poisoning everybody. They just came up with another trial that somebody poisoning somebody. Everybody poisoning everybody. I don't know what that's about, but that's what everybody poisoning everybody. So I seen another poisoning trial, and I think that there is something about a dentist being shot trial. Like I don't know. Way too much for me to handle. Yeah. Yeah, because everybody's trying to sue everybody over everything. Let's see how they instructing on doing this. This judge, I just can't. He over explains, and I so don't like him at times. But let's see.
With the jury instructions when the case comes in the door. And then the court refines the instructions to account for the conduct of the trial. So to the extent that they might have gotten the instructions very quickly this morning, it's not that they didn't know it, it's the refinements, the little tweaks along the way. That's what they're talking about. But I want to thank them because they did good work making it possible for me to get to the point where I can give these instructions to you. The court has the legal duty to prepare the instructions of law. You've heard the attorney's statements, arguments, you've heard the evidence from the witnesses. The court's duty is to instruct you on the law. And then you have a legal obligation to accept the instructions the way they're given to you. It's your sworn duty to do that. You cannot apply what you think the law ought to be. You're obedient, as I am obedient, to the rules of the law. A person who claims that certain facts exist, in this case, the plaintiffs have to prove them, in this case, by what's called the preponderance of the evidence. You've heard me say this before. I'm going to try to go over things you know, but the obligation is called the burden of proof. Plaintiffs have to prove their facts by a preponderance of the evidence. Preponderance is more evidence in favor of their position than opposed to their position, tilting the scales in their favor. There's one element that has a different burden of proof. Clear and convincing evidence, a higher amount, a greater weight of evidence has to be proven with regard to the knowledge or the motive for publishing. But generally think, okay, can the plaintiffs prove their case by slightly more evidence in their favor than evidence opposed to them? There's two claims, what we've called defamation, and secondly, false light, invasion of privacy. In your deliberations, each of those claims is deliberated separately because there's separate rules for each. I'll give you more, but there's separate law for each of those separate claims. There's 7 plaintiffs, each of whom is entitled to their own deliberation. So when I refer to plaintiff or plaintiffs, what I'm saying to you is that side of the room, but you always have to apply these facts individually and separately deliberate each person's claims. If you rule in favor of one plaintiff, it doesn't mean you have to rule for all the rest of them. If you rule against one plaintiff, it doesn't mean you have to rule against all of them. So it's not like an all or nothing verdict. It's 7 deliberations. And I'll use plaintiff and plaintiffs interchangeably, just understand the analysis and what I'm trying to communicate to you. So to go back to burden of proof, preponderance is the greater weight of the evidence, evidence that you believe outweighs or is overbalanced by the evidence opposed to it. A preponderance of the evidence is evidence which is more probative, more probable, more persuasive. It has greater evidence value to you. Look at the quality of the evidence, not simply the quantity. If it was only about quantity, there would be more plaintiff witnesses than defendant witnesses. So you think, oh, just because of the number of witnesses, someone must prevail, when in fact you look at the quality of the evidence. Don't get hung up on which side called the witnesses. Think about the quality of the testimony, what you took from it, regardless of numbers, regardless of where it came from. If it would turn out in your mind that there's an equal balancing, the evidence opposed to it and in favor are equal, then the plaintiffs have not met their burden of proof because they didn't tip the scale slightly in their favor. If you could decide a fact or an item in 2 different ways, you have to decide it based upon the facts, not guesswork or coin flips or I don't care. So in those areas where it's hard or it's difficult to resolve, you have to resolve it. You can't leave it up to I don't care and I'll just flip a coin or it doesn't matter. Guesswork's not what you're expected to do. The heavy work of sorting out the facts and deciding which side of the scale they go on is the role of the jury. Now, when we talk about preponderance, slightly shifting, we also have to talk about clear and convincing evidence, a different standard for that one element of motive to publish. Clear and convincing evidence is a higher or greater amount of evidence. You have to be more convinced. Clear and convincing means the evidence produces in your mind a firm belief or a firm conviction that that item is true. So preponderance might be, by example, slightly tipping the scales. Firmly convinced is more convinced, greater evidence offered by the plaintiffs with regard to the motive or the knowledge of publication. What's the evidence of trial? Evidence is testimony and exhibits. Evidence is direct and circumstantial. People scratch their heads on this, but it makes sense later. Direct evidence is when a witness has an opportunity to see or hear those things about which they testify. I sat here, I watched the jury take their notebooks and write in their notebooks. Direct evidence, an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is different. Circumstantial evidence is when you look at the facts and circumstances surrounding something you saw, and then you make a conclusion that something else actually occurred. I saw the jury box empty. I saw the pencils. I saw the notebooks. I saw the end of the day. The notebooks were all open. There were words written there. So it's circumstantial evidence that the jury took notes. I didn't see you take notes. But from the facts and circumstances that I did see, it's a reasonable conclusion of fact that you did take notes. Why do I tell you that? Most evidence came at you both directly and circumstantially. Things that I personally saw, and then things that happened as a result of what I saw. Circumstantial evidence is fair game as much as direct evidence. Direct evidence isn't better. You might think it's better when in fact it's not always better, because the witness didn't tell you that they were blind when you thought they saw something, or it was foggy, or the lights were bad. So when you think about the evidence and how to weigh the quality of it, what a person saw, what they heard, what they personally experienced is good evidence, direct evidence. But so is the circumstances around that testimony. They're both fair game. Often people infer that something exists based upon the circumstances and inferences. I inferred it's a reasonable circumstantial evidence that you wrote in your notebooks. That's fair. But I'm not allowed to infer because you took notes, therefore you also did something else. You can't stack an inference that something else occurred on top of something else you thought occurred, on top of something else that could have occurred. The idea here is what we call remoteness. It gets more and more unreliable the more remote you get from the first circumstantial evidence. If you want to say the circumstantial evidence is reliable, great. If you want to infer that that's reasonable, great. But don't stack another, well, now I suppose something else happened. And if that happened, then something else should have happened. It's stacking, it's called remoteness. Then it gets unreliable. With regard to the exhibits, you saw exhibits, there was testimony related to them. Consider whether the exhibits are in fact what they're portrayed to be. You decide what weight, if any, the exhibits have to have when thinking about the testimony involving them. Exhibits in video can speak themselves, but sometimes paper and other exhibits don't. So you have to consider what the witness said in light of how the exhibit was portrayed. Don't make inferences or conclusions based upon the number of exhibits. Remember, I want you to look at the quality, not just simply the number. Like theoretically, the plaintiffs had more number of exhibits than the defendant. Don't care, don't count numbers. Look at the quality, make the content important. You'll have like physical, tangible paper exhibits back there. When you get to the video or the data-driven exhibits, you'll have a computer back there so you can use that to look at the exhibits. So if it never works that way, so I always offer the bailiff services that he can come back and, as you saw, make the technology work. So if you struggle back there with plugging in a thumb drive and finding the drive and then turning it on, we would expect that. I'll tell you how to communicate with us, but just ask for help. We'll send back a very capable bailiff and he'll save the day. Evidence is not what the lawyers say. You heard opening statements, closing arguments. That's not evidence. It's helpful, it's necessary, it's built into the system, but it's not evidence. If a statement was asked and the question was not answered, there's no evidence from the question. I did that once or twice to show you how it works. Just, you might have thought the answer was going to be yes because the witness was shaking their head yes. The witness was, yeah, I understand the question, and the answer is no. So you can't use body language to get an answer that wasn't spoken from the record. I don't think that happened too often. But remember where the evidence is. It's the exhibits and the witness statements, not the lawyering side of the case. There was times where I sustained objections and handled the lawyers the way I thought was necessary. I always ask people to apologize or accept my apology if you thought how I handled the lawyers is any kind of a comment upon the quality of the case. Like, I try not to do that. But you might misunderstand that in scolding a witness or handling a lawyer, I was expressing an opinion. I love it when you guys show up because I don't have to decide. It's like I always try to make sure I'm neutral in my facial expressions and my voice tone, but sometimes I just don't get that done. An important role for the jurors is to weigh credibility. Credibility is assigning believability, assigning weight to the evidence, assigning weight to the witness testimony, assigning weight to the exhibits. When you weigh evidence, you're basically deciding truthfulness. And as odd as it sounds, it's what we do all the time. We weigh credibility continuously each day. In weighing credibility, you should consider the appearance of the witness on the stand. Consider the manner in which they testified. Did it seem straightforward? Did it seem honest? Did it seem evasive? What did it seem to you? So you're using your eyes and you're using ears to weigh credibility. Think about how reasonable their testimony was in light of the subject matter of the trial. Consider education, interest, bias. Consider if they were frank with you or not. We use these tests every day to decide whether we want to rely upon or find a person believable or not. As I told you before, every witness took an oath to be honest in their testimony. The oath does not bind you that just because they're talking, I have to believe it. In fact, you have to parse it out, because people could very honestly get up and say, I believe this to be true, when in fact they're misunderstood and wrong, not lying. So recognize you can parse the evidence. You can believe everything a witness said. You can believe nothing a witness said. You can pull out the pieces you think are credible and ignore those that you think are not credible. And then you shuffle that entire deck with every witness along the way. As a rule, we want people only to testify, general rule, about things they heard and experienced and saw, firsthand testimony. So that's the general rule. But then we violate that general rule because we let people express their opinions about what the facts or circumstances mean that they experienced. So in deciding what their opinion means and how you weigh their opinion, you do the same thing. You're allowed to hear their opinion. It's evidence. But you have to, again, parse it out in terms of the credibility test. A person can give you an opinion, and you might go, I don't believe that because that's not in their subject matter, or they don't have enough knowledge, or their emotions got the better of them, or they have an interest or a bias or whatever. And you might go, no, it's a completely valid opinion because of whatever credibility factors you have. So we give you direct testimony, we give you circumstantial, we give you opinions, and then tell you to weigh out those things that you find believable, credible, and otherwise. In this process, the jury sits around as a committee. And it might be that you find a person credible, the other person finds somewhat credible, and the other person finds not credible. Expect that to happen. And then resolve those differences back there. There's more about that later, but in this whole deliberation process, that's normal. Somebody said while they were here, yeah, I'd serve on jury. No, it wasn't easy. It's not meant to be easy. It's important. I just have to explain the rules enough and then tell you don't get your feelings hurt when you get back there and begin the discussion. The instructions I gave you so far would be relatively common in most trials, because those are general rules for how to do the job as a juror. The next set of instructions in the middle, I call substantive instructions. These are the law that applies, the rules that apply to this set of facts, these claims. You'll have sets of these instructions to go back over. So I have to read them to you in the party's presence, but you're not expected to remember all this. You'll have your opportunities to go back over it and get schooled later. So these are the substantive instructions. Again, two claims. One's called defamation. The other's called invasion of privacy based upon this false light publicity. They have separate instructions. I put them right next to each other, but the rules for the one claim are not the same as the other. There's overlap, but they are a separate set of rules. So don't apply the rules for defamation to the false light publicity claim, because you went across the line of their two separate causes of action. With regard to defamation, each plaintiff claims the defendant defamed him or her that then caused them damages. To establish defamation, each plaintiff must show that a statement, that could be oral, written, video, was portrayed a fact that was published. So the statement was made, or statement of fact was portrayed and published. Second, that the statement was untrue. Third, that the defendant acted with malice, actual malice, or reckless regard for knowledge of the truthfulness, and that they suffered injury. I'm going to break those four apart. Okay, so again, the statement was portrayed as a fact. It has to be published, so that's all rolls together. That the statement was untrue. The defendant acted with either actual malice or reckless regard about the truthfulness of it, and then that caused injury. Plaintiffs are considered public officials. You heard a lot of that. So that's where the clear and convincing evidence standard applies. So what you're doing is taking on the element of the defendant acted with malice or reckless disregard about the truthfulness of it. That's the higher clear and convincing proof. So on that element, it's not just a preponderance. On that third element, it's thoroughly convinced about his motive for publication. Clear and convincing evidence means you're thoroughly convinced about the truthfulness of motive for making or publishing the statement. What's actual malice? This knowledge in the publication. Actual malice occurs when the defendant makes a false statement with knowledge it's false. The second part of that test, it's either published with actual malice or published with a reckless disregard about the truthfulness or not. So reckless disregard means that a defendant acted while aware that the statement was probably false, or that the defendant entertained serious doubts about the truthfulness and didn't inquire. The defendant's failure to investigate may be considered evidence of reckless disregard or evidence of falsity when the defendant had serious doubt about whether it was truthful or not. So actual knowledge of falseness or reckless disregard about something that's probably false. Those elements have to be proven by the higher amount of evidence. A statement is false when it's not substantially true. It's substantially true when the essence of the statement is true, when you think about the statement as a whole. The defendant's statements or portrayals must be given their ordinary meaning in that context, in that circumstance. So you can't just pull a line out. You have to look at the whole portrayal of the statement. In deciding whether the statement is false, you're not to consider the defendant's subjective belief. You consider whether it's true or false from an objectively reasonable perspective. So it's your perspective about truthfulness, not what the defendant thought at the time, because we can all think of things that are unreasonably thought. So we apply an outside standard on the objective standard, not the defendant's subjective belief. Now, this idea about the concept of truthfulness is where we find the fact that truth is a defense. So if the statement is true, then there can be no defamation. Plaintiffs also have to prove that the statements were published, portrayed, made. Published means that the statement was read or heard by another person other than the plaintiffs. From the testimony, as a matter of law, the courts has determined that publishing or portrayal is not an issue. Nobody pushed back. It's not anything you have to decide. I'm telling you as a matter of law, that element is uncontroverted, that the defendant published, the defendant portrayed the statement. So of those four, one's been resolved by the court because there's no contrary evidence. Now you're down to analyzing those three statements, elements, if you will. You need to know how to differentiate between facts and opinion. In a defamation claim, this is important. This is over on this side of the first claim, fact versus opinion. The distinction between portraying a statement of fact and portraying a statement as opinion is crucial. It's an important distinction. Portraying a fact or portraying an opinion. Only statements of fact can be the basis for a defamation claim. Statements of fact could be untrue, which is the nature of a defamation claim. If I'm expressing an opinion, there's no way to decide whether it's true or untrue, so you can't defame someone in expressing an opinion because there's nothing verifiable about it. It's an opinion. So a defamation claim has to involve an untrue fact. To determine whether a statement is fact or opinion, you apply these four factors in their whole context. You look at the specific statement, the language in the statement. Consider, importantly, whether that statement is verifiable or not. Then apply the general context of the statement, and then think about not only the context of the statement, but then the broader, how the statement could be received or heard. Start with the statement, is it verifiable? Consider the circumstances of the statement in its context, and then go farther out to the statement's circumstances in general. Look at the precise wording. Determine whether a reasonable hearer or listener would view the words as portraying fact or portraying opinion. If a statement is made and it's considered an opinion because it's not verifiable, there could be no defamation. If a statement is made and it contains verifiable information, then it can be the subject of a defamation claim if the verifiable statement is untrue. If you find that the statement was portrayed to the public as a fact, that the portrayal was false, it's a fact that's false, plaintiffs have proven their case. If you find that it's not a fact, or that the fact was true, then the defendant prevails. This is why I give it to you in writing.
Okay, I forgot about that.
General instructions for defamation are done. Those rules apply to that claim. These rules apply to the invasion of privacy false light claim. There's only one place where I'm going to tell you to overlap the instructions. So don't overlap all the first instructions in the second bucket, separate set of rules. The person who invades the right of privacy of another person can be subject to liability and the harm that comes from invading that other person's right of privacy. The right of privacy is the right of a person to be left alone. is the right to be free from the unwarranted appropriation or the exploitation of a person's personality or their private affairs in such a manner as to outrage or cause mental suffering, some sort of shame or humiliation to the person. Each plaintiff claims the defendant violated his or her right to privacy by publicizing false information that places them in a false light in the public. Each plaintiff must prove that the false light in which they were placed would be highly offensive. It's a highly offensive place to a reasonable person, not their subjective, but would a reasonable person find that they were put in a highly offensive place. And the defendant had knowledge of or acted with reckless disregard to the falsity of the publicized matter. Reckless disregard, falsity, and actual knowledge are the same definitions from the first section. So that part of the first section you can carry over. Actual knowledge, reckless disregard, and falsity, I'm not going to redefine. That part you would read over. But it's a different test. Was the particular plaintiff put in a false light by the false information? False light means the defendants know that the plaintiff, as a reasonable person, would be justified in feeling seriously offended and aggrieved by the publicity, seriously offended and aggrieved by the publicity. The plaintiff's privacy is not invaded when it's an unimportant statement that's made. It's only when there's such a major misrepresentation of the plaintiff's character, history, activity, some fact, that it might be reasonably expected that a reasonable person would be highly offended. Determine whether the statements made by the defendant would place a reasonable person in a position of false light, not merely whether the plaintiff believed they were in a false light. So this is the objective perspective that we use for juries. You're the outside public looking in. Do you consider it reasonable or not that they would be highly offended? It's not their subjective belief, it's the public's perception. To be highly offensive, the plaintiff must be justified in the eyes of the community as feeling seriously offended and aggrieved by the publicity. The statement must be such a major misrepresentation of their character, of their history, of their activities, of their beliefs or facts about them, that they would be seriously offended in the eyes of a reasonable person of the public. False has the same definitions I gave you, not substantially untrue. The fact versus opinion distinction doesn't apply from that, so you don't have to do the fact versus opinion analysis. If you find that any one or more of the plaintiffs proved all the elements of false light, invasion of privacy, then you would enter a verdict in their favor. If you find that any one or more of the plaintiffs did not prove all the elements of false light, invasion of privacy, then you would rule in the defendant's favor. I'll say it again, there's 7 determinations on false light, there's 7 determinations on defamation, and you make them separately. If you find for a plaintiff on either one or both of their claims, then you go to the question of whether the defamation or the invasion of privacy caused damages. There always has to be a connection between the false statement and the damage, or the false light offensive position they were put into and the damages. A person who seeks to recover damages must prove not only that the other party caused the harm, but also that the conduct proximately caused them injury. Proximate cause is an act that in its natural and logical sequence caused the injury. There was an example of the defendant could have caused, but was something else actually the cause you have to sort out whether the person's injury came from the defendant's conduct or came from somewhere else. With regard to damages, the purposes of damages are to compensate a plaintiff for injury to their reputation, for any kind of monetary loss, for emotional distress, so it's compensation, to vindicate the plaintiff, which helps restore their reputation, and to dissuade others from publishing defamation statements or false light statements. If you find that any one or more of the plaintiffs' claims should be ruled in their favor, then you have to have the greater weight of the evidence, a preponderance of the evidence about the amount, not clear and convincing proof about damages, but in your deliberations, slightly more evidence in favor of the amount to award is the test, the burden of proof. Take into consideration all the facts and circumstances and evidence, decide what amount of compensation should be awarded to each particular defendant or plaintiff. These are the kind of types or examples for which you can award money. Harm to their reputation, including exposure to public hatred, public contempt, ridicule, or public scorn, and or loss of professional income and or out-of-pocket expenses, and or physical, mental anguish, pain, and suffering, loss of society, companionship, and friendship. Those are all eligible factors or categories by which to compare or measure damages. It could be that the award of damages is not easily determinable and you can't put an amount on it. You can still order what's called nominal, or I'm going to use the word token damages. So if you find in favor of the plaintiff, then you have essentially the opportunity to go from 1 to wherever. Nominal or token would be the 1 or 10 or some low amount as a statement that they prevailed and entitled damages, but you're not bound by anything more than 1 in your deliberations. But if you find for a plaintiff, then there has to be an award for damages, assuming there's a causal link between the defamation or the false light and injury or harm to reputation, emotions, etc. As a matter of law, the court determined previously that the claimed damage to the defendant's home was permitted under the circumstances of serving the search warrant. Therefore, you do not make a reduction for any damage that the defendant said happened to his home during the search warrant. The court previously found, as a matter of law, that that's expected or permitted as a result of serving the search warrant. So you don't subtract based upon whatever you think happened to his home. In your deliberations, a plaintiff cannot have double recovery. If you find defamation and invasion of false light privacy, you don't issue an award under each category. You can't award pain and suffering, say this, emotional distress once and then emotional distress twice. You would issue one order as long as there's either a claim for defamation or a claim for false light, invasion of privacy. Don't double up if a plaintiff prevailed on both claims. Your verdict form doesn't really make that possible. You'll get there, we're getting close. Another concept that came up earlier was something called punitive damages. You are advised that punitive damages are not a part of the deliberations given to you right now. I haven't talked about punitive damages. Punitive damages are meant to be punishment damages for conduct. That's not a part of your deliberations. You're deliberating what we call compensatory injury-related damages. An award of punitive damages can only be given if there is a compensatory damage award. If a compensatory damage award is given, then you come back with a different set of instructions and you have arguably a second deliberation about punitive damage. You don't have to award it, but they aren't all lumped in. So don't think in this first phase, oh, the punishment are really mad. That's not where we are. If you find any plaintiff prevails on either claim and it caused injury, compensatory, actual repair damages, if you will, are what we're here for, not punishment. That's a second deliberation. The verdict forms aren't that hard to understand once you know what you're doing. Each plaintiff has 3 pages. Page 1 is the claim for defamation. We, the jury, being duly impaneled, find in favor of, and then it says Sean Cooley or defendant, circle 1. So you have to circle whether the defendant prevailed on Sean Cooley's claim for defamation. Then there's signature lines. Regardless of that verdict, you go to the second claim. So the next form is we, the jury, find in favor of Sean Cooley or defendant for the false light claim. The instructions at the bottom of each page say, now go to the next page. If you find for that plaintiff on either of the first 2 forms, then you go to form number 3, which is damages. Damages is 1 line where you put a number in. You can take notes and you can split it out. You can do calculations. You can decide how you get to it. But there's 1 line. So that would be for Sean Cooley. And it says Sean Cooley on the first 3 pages. Then the next 3 pages say Justin Cooley. Same 3 pages. So the first 2 pages find in favor of that plaintiff or the defendant, circle 1. Next one, in favor of that plaintiff or defendant on the second claim, circle 1 of those options. And then you go to the damages form only if the plaintiff prevailed on one of the first 2. They're all numbered, they all have names on it. They should be easy to follow. You can tell me later. What do you do when you go back there? The first thing you officially you need to do is pick a foreperson. Now the foreperson is not the shop foreman, they're not the boss. They don't tell you what to do. The foreperson job is to organize the discussion, engage people, keep track of the exhibits, be the committee chairman. But the foreperson doesn't convince you to do what they want. They organize the discussion. There's no way to pick a foreperson. You can arm wrestle, throw fingers, draw names out of a hat. Don't go to the bathroom first, because you very well could come out the foreperson. I don't care. I've heard people say that. They picked them because they weren't there. It doesn't matter. I can't tell you how to pick one. Just get one. Throwing fingers is fine. It takes too long. You probably already know who's willing to do it, or maybe you've talked to each other enough, or you just say, sorry, you lose, you're it. But it's just organizing discussion. That's all it is. Just organize the discussion. Make sure nothing leaves. You'll have in your possession the verdict forms, the exhibits. You'll have copies of these instructions. Keep all that back there. When you come out, the only thing left to bring back out here should be all these verdict forms. Leave your notebooks back there. Everything else in the foreperson should make sure that that goes on. How do you deliberate? Generally, the advice to you is to go back there and start talking about the case, replay the witnesses, but don't just say, I think something ought to happen. When you come out with your first opinion and then start discussing it, a lot of people realize their first opinion is not their best opinion. But once you threw it out there, then you got to figure out, how do I get my pride back and retool? So generally, don't go back there and just say, here's what we ought to do. What do you think about this witness, and how did this one come across? And do you understand the rules? And start into this discussion process, however you can do it. But eventually, then you're going to need to start getting to the point where you see a consensus is being built. If you immediately express an opinion, changing is sometimes hard, so work together to build a consensus. Consult with one another in the jury room, deliberate with a view of reaching an agreement. You can do so as a group, but without surrendering your own conviction. Each of you ultimately has to decide this case for themselves in this deliberation process. You might find somebody leaning on you to change your opinion. That's good, unless you feel pressured against your will to change your opinion. If they come at you with good arguments, maybe you should rethink your position because their arguments really are good. So like a certain amount of give and take and tension is usually the sign of a good deliberation. Just don't take it personally. Never surrender your own personal convictions just to get along. Don't be influenced by considerations of sympathy or prejudice. The law does not expect us to be robots and have no sympathy, no emotions, no prejudice, or no biases. That happens all the time. You have to set those aside. You're required to disregard them, to make your verdict carefully, to weigh the evidence, consider disputed questions of fact, apply the law to try to reach a verdict which the parties would be considering fair to both sides. Fairness is a big thing. Is this verdict fair to both the parties? Consider all the evidence regardless of who brought it forward. Do so with intelligence, impartiality, without bias, without sympathy, without prejudice. During the deliberations, if you have questions, you're welcome to write them down, which then comes to me, which goes to the lawyers to get you an answer. Like a magic doorbell. Knock on the door. Okay. The bailiff's like within earshot. He doesn't have his cup up against the door. So like pound on the door enough to get his attention. He'll come back, get the question, give it to me. I'll huddle with the lawyers, get you an answer. So when you get back there, there's a problem. You don't understand something, you want more information, you can get more information. Like we'll try to make sure you're not starving, like creature comforts will be provided. Like we're gonna run into the lunch hour, so there's a way of taking care of it. I heard it yesterday, they'll do it today. So like we're gonna wanna cover all those bases. The clock is yours when the deliberations start. You watch me pay attention to the clock, right? I don't have a clock because you do. So how much time you need is up to you, not up to our expectations or our time commitment. We got to make sure that when you deliberate, you don't do so out of like human denial or fatigue. So yeah, we're going to watch to see how that goes. Like you might have me send you a question saying, is everybody fine? Are you awake? Do you need coffee? Do you need food? What do you need? One jury kept going, my personal record's 1:24 a.m. because that's what they wanted. They didn't want to go home. They were not coming back tomorrow because they were locked in and doing a good job. But it wasn't my clock, it was theirs. Until the verdict is announced in open court, you cannot indicate to anybody what it is. When you knock on the door saying we have a verdict, the bailiff will come, he'll tell me that you have a verdict. The foreperson brings the forms out here. And you hold on to them till everybody's here, and then we open the verdicts in front of all the parties. Don't say, oh, so-and-so, and this is the outcome, because the bailiff doesn't want to know that, and he shouldn't know that, because it has to happen in this room. Up to this point, like I've told you, like not to talk to people, that still applies. Anybody outside the jury, that's off limits. If we deliberated today, you went home tonight, came back tomorrow, the rule's especially important. You can't tell anybody anything at all. Once the case is done, you can, in case I forget to say that. With regard to deliberations, I've got 10 of you and 2 extras. So the 2 on the end, 17 and 19, you're alternates. So you don't deliberate, but you're not done. You're what we call insurance. There's no guarantee in an hour somebody's not going to get a call that they have to go, or that they hit the floor, or somebody had an accident, or the baby came early, or whatever it is. So you're not done. You're charged to not talk and to just wait. It's a luxury to have extras. I understand what I just did to you. I get it. But the number of times the jurors slot back in is not the majority, but it's enough that we're glad to have you for a reason. these folks get locked down and something happens along the way, we can't lose 3 days of trial work because somebody went through a stop sign or had a flat tire on a curvy road. Then all of a sudden you're back, we start all over, and the case gets done. So make sure the bailiff has your phone number. If you can be within like 15 minutes of the courthouse, I don't know what that means. If you live farther, just make sure Chris doesn't have to drive far to get you. He's not going to anyway, right? But he's big enough to, you don't want to cross him kind of guy. Anything you want me to deal with in the instructions, Mr. Klingler?
I had two minor issues.
Okay, we'll talk over there. Mr. Osborne, you got anything?
I do have something, yes, sir.
Okay, we're just gonna see what I didn't do right, but we're close. Overruled. 2, that's a verdict. And it's questions. When you look or rules, depending on what it did. There's a few typos. It'll be like 5-10 minutes before it gets you some sets of instructions. When you look at the instructions, if you have a question about something, read the whole paragraph, not just the one sentence. Like you always think, I want to know more about something. The answer might be 3 words, but read the whole paragraph to do it. So you start your deliberations. We'll get the exhibits back to you, cleaned up sets of instructions. And thank you for your attention so far.
When's lunch?
Yeah, are you taking our lunch order?
Yeah, they want to know about lunch.
Yes.
Get this deliberation. Let's talk about lunch.
I think you can see that way right there.
Read this one.
Yeah, and then, if you would have to come back and deliberate, you'll have to notice that. We don't look at them or anything, even afterwards. You wouldn't be able to follow them anyway.
Okay, so we are they are deliberating. It looks like from our survey, let me see what we have here. Y'all would do that. I guess it's look, I do. So we kind of split in the poll, I guess. Just tell us when the verdict comes back, and then some want to rewatch the testimony. Okay, so what I will do in some accommodation, because I know some people were late. What if it's okay if we replay closing arguments? And for those that were late, I'll replay the entire closing argument. And we'll kind of go from there, and I'll put out another survey while they're in deliberations. If they haven't came back yet. I think the judge really to me, I think his way, the way he delivered those those jury instructions were confusing. I couldn't figure out if he was trying to be a jokester or not be a jokester. I don't know what he was doing. And currently in deliberation. So that's what we will do there. I am also going to start I'm going to open up another room for the shot through the door trial. Deliberations. Currently rewatching closings. Only because I know the closing statements were very short. If you are into yeah, they got a case in Georgia where I guess she did shot her boyfriend through the door. And I think she claimed it's self-defense. I know they got another poisoning trial out. You want one of the flat? Oh, then you probably could order it from his website. Yeah, so she didn't shot her boyfriend through the door. And I don't know. I think she got a civil suit. And yeah. Oh, you say Temu, Amazon? Film said you can get one off of Amazon or Temu. Okay, let me rewind this for people that didn't get to see the openings, what we saw today. I mean, it was really short. Like everything happened within an hour, literally. I think this is the only witness that he called. If he did call additional witnesses, I don't know how this local station starts their live feeds, but it appears to me like they just really kind of come in the middle or somewhere in between.
Okay, did they take that as a literal fact from your observations?
No.
Were they laughing and joking about it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the song WAP?
I think I've
Or
heard
sorry,
it.
no, strike that. I'm going to give you the complete song
Okay.
and then summarize it because I only want to say it once. Are you familiar with the song Wet Ass Pussy?
Yes,
Is that a rap song?
it is.
Has your students played it in class?
Once, and I asked them to please turn it off.
When they were listening to it, did they think that was fact?
No,
So they didn't think that that was depicting anything in real life?
no,
So you didn't have to teach them that wasn't real?
right. No, I did not.
You've heard the song, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you believe it's a literal interpretation?
No,
Would you agree it's derogatory towards women,
no,
even though it says nasty things about them?
yeah, no. I mean, it's the artist's opinion, I guess. That's the way I feel.
Maybe not an opinion you like, but
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may have one.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Grooms, has Mr. Foreman's posts about Sean or any of the general posts about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a whole affected your life any at all?
No,
Would you believe it would have affected your life while you were married to Sean?
if it had any effect, I guess that would be the time it would have an effect.
But as his spouse, you would have expected it.
Yes.
And I don't want you to go into too many detail, but is it fair to say that Mr. Foreman, the posts about the police department, everything had not a damn thing to do with your relationship between you and Sean and why it came to an end?
No, it did not.
So the posts never affected your life, never affected your marriage.
No.
Okay. So any statement to the contrary would be false?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Grooms.
Good morning.
I'm sorry you have to be here.
I am too.
Thanks for coming. where to start. You never sought a protective order against your ex-husband, did you?
Yes, I did when we divorced. The divorce, yes. I
Did
had a
you-
restraining order.
Did you got a restraining order?
Yes, I did.
Were you aware of the posts that were coming out after 2022 about the sheriff's deputies and calling them thieves and that sort of thing? Did you ever see any or hear any of the songs?
Some of my students referred to it and they would say, I saw your husband in the video. And I would say, yeah, that was him, and turn around and walk away. I didn't elaborate on any of that, no. And
Why?
they didn't either,
Why didn't you elaborate on
because I didn't think it was the student's business.
it? Okay. So they had seen your husband in videos,
Yes,
and did you tell your husband about that?
about,
That your kids had mentioned it?
no, it was just a mention and that was it.
Okay. Did you ever, you saw the posts yourselves or videos yourself, or did you just hear about it from kids?
I saw part of it and then I heard about it.
Okay. And did anyone else in the community ever say anything to you about these videos or posts?
No.
Just your kids?
It's my students in the school.
Students? Okay. The song that Mr. Osborne asked you about, does that song refer to a specific identifiable person?
I don't think so.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Rhonda, Mr. Klingler asked you about your students. Your students saw the posts
Yes,
and they articulated it to you?
yeah, just say, hey, I saw your husband in this video.
Students can, would it be a fair statement to say children can be mean? Cruel?
Absolutely,
You've seen instances of them being cruel?
absolutely.
Are they cruel to both other students and teachers?
Yes,
I don't like bringing up sensitive subjects, but has any of your students ever been cruel to you in the past?
oh, yes, definitely.
Would it be fair to say they've said some pretty mean things?
Yes,
You see, I'm trying not to ask you what they are, but are they shocking names?
coming from my students, I mean, in all honesty, it's, when they're mad at me because they didn't receive an A, yeah, they get mad.
And they
And-
lash out,
Yes,
but they're not calling names a fact or anything. towards
no,
you. And they've seen these posts.
yes,
Did your students treat you any differently?
no,
So could you point to any instance where a student treated you differently due to the posts?
no.
I'm going to ask this question. You said you're sorry to be here. Why are you sorry to be here?
Because from my recollection, my ex-husband had said that this was part of the reason we got divorced.
No further questions, John.
Klingler? No further questions. Mr. Osborne, am I right to understand this witness was a lay witness?
Pardon me?
This was a lay witness, not an expert, right?
She's a lay witness to testify to what she would have experienced.
And the only reason I did that is to explain to the jury that people sometimes have training experience and can make opinions as experts. Doctor comes in a medical malpractice case, they're an expert. This is a lay person, the same as any other. Some of the questions spoke generally about society and public perceptions, which would seem like more of an expert opinion, when in fact, as a lay witness, she can only testify about what she experienced herself. So you have to understand the scope she's just what happened to her, lay average person, not educated expert. Thanks for being here. You can make the excuse. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I'd ask for a short 10-minute break so I can talk with Mr. Foreman. Based upon the ruling in the Rule 50, I want to juggle some of my witnesses, make some corrections to that, as I had anticipated a different verdict due to the evidence, or different ruling due to the evidence, so I'm going to need to shift for that. I'd like 10 minutes to consult with my client to strategize on that.
Comments, Mr. Plaintiff?
No, I have no objection to that, Judge.
You're doing well managing your time. I think that's a good idea. It was like, you know how I learned with like getting the jury on schedule.
Your Honor, that's why I want to strategize, see how we can hopefully.
Yeah, well, I appreciate what you're saying. Take a break, go back to the jury room, stay there if you would please. Short break will be helpful.
Joe, follow me up, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Go ahead, Mr. Plaintiff.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as Afroman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances, is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
All 50.
Yes, sir.
And how many countries have you performed in?
I don't remember, but not all of them, but I've been to a few.
How many live performances did you do last year, roughly?
I don't know, possibly 250. I don't know, but I don't know. It's a lot of days, but I don't know exactly.
And you have a residence here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been performing for 20 or 30 years, is that right?
All my life.
All right. And is it fair to say that one of the first big hits you had was But Then I Got High?
Because I got high.
Because I Got High? And do you think it's accurate to say that that song has had over 300 million views on YouTube?
Sounds right.
You have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Depends on your definition of large. There's bigger people than me, but I'm all right.
And on Instagram, is it fair to say that you have 247,000 followers?
Yeah, I just got some of them the other day.
You got new ones coming all the time
Yes, not all the time, just here lately.
because the trial's coming up.
Yeah, all the publicity from the officers lawsuing me is running up my numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on YouTube, you have almost 1 million followers, 983,000. Is that right?
I haven't looked. It was 977 last time I looked.
And on TikTok, you have about 392,000 followers.
I haven't looked at it, but that sounds kind of right.
You know when you post something that a lot of people are going to see it, don't you?
Yes.
When this search happened back in August of 2022, Mr. Foreman, you weren't at home?
No.
You were driving home from Chicago?
Yes.
And you got an alert from a family member that the sheriffs were there searching your home. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to turn on your phone and watch through your home security system what the deputies were doing for a period of time, weren't you?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were angry and upset about this search?
I wasn't happy.
And is that why you posted the things we've seen this week, because you weren't happy?
No, I posted it because the sheriff's never supposed to raid in my house in the first place. The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact, nothing. So all of this is their fault.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home, that gave you the right to post the things that we've seen this week on the internet?
Because
Is that
they-
right? Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
yes, for
Yes?
tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had the right to my freedom of speech. After they left, I had the right to kick the can and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the right to post the videos that you've just been posting up until Friday and beyond, right?
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain. I write fiction, comedy. Yes, I mean, I entertain for a living like you practice law for a living. So I have to go to work.
The deputies left a warrant return at your house, didn't they?
I think they left something with my ex-wife. I'm not sure.
Well, you saw, as soon as the search was over, as soon as you got home, you saw a document that showed exactly how much cash had been taken from the house, correct?
I know I got paid $5,000 for the show that suit was in. I forgot that money was in that suit. But, I heard, I don't know what piece of paper I heard. I knew they took some money. I just knew they took some money. I knew it was 4,000-ish. I knew they took some money and they seized some money and some weed and some, I don't know what else, just minor stuff.
You knew how much money was in that pocket when you came home and saw the warrant return, didn't you?
It was $5,000 from back when I did that show. I remember it was $5,000, but anyway.
So is it your testimony that they actually took $5,000 instead of
No, I just know,
4,390?
I know when I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks in Denver. The balance of that show for me, they sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000 in my coat pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up. And that's where they got that money from.
So it was $5,000 they got?
Yes, it was $5,000 that was in my suit when I got paid in Red Rocks. Now, after all of this stuff, you know, whatever, it's I don't really know the complete number. It's 46, it's 430, the number bounces up and down. But all I know is I got paid $5,000 at the Red Rocks with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa when I played the Red Rocks in Denver.
And you got $4,000 returned, right?
I don't know the exact amount.
Well, you were there with the news when you got it.
Right. And the lady at the sheriff's station admitted that the sheriff's was short. You can go watch the 19 News.
You knew when you saw the warrant returned, didn't you? That the amount that they were saying was taken was actually more money than was in that suit pocket.
I didn't warrant.
That's why you brought the news to the sheriff's office when you got the money back, because you knew that they had miscounted the money and the number on the evidence bag was actually more
I didn't know
money.
nothing. The lady at the sheriff department just volunteered the information. I was sitting there, you know, if she had been, I might not even known I got ripped off. She admitted it live on Channel 19 News that the money wasn't right.
You remember in your deposition when I asked you, why did you bring the news when you picked up the money?
Yeah, I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein at the sheriff's station after I seen him running around my house with AR-15s. So that's why I brought the news and my attorney. So to make sure I got out of that place with my money.
You brought the news to protect you physically.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't bring the news because you already knew there was a miscount and you were going to make.
I didn't know nothing about the miscount. I didn't know. I figured they stole my money. They turned my cameras off. So if you turn my cameras off, you must got something bad in mind. So yeah, I'm accusing them of it. You know, they turned my cameras off. I can't see what they're doing.
So your testimony under oath here today to these 10 jurors is that you brought the news when you picked up your money to protect you physically from being beat up or shot by the sheriffs, right?
Yes.
All right.
And they volunteered the information that the money wasn't right. That's just an extra something we found out. But I came with my attorney and the news to make sure the people running around my house with guns didn't take me into jail and do something.
You had a safe in your home, correct?
2 of them.
2 safes. Did the sheriffs look into those safes to your knowledge?
Yes, they
The
did.
deputies?
Yes.
And how did they get the combination?
I gave it to my ex-wife so the sheriffs wouldn't pull my safe out the floor, take it to the station and put something in it and try to say that whatever they put in my safe was mine. So I went ahead and gave my ex-wife, who I didn't want to give my combination to, it was just safer. I went ahead and gave her my combination so they could open up the safe and realize that they just vandalized somebody that don't even have nothing in the safe.
And do you know what was in those safes?
It was absolutely nothing in the safes.
Don't you keep jewelry in those safes?
No.
Didn't you tell me that in your deposition that you keep jewelry in those safes?
I do.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home after the search?
I didn't put nothing in the safes.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home?
Nothing was in them, so nothing was missing from the safe.
You talked to Randy Walters on the phone before you got home that evening during the search or right afterwards, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
He told you that they were taking some money and some vape pens and a small amount of marijuana. He told you that?
Yes, sir.
You knew, didn't you, Mr. Foreman, that there had been an investigation by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office into the discrepancy about the cash that was missing from your home, correct? You knew there was an investigation.
Yeah, I knew the sheriffs was investigating themselves.
Oh, that's how you saw it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever ask for a report so you could see how bad this investigation of themselves really was?
Yes, I was trying to get involved any way I can. The investigation was going on without any of my participation.
Did you ask for a copy of the report?
I did. I asked for everything. I was trying to be involved. I didn't.
So you've seen the report?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I just saw it a few minutes ago.
Well, you had an attorney when you got the cash returned, correct?
At the station?
Yes.
I had attorney. Yeah, my attorney was present.
Did
when
your
I got my
attorney
cash.
ask for a copy of this report?
It wasn't in it. When I got my cash back from the station, it wasn't an investigation until we realized money was missing.
Well, did you contact your attorney and say, hey, get me a copy of that report?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. While Mr. Klingler wants to talk about his client's attorney-client privilege and maybe waive it, Mr. Foreman does have attorney-client privilege with his attorney at that time. And we are going to assert that privilege because it's a privilege he has of right.
And so far, he hasn't asked anything privileged. So I appreciate the sensitivity, overrule the objection. And we'll pay attention. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Your testimony is you never saw a copy of Detective Robinson's report until today.
Yes, sir.
And that's because you didn't want to see a copy of the
I
investigation.
did want to see. You don't know what I want. I did want to see it.
You did.
I wanted everything that had something to do with my money coming.
And that was 3.5 years ago, correct? And you haven't seen a copy of that report that you wanted to see until this afternoon. Is that right?
That's right. I never had my money taken by cops. I didn't know how this goes. I don't know about reports. All I know is live on Fox 19 News, the lady admits that her department is short $400 of my money. That's all I know. I don't know how to investigate police officers taking money.
That's all you know, and that's all you know today, isn't it? That's the whole basis of your claim that your money was stolen, is that the amount of money that was in the bags is different from the amount of money that was written on the bag.
Yeah, my whole thing is they never should have raided me in the first place.
That's your whole thing.
That's my whole thing.
That's the point,
That's my whole
isn't
thing.
it?
If they never would have showed up, there would be no songs about them. I wouldn't know who they are. Their faces would not be on my video cameras. None of this, we wouldn't be in this room right now if they hadn't raided my house and didn't press no charges, didn't even know what they was doing. This whole thing is their fault, and they're suing me for their mistake.
And so you don't really care if they stole your money or not. You're just mad
I
about
do
what
care
they
about
did.
if they stole them.
But
Police officers shouldn't be stealing the civilians' money. So I do care. All of it is an outrage. This whole thing is an outrage.
You have no evidence that they took your money except for the amount on the bag isn't the same as the
How
amount.
about the lady admitting that she took?
Did you answer my?
She admitted that she took my money on live Fox 19 News. Go argue with the film clip.
Yeah.
Go
Nobody,
argue with her admitting that she took my money.
nobody admitted that they took your money.
Well, whatever. Go look at her admitting that the bag is short
Mr.
because it
Foreman,
stayed open all weekend long or 2 weeks after Brian and Officer Cooley just left it and just mishandled it and didn't do it right.
just so we're honest with the jury here, Mr. Foreman, nobody admitted that they took your money, did they?
They admitted it was short.
Yes. Nobody
it looked like
admitted
somebody
that they took your money, correct?
It was short. She admitted, she said that it was short. And usually it's 10, $5, $2 missing. How does $400 even come up missing? Odd.
You posted videos about Brian Newland doing hard drugs and snitching on his friend, and you posted those based on rumors, didn't you? We can look at your deposition, but before you argue with me, but isn't that a fact that you made those allegations based on rumors you said you heard?
It's a fact. William Newland is a convicted pedophile, and Brian Newland is his brother. After I zeroed in on Brian, I asked about him. Come to find out, He's a large statutory rapist that has sex with all kind of underage girls. He buys them beers and gets them drunk and all kind. That's probably the reason he had to leave the Adams County Sheriff Department, because he beats up his wife and he messed with underage girls and he had to get out of town and go get a job in Northwood.
All right. You don't want to answer my question.
I do. Please ask another one.
Well, let me ask this one again so I can get an answer. Do you remember in your deposition when I asked you, you have no reason to think these rumors about Brian Newland are true, do you? And you said, well, it's more entertaining if it's true and I can make some money. Remember that?
No, I don't. That's a however long that deposition was. You can read the deposition and it tells you what I said.
Do we have a copy, another copy of that? Because I'll show it to you and I can show you my copy. Refresh your recollection.
You're gonna refresh his recollection.
It's
Tree. Then use the screen.
thank you, Judge. If I can get it working here.
Your Honor, I object to using the screen to refresh his recollection. That's publishing it to the jury. If he wants to refresh his recollection, he can show him it and then ask him a question, much how we would do in criminal law with a police report. If an officer didn't remember, we wouldn't show the report. We would show it to the officer. He would refresh his memory by reading it, and then we'd re-ask the question.
Do it that way. Just make sure you think he reads it right. I'm just trying to get through the verbiage. Just make sure you think he reads it right. Otherwise, I have to wrestle with you about whether he read it right.
Sure.
So just read it. And then if we want to move it as an exhibit, you can do that.
Remember your deposition being taken, Mr. Foreman, in your attorney's office on September 3rd, 2024.
I remember the deposition.
And that deposition was taken in DJ Osborne's office?
Yes, sir.
That's the same office that you used to film that video that we saw last night with the actor playing Lieutenant Lisa Phillips. And that actor was sitting in the same chair that Lisa Phillips sat in during her deposition, wasn't she?
Yeah, the actor played Lisa because I wouldn't have known her if she hadn't came to my house and cut off my camera.
Yeah, right.
Right.
That's the office we're talking about, and that's the office where I took your deposition, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that deposition, I'm referring to page 84 of the deposition. I had asked you about.
Object, he's testifying.
No, he's using the deposition to refresh his memory. He's doing it right. So sit down, please. Go ahead.
Did I ask you this question and did you give me these answers, Mr. Foreman? Question. Would it be fair to say these are rumors? Answer. You know, Stephanie said it, and you know, some other people that don't remember, you know, I'd be in a hurry in Walmart or something. They shake my hand. Yeah, Brian used to do this, used to do that. Then something, I didn't know him, but this is what I've heard. Question. You don't have any particular reason to think that it's true or not true, right? Answer. Well, it's more entertaining if it is true, and I could probably make some money and capitalize on it if it's true.
What are the line numbers?
Starting with line 7 and ending with line 21.
All right.
Did I ask you those questions and you give me those answers?
I don't remember. That was a long time ago. But
that's my question.
I've always
Thank you.
put Brian Newland next to his brother. So that's my basis, and I've always
we noticed that.
Yeah.
And your attorney's going to be able to ask you whatever questions he wants. Right now, I'd like you to focus on my questions, Mr. Foreman. You have no evidence that Brian Newland ever molested little boys, do you?
If you look at the picture, he's holding the little boy butt. It's too much for me. So if you just use your eyeballs, and then his brother's a convicted pedophile.
That's your evidence for posting that pedophile stuff about little boys.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of guy is kicking on my door. What kind of guy is walking around my house reading my bank statements? It's a dude that's possibly a pedophile, got a convicted pedophile brother, deputized by the sheriff, walking around possibly stealing my money. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on as I zoom in with my cameras. That's not the type of guy I don't think should be on the police force.
I'm going to refer you again to your deposition. If you don't trust my reading of it, I'm happy to give it to you, Mr. Foreman. But on page 98 of your deposition on that same day, beginning at 9/11, did I ask you this question and did you give me this answer? And again, the only evidence, you don't have any evidence that Brian Newland is a pedophile or plays with little boys. Answer, no, sir. Did I ask you that question? Did you give me that answer?
I don't remember.
Beginning with line 11, ending with line 14 on page 98. You have no evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money, do you?
I know if she hadn't raided my house, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Nor a lawsuit or nothing. They never should have been at my house.
Since you're not going to answer my question, I'm going to go back to your deposition again, Mr. Foreman, page 102.
Your Honor, if I may, can I just enter a continuing objection so I don't have to object every time he does the deposition?
No, it's too important, so please be specific. Thank you.
So I would enter a notation of objection at this point. He is now testifying for a witness. He is no longer refreshing his recollection.
I'll be sensitive to that, so you can rephrase, I'll sustain that. You made the conclusion you didn't have memory, so you've got to go back and fix that.
All right, Judge, I will. Thank you. Do you remember telling me in your deposition, Mr. Foreman, that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
Yeah, I she cut off the cameras, but I didn't know who took them. I didn't know who took them. So for all the officers was a suspect in the first, at first, because I didn't know where. After the deposition, I realized that Brian Newland was in charge of the money, and I knew where to focus everything. But at first, all the cops was a suspect, especially after they cut off my cameras, and I couldn't see what they were doing.
All right. Well, so you don't remember? Is that what you're telling me?
I remember telling you that Lisa, probably didn't take my money,
Okay.
but I just didn't know. I just knew it was missing, and they cut off my cameras, so all of them were suspects until I figured it out.
So until you figured it out?
Until everybody figured it out, until it was solved of where the missing money was.
All right. So just to clear this up and move on, you admit that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
No. But I know if she wasn't there in the first place, we wouldn't be having this conversation or be here.
And is it true that one of your big motivation really in making all of these posts is to make money?
To pay for the damage that they brought to my house under the circumstance that they shouldn't have even been there in the first place.
Okay. So the answer to my question is yes, your motivation was to make money.
To pay for the damages that they brought to my house under the circumstances that they shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Have you made enough yet to make up for it?
Not really.
How much have you made on it?
I don't know exactly, but it wasn't hardly $24,000.
$24,000.
It wasn't that. It wasn't that.
You're still making money on today, right? With the new posts and advertisements and things.
It's publicity.
You're still selling merchandise, aren't you?
No, publicity. Just me. Just everybody. Thanks to them bringing publicity to this, it's just an opportunity to run numbers up and be an entertainer.
And the more lies, outrageous lies you tell about them, the more money you can make, right?
Fact, they never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact, if they hadn't came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact.
They brought
All of
up,
this is their fault, and they have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
so what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
You were at Lisa Phillips's deposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your lawyer's office.
Yes, sir.
Same office where you filmed part of that video last Friday.
Yes, sir.
And you saw how upset she was when she was answering your lawyer's questions about how this had affected her, right?
Yes, yes,
And you saw your attorney say, do we need to take a break?
yes,
And you saw her say, no, let's go on and get this over with.
yes, sir.
You saw all that.
Yes.
You knew she was upset.
Just like she knew I was upset when she was standing in front of my kids with an AR-15 with her hand around the trigger ready to shoot me. Just like she knew I was upset when she cut my cameras. But I'm not a person, she is. So I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators.
Okay. So you saw all that. You saw how upset she was. You heard the testimony about her children. You heard the testimony at the depositions about Randy Newland's daughter who came home upset. You heard all that, but you're still posting stuff about
Yeah,
it.
because I understand it was Randy's fault and all of their fault for coming in my house in the first place. So if they hadn't came to my house, their children wouldn't be saying nothing. None of this would be going home if they did their research and did things right. So all of this is their fault. And now they want to sue me for their mistake.
Is there anything that could change your mind about what you're doing to these deputies?
Is there anything that can change my mind about the fact that they shouldn't have been at my house in the first place? Is there anything that can change my mind about how my money shouldn't have been touched in the first place? No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You want to continue, I'm sorry, Mr. Osborne. Do you want to continue the direct examination of your client now?
Your Honor, I was gonna actually ask for a sidebar so we can talk about that.
Okay, so let's talk about it.
Okay, so I was actually going to not do cross with Mr. Foreman this time. I was gonna hold off until our case in chief.
Yeah, I just offered you the chance to do that. So do you want to do your direct examination on your case in chief right now?
Not right now.
Like the pogo stick of witnesses up and down is what I was talking about. If he testifies on his own direct case, it could be now or it could be later. I just gave the lawyer a chance to do it now or later. He could like, so you'll likely see Mr. Foreman again. This was an examination on the plaintiff's case. You get a chance to hear his testimony on his case. There's your explanation. Thanks, Mr. Foreman. You can stand up.
Plaintiffs rest subject to the admission of all our exhibits, Judge.
Okay, so I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take
Afroman is in a absolutely.
Let me pull that up so we can watch that. They are still deliberating from my understanding. So I will find out what our deliberation is. As soon as a verdict comes back, I'll bring that directly to you guys. Let's see here. And if there's any other testimony that you guys want to watch, just drop it in the chat and I will replay any testimony that we have seen. From lemon pound cake to lick 'em up Lisa or lick 'em down Lisa, whatever her name he gave her. Oh man. Or any other testimony that probably wrong. I have no problem with replaying it because this stuff is hilarious. All right, guys, let's go. So right now, this is closing arguments for anybody that missed it.
They try to at least respect your time and tell you what we're doing. We made it through like the corrections to the jury instructions. Like I've been trying to educate you all the way through. The jury instructions are the textbook at the end. So the lawyers had a chance to drill those down. As I said before, closing arguments are the attorney's argument about what they think the evidence means and how you should do whatever it is they think you should do. So they go first, Mr. Klingler, then Mr. Osborne, then Mr. Klingler. There's like a total of 35 minutes. So I'm going to think 20, 35, 15. But Mr. Klingler can kind of manipulate his time depending on how he wants to do it. So in an hour, you'll be talking to me for about 30 minutes of instructions before you start your deliberations. That's what's ahead of you. If you take notes, just write down argument, not evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, folks. When this trial started, I told you it was about intentional lies that are designed to hurt people. It's not about freedom of speech. It's about defamation. It's about false light defamation, intentional lies designed to hurt people. You've heard all the evidence. You've seen the witnesses. I'm not going to go over it, but I will say a few things to underscore what I think is most important for you to keep in mind as this case is turned over to you, from me, from the plaintiffs, to you. Mr. Foreman perpetuated lies intentionally, repeatedly, over 3.5 years on the internet about these 7 brave deputy sheriffs who've lived in this county for years, risked their lives for this county for years, done their job, been in the community for many, many years. Mr. Foreman did it intentionally. Mr. Foreman knew that what he posted on the internet were lies. He knew there was no theft. He knew there was no sex with Randy Walters' wife. And he certainly knew all of the stuff he's repeatedly posted about Lisa Phillips up until Friday and probably later were lies too. What are we going to do about that? Mr. Foreman told you from the witness stand, there's nothing we can do to stop him because he has freedom of speech to lie about people intentionally. During jury selection, we talked about that. And you all agreed that it's not okay to tell an intentional lie about someone that hurts them. We all agreed. And the judge is going to tell you that in the law that he gives you. So Mr. Foreman is legally wrong when he says he has free speech to tell harmful lies about people and get away with it. That's just legally wrong. You also told me in jury selection that even if somebody does something to you that hurts you, that you think is wrong, like a search warrant execution that you think was unfair, even if somebody does that to you, you told me, we all agreed that that doesn't justify telling intentional lies designed to hurt people. That's what you think. That's what the community thinks. It's what decent people think. But Mr. Foreman thinks it's okay to do what he's done over 3.5 years because they executed a search warrant that broke down his door and disconnected his cameras. You heard from the witness stand from Mr. Foreman the callous indifference that he showed to what he's done, the harm he's done. It's imprinted in your minds, I'm sure, like it is in mine. The tears, the agony from some of these witnesses, don't forget that when you're back in the jury room. That's what this case is about. You are here because you agreed to be here. You showed up on the first day. Not everybody does. A lot of people don't respond to their summons. You did. I asked you, do you want to be on this jury? And you all said, yes, I agreed to be on this jury. You're all here now in this place, in this courtroom, for a reason. And I believe there's a power higher than us that brought you here today to do this job, and that you are the chosen people to do it. Nobody else is going to do it. There's not going to be another trial. There's not going to be a second chance. This is the day to decide whether Mr. Foreman gets away with what he's done and whether these plaintiffs deserve something to make up for what they've been through, and whether the community is told that what he did is unacceptable. It's not okay. We talked about different kinds of damages. There's not going to be economic damages in this case. There's no doctor bills. There's no damaged property. There's damage to reputation. There's pain and suffering. There's public humiliation. There's everything you saw and heard from these detectives from the witness stand. And the only thing you can do as a jury to decide this case is to render a verdict of money that somehow stands in, somehow represents the harm that these deputy sheriffs have been put through over 3.5 years. That's all you can do. You can't issue an order that says stop. You can't issue an order that says, say you're sorry. All you can do is issue a verdict for an amount that fairly stands in, represents what they've been through, what they've lost. No one else is going to do it. The judge isn't going to do it. Court of Appeals isn't going to do it. It's your job. And you're the people meant to do it. Now, I told you in jury selection, if we got to this point, I'd try to give you some ideas about how to evaluate what kind of verdict might make sense in this case. I told you then, and I'll tell you now, there's no formula. There's no easy answer, but there is an answer. And it's the answer that you folks decide among yourselves fairly represents the injuries that these deputies have suffered. And I'll start by posing this question. Do you think that if there had been an advertisement in some newspaper that said, we will give you $2 million if you are willing to go through what Lisa Phillips has been through for the last 3.5 years? Would you take that deal? Do you think she would have taken that deal? Yeah, 2 million, that's a, you know, maybe I'll go through that. Of course not. Do you think Randy Walters? Do you think Brian Newland? Do you think any of these deputies would have accepted some amount of money in order to go through, in exchange for going through what they've been through? I don't think so. And I think you know nothing is worth going through what they've been through. And of course, he says he's not going to stop. He says nothing can stop him. Maybe something can stop him if you tell him through your verdict that he needs to stop. I'm going to tell you what I believe is a fair verdict for these plaintiffs. And it's up to you, of course, again, to make the decision. But I would ask you, I'm going to ask you, and there's a verdict form, which, excuse me 1 minute. Folks, I'm going to show you these forms that you're going to be filling out, just so you're familiar with them. This is just an example. You're going to have a different form for each of these plaintiffs, okay? This one happens to be a verdict form for Lisa Phillips. And I believe the evidence is overwhelming that you'll find in favor of Lisa Phillips. This happens to be her false light claim. There's a separate claim for defamation, a separate form for defamation, and you'll see the jury instructions. Judge Hine has already talked some about that with you. So this is just an example of the verdict form that I'm going to ask you all to sign in favor of Lisa Phillips and all of the plaintiffs on their false light and their defamation claims. Now, There's another form called an interrogatory. And I'm just showing you Lisa Phillips's form. And it says, we, the jury, find damages for plaintiff as follows. And then it gives a little description of the kind of damages. And there's a line for your decision, and there's signature lines for each of you to sign. For Lisa Phillips, I'm not going to show you every form. For Lisa Phillips, folks, I'm asking you to put $1.5 million in that verdict form. $1.5 million for Lisa Phillips from what she's been through for 3.5 years. May be going through for who knows how long. For Brian Newland, I'm asking you to issue a verdict for $1 million for what he's been through with his family, the loss of his dream job here in Adams County. For Randy Walters, I'm asking you for a verdict of $1 million for what he's been through with the allegations and vile videos about his wife. For the other 4 plaintiffs, Sean Grooms, Sean Cooley, Justin Cooley, and Mike Estep, I'm asking you for a total for all 4 of them of $400,000 divided among them however you see fit based on their testimony. You, of course, can award less. You can issue a verdict for more. That's what I'm asking you to say in your verdict form based on this testimony. Now, let me close my remarks by looking into the future here and looking at the future if there's a verdict for the plaintiffs and you award the plaintiffs a fair amount of money. What happens? The plaintiffs are vindicated. The court of public opinion out there, the press, which I know you haven't been looking at, they don't know the facts. You know the facts. And a verdict for the plaintiff will say they were wronged, he was wrong. A verdict for the plaintiffs will make up in some way for what they've been through. A verdict for the plaintiffs will say that we don't condone, we don't approve, you can't get away with what Mr. Foreman's done. Not in this community, not in this country. That's not freedom of speech where we live. That's what a verdict for the plaintiffs will say. Let's look at another possible future if there were to be a verdict for the defendant, or if there were to be a verdict with a small amount of money attached to it. In that case, in that world, in that future, the world is told what he did is okay. What they went through is no big deal. We don't really care. We think it's fine. That's what a verdict for the defendant or a small verdict would say. They would go home subject to even more ridicule. Yeah, you took him on and you lost. See, what he did was fine. I don't have to tell you, you know, that's not the message we want to send. It's not the message you want to send. Folks, I'm done. I've done all I can. These folks called me 3 years ago now and asked, what can we do to stop this? And here we are today. I've done what I can. They've done what they can. They've suffered through the publicity. They could have stopped this case at any time if they would have kowtowed to the pressure, public humiliation that Mr. Foreman continued to put them through, but they didn't. They bravely stood behind their case and their right not to be drugged through the mud with lies in the media. They've done all they can. And now I am giving their case and this decision to you. It's out of my hands. You have to decide what to say to Mr. Foreman and what to say to the community about what he's done and the effects that it's had on these folks. I have full confidence. I fully trust you to make the right decision, to make a fair decision, and to come back with a verdict that's fair for each one of these plaintiffs and that tells the community what you really think about this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton. You have 11 minutes after that. Final. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. This has been a long 3 days. It took a second for me to even count the number. It's been so long. A lot's happened. You've done your duty as jurors. You've paid attention to the evidence. I'm proud of that. What makes our country great is you have the right to have a jury trial. You have the right to people in the community to see this, weigh the evidence, and make a decision. And I'm proud that you guys are here and doing that. We started this time, I talked about this case was about freedom of speech. But let's talk about what it's also about. It's also about music. Not all music is tasteful. Not everybody likes all music. There's some songs I hate. I think we can find plenty of people that find songs they do not like. But Mr. Foreman, Joe, is a rapper and comedian. It's what he's done his whole life is rap, make songs. We got to think of what rap is, because music does not exist in a vacuum. Music evolves over time. Take a look at jazz. It's evolved. At one time, it was distinct in a certain subculture, and it has now expanded. Rap is the same. Rap started out as a means for people to express social commentary, opinions through entertainment. Look at the song by NWA. What are they called? Fuck the Police. I think I said that right. It's a social commentary on what was going on in their lives, their personal effect, the personal things happening to them, combined with entertainment, which unfortunately is exaggeration. Opinion, nothing of fact in that song. It's a commentary on society. And so when you look at rap, you see that over and over again. I had my secretary print me a couple songs, rap songs, while I was pouring a cup of coffee. And the first one was Carly B, WAP. I find it bad to say what WAP means, but it's a popular song. I think it's somewhat derogatory. But then again, I'm not the audience for that song. And I know that. I know nothing in that song. Nothing talking about is true. I know it's not. I know it's entertainment. I know it's social commentary. Miss Grooms testified even her students knew that at a young age. The same thing I knew when I was watching Johnny Carson, The Late Night Show, and SNL, Saturday Night Live, with my grandfather when I was a kid. That's all entertainment. They make fun of everybody for entertainment. And some of it is a social commentary. But it is not fact. And everybody knows that. Nobody looks at Lil Wayne's song Pussy Monster and says there's a monster in that song. Everybody knows it's exaggeration for entertainment. Is he commenting on something? Sure. But it's not fact. And I can keep going. Megan Thee Stallion with sex talk. I mean, it just goes on. They use derogatory language. It's designed to entertain. Drew Hastings, former mayor of Hillsborough, was a comedian. I got to go to one of his stand-ups. Some of it was funny. Some of it wasn't. Some of his jokes, like those of Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor, some of them are not tasteful, but they're still jokes. They're not facts. And we know that. That's what a reasonable person listening to that would understand. And that's the point. This is not a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum. Let's face it, if we lived in a vacuum, we'd all be dead because we couldn't breathe. So we live in a world full of everything where we see things. We watch SNL. We know it's entertainment. We know it's going to pick on people. We understand that they're picking on public officials. Hell, they picked on Joe. They pick on Donald Trump all the time, Sleepy Joe. I mean, go down the list. Even Teflon Ron was made fun of. So as you go back, nobody thinks that's fact. Nobody's going to take it that way. When they post their clips on YouTube, when they post their clips on Facebook, people don't look at it and go, that's the truth. No, they understand it's comedy. They understand they're going to talk about it going forward. And if you look at his posts, you see the little signs of that too. Iteration. Things that you see in a song. I mean, because after all, you know, a song's catchy, right? It has beat, song, you know, words rhyme. You know, she thinks my tractor's sexy and, you know, sticks with you. When we listen to Lemon Pound Cake, you heard the iteration. You heard how it came together as entertainment. So we don't exist in a vacuum, and a reasonable person doesn't exist in the vacuum. As the judge said, you are a reasonable people. You get to decide what's reasonable, which means you get to use your experience. You get to use your understanding of what those are, of your understanding of Joe, of your understanding of rap music, music in general. I'm not going to sit here and say that these 7 people were happy about what happened to them. I'm not going to say that. That'd be stupid. But what I am going to say is they are public officials. We see it on the news all the time, public officials made fun of. Let's go back to voir dire. During my voir dire, we talked about, with the one juror that's gone, we talked about that, yes, I ran for public office. She agreed I put myself out as a public official. She agreed that it was an opinion when someone called me a baby killer. Even our witnesses on the stand, I asked that question. They said a crooked defense attorney is not a vine. It's a matter of opinion. Crooked cops, dirty defense attorneys. Oh, wait, one witness did want to say I might not have taken a shower. But those are all opinions, exaggerations, not statements of fact. And we know that. And that's why public officials are held to a higher standard, because that standard is what is expected of them as subjecting themselves to public scrutiny. They all testify that people have criticized their work. I mean, after all, we look at the search. There is, even Mr. Newland admitted it wasn't perfect. I think we can see from how the money was handled, the investigation. I would have liked to have seen a more thorough job myself. I mean, we have a chain of custody, the money that just leaves it laying there. Mr. Newland didn't know that. We have an unsealed evidence bag. We have 10% of all evidence, money evidence in the Adams County evidence locker miscounted. And then keep in mind that miscount on those is less than what is alleged to miss here. We got people saying we had a miscount, yet they can't even bother to notify the court in an official document that they made a mistake. Just let it ride. As far as the public record knows, which they never corrected, Mr. Foreman never got back all this money. They want to talk about an investigation, but they can't even put in a single piece of paper to correct his mistake. I don't know if I call that lazy or what, but I think it goes to what you consider a fact. Because what is a fact? We can't always know what a fact is. Fact is something you can disprove, right? But can we truly disprove that? Looking at all the evidence, there is questions. If there's questions, it's not a fact. Now, people will form opinions based on that. I formed an opinion. I imagine everybody here's formed an opinion. We know that they formed an opinion because they didn't like being called a thief. So that was their opinion. But people are allowed to have opinions. People are allowed to express them. What people are expressing when they call them thief is not a literal statement. It is not a fact. It is a social commentary on the fact that they didn't do things correctly. And they can't even articulate how they could fix it. That is a social commentary if I ever heard one. They don't like it? That's not their choice to like it or not. They're public officials. They're going to be held to a higher standard. Their work's going to be criticized. I mean, that's just what happens when you're a public official. No reasonable person would expect a police officer not to be criticized. They've all been called names before. Has it affected them personally? Yes. Ms. Grooms testified it made no difference in her life. Her kids didn't take it seriously. And she's taught for damn near 30 years. But they seem to take it seriously. And I come back to Mr. Grooms. He's worried about going out on a call and being shot. Now, maybe I'm old-fashioned. But if I'm going out on a call, I'm worried about getting shot. I'm going to call my wife and tell her to be safe. Not sit here and go, I'm worried about me. That's not what you do. You take care of your family. Mr. Walters wanted to point that out. That just goes to show us he didn't take it seriously. Now, I'm not going to say they're not afraid. Anytime they go on a call, the highway patrol will tell you scariest thing's a traffic stop. You know nothing about the person. You're there by yourself, and things can change in an instant. Is that scary? Fuck yeah. I'd be scared. But if you're truly scared, you take the steps for it. You start having your family do stuff. You start doing that. If you believe what you're saying, you take the steps towards it. We didn't take the steps. No one else talked about how they took the steps either, did they? And why does that matter? Because a reasonable person is going to look at that. After all, let's go back to me not taking a shower. How would you know I didn't take a shower? Hair clumpy, probably matted, probably got dirt all over me. That's how you would see. That's how you would prove if that's an opinion or fact. Now, even then you might say Dave just fell in the mud. But No reasonable person would take it in a vacuum. And I want you to think about everything in context. What rap is music, how it's entertainment, how the language works on it, how jokes are made. I want you to think back to that because that colors how you see it. I love picking on Joe. He's a good sport for it. Look at that suit. Does this look like a man who thinks that everybody's going to assume that everything he's saying is fact? I mean, he's like a comedian. He exaggerates for the sake of entertainment. That's who he is. I'm not going to say it's tasteful to everyone, but some people do find it entertaining. I asked an important question about them. I said, do you believe everything in the newspaper? No. Do you believe everything you read on the internet? No. We all know that to be true. A reasonable person knows that. People can post opinions, social commentary, and hurtful things all over the internet. And it is just to be expected. That's why we are supposed to use our own filter, use our common sense, use our experiences in life. So while hurtful, it was not fact. It was music, entertainment. Stuff that no reasonable person would understand, especially not a public official, because we see it on TV all the time. We see it on the internet. You see it on Facebook. Sometimes people want to turn off Facebook because there's so much political commentary and stuff. But that's expected. Do I expect everything I read is fact? I don't even think most of it's fact. I think it's everybody's opinion, and opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one and it stinks. But that doesn't mean they can't have it. That doesn't mean they can't express them, and that doesn't mean they can't make a song about it. Truth is a defense. That's why we talked about the theft. That's why we showed all that. Because I wanted you to see how the money was handled. There's a lot of confusion around it. And for that reason. Before I get to another point, I want to address something that's bouncing around my head. Bob says, what does this message send if you find for Mr. Foreman? I rephrase that question a little differently. What does this message send if we find that music and social commentary, while maybe not the most tasteful thing in the world, is silenced because a public official, while hurt by it, yes, unhappy by it, yes, pissed off, yes, emotional, yes. What opinion does that sound? I mean, if you can sue people, music artists, comedians, to shut them down, that's what we're looking at here. I'm sorry they feel the way they do. But there's a certain amount that you have to take as a public official. It's part of the duties as a job. As we talked about during voir dire, as I've talked about them being called a baby killer, there's certain things you take and you move on. It's part of the job. The plaintiffs, or I should say Bob, talks about how they wanted it to stop. Where was the certified cease and desist letter? Where was all this done? None of that was done until after they started the lawsuit, until after they brought it to court to make it stop. It's what they wanted to. They wanted to make it stop, yet they asked for money. The commentary on them is nebulous at best. You can see that when you look at it. We have Beetle Bailey, Gomer Pyle, Colonel King Kong Bundy. Some of these names are not as bad as others, yes, but they're all for artistic purpose. They're all for jokes. They're all for entertainment. This is not to paint them in a real light. No reasonable person would think that. It's kind of interesting because even Mr. Newland agreed that when he was called a pedophile by Mr. Foreman, yes, that is a horrible thing to call a person. But even he said it was Mr. Foreman's opinion. So he didn't believe it was a fact. If your own witness doesn't believe it's a fact, how can a reasonable person find it's a fact? Bob went to great lengths to say nothing will stop him. Shows us where we're at. We got to stop his expression. We got to stop entertainment. We got to stop exaggeration. That's what Bob's talking about. What chilling effect does that have on the world we live in? Think about it. You don't like what a commissioner does. You don't like what our prosecutor does. You don't like what any public official does, and you make a joke, and you're drugging the court. It may not have been a tasteful joke. It may have been a bad joke. It may have been the greatest joke ever. But what we're saying is if they don't like it, we're back here. What does that say to freedom of speech? What does that say to the world we live in? That's what this case is about. And Bob knows that. That's why he mentions it. That's why when you look at defamation and the jury instructions, you'll see that the first element of it is a statement. Portrayal of fact has to be portrayed as fact. No music video portrays as a fact. I don't watch Fuck Those Police and turn around and say, you know what, that's a fact. No. I say that's a song and it's entertainment and move on. Sometimes I try to figure out what the words mean, what kind they're getting at, but I don't expect them to present a fact. Fourth element is the proximate cause. It's an interesting question there because you'll get the definition of causation and proximate. And we never talked about that really during the trial. And it's going to be something that I want to discuss. They talked about getting phone calls. None of those posts. Joe never said, call them and tell them this. Mr. Cooley testified that they mailed pound cakes to the office. Joe never said send them a lemon pound cake. These are things that other people have done. Joe never directed them to do it. He didn't cause it. He made a joke. He cannot control how people take it. What they do, he's not that. All he can do is make a joke, make a song. So that's something to consider. Was he the proximate cause or was it someone else? I want you to understand when they get to the question of malice, if you get that far, it has to be actual malice. Public officials, it's a higher standard. Why? Because we hold public officials to a high standard. Let's talk about the false light. That's their second cause of action. That says that a reasonable person would be justified in the eyes of the community, feeling seriously offended and aggrieved. I want you to go in on the eyes of the community. They want to say people's humiliating them, calling them names. The reality is a reasonable person in the eyes of the community is going to say, it's a song. It's a joke. I was flabbergasted to hear it myself, that they even thought it was a joke before they brought the lawsuit. Go to a Halloween party and bring a lemon pound cake. That, I almost have no words for that, honestly, because we're hurt, but it's a joke. Which one is it? So a reasonable person in the eyes of the community would understand it's a joke. Mr. Estep testified about the joke of the shirt. We got the pound cake joke. There's various jokes for this. This was not as negative. This has not changed their view in the eyes of the community because your reputation, which is what they claim is hurt, your reputation is like a shirt. You eat a hot dog, you drop mustard on it, you get stains on your shirt. Nobody's reputation is clean. Everything you do affects your reputation. The way you perform your job affects your reputation. They all admitted to that on the stand because I asked that question. They all said it does. How they counted that money affects their reputation. People can form opinions based on how they did their job and criticize them on it. That's a right we have. You have to forgive me, I had to flip through these some. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare as things change on the fly. I think as you go back and deliberate, take a look at all the exhibits, analyze it in the context of music, entertainment, opinion, social commentary. It's not a fact. And if you look at it, you can see that. Like I said, it may not be tasteful, may not be nice, but even SNL is not nice. South Park's not nice. These things are social commentaries, jokes, entertainment, and some of them are not nice. But you don't have to like everything. You don't have to like everything said about you, and you don't have the right to tell everybody that everything said about you should be sued for, especially if you're a public official. As such, I ask you to deliver a verdict in Joe's favor on all claims. I ask that because when you look at it, no reasonable person could see it as a fact. No reasonable person could see it as even false light. The community, if people called them, that's because the social commentary resonated with someone, resonated with what people experienced in the world. We've lived through a turbulent year, so we've all seen on the news what people are experiencing all over the country. Social commentary resonates because of that. That doesn't make him the proximate cause. That shows a deeper concern in our country that we should be addressing, not sitting here trying to decide if a music video is a fact or not. That's what's at issue here. And I'm confident as you go back in deliberations, you'll come to that conclusion too. And with that, I thank you again for your service, because it is not easy. And what you're about to do is not easy. It takes time and deliberation. It takes hard work. And I appreciate that you guys are willing to do it. And I reiterate again, that's what makes us a great country. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing Mr. Osborne said about sexually explicit songs out in society refer to specific people in the community, like the songs that are at issue here. It's not the same thing. We all know that. These weren't opinions. Mr. Foreman didn't say, in my opinion, Brian Newland is a pedophile. In my opinion, they're all thieves. In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style. He said it like they were facts. And I think Judge Hine is going to instruct you, based on everything that's happened so far, that these were not opinions. They were stated as fact. And your job is to decide whether those facts were true or not. And we know they're not. The case isn't about lemon pound cake. It's about intentional lies designed to hurt people, and they hurt people. If somebody in the jury room says, well, what about his First Amendment rights? You know, and the law tells you, that doesn't allow lies that hurt people. If someone tells you it's just artistic expression, he ought to be free to say what he wants, The answer is he's not allowed to wrap up harmful lies into songs, so-called art, put them out there and get away with it. The packaging of the lie doesn't make it okay. The message was clear. And Mr. Foreman doesn't get to wrap himself in the American flag and say, you can't touch me. I can say what I want, no matter how untrue it is, no matter how much pain it causes people, no matter for how long, because I have freedom of speech. He can't do that. I'm confident you'll tell him he can't do that. Thank you.
Let me acknowledge Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. My thing is, I was gonna ask before we read the jury instructions, if I could use, if we can have a restroom break, but I know it's gonna take some time to read it.
Everybody's gonna stand in their seat and stretch. Nobody's gonna leave the room but you. Because you're pretty prompt with that, so go for it.
Thank you.
I'll just stand up. Blood flowing. Oh, you're my team.
Okay, so that was the opening and the closing statements. Duh, I'm saying something else. That was the closing statement. I am going to. They are still deliberating. I haven't seen anything yet. The verdict has been reached. I will check just to make sure. That there is nothing else as far as a verdict just yet. Let's see here. No verdict just yet. Let me also I am going to go ahead and play some testimony from yesterday where, we seen Officer Pound Cake live in purpose. Live. Let me get that up for us. Yeah, I think yesterday we watched opening statements. Like, this is not a long case at all. Yeah, this first witness, I won't play his testimony again. We went to yesterday after his testimony. I was about to play his testimony. His chipmunk voice. That I don't know. They got these videos all out of order, but we just gonna figure it out. But I know that after he gets off the stand, I believe that they rest their case from the plaintiff's side because then Afroman does testify later today. So let's go look at the other people's testimony and then we'll get into Afroman's testimony. Yeah. Well, the judge seemed like he's very pro plaintiff in this case.
Then Mr. Foreman
So
caused you to leave the sheriff's department.
yeah,
It had to do with the handling of this case.
Can you tell me what fact about you that receding hairline or
he ain't got no hairline.
okay? So there is more reasons then than Mr. Foreman that caused you to leave the sheriff's department.
It had to do with the handling of this case.
Can you tell me what fact about you that receding hairline or dipshit refers to, please?
I'm sorry?
What private fact of yours does that refer to?
I mean, there's a picture of me and see here, talking about, see, I wouldn't trust him with methamphetamine crack ass alone in my house.
So
I find that pretty insulting.
So that statement is what you're suing on.
Well, no, I told you this is one of many.
Well, and that's why we're trying to
You
find.
keep trying to make it singular. I'm telling you, it's not singular, it's plural.
Okay, and so one of them is dipshit, one is receding hairline,
Yep.
and the other is meth heads.
Yes.
Is there any more?
Well, when he's sitting there making accusations against the organization that I, at that time, was working for, destroying community trust, all based off of a lie, that's what ultimately stopped.
And that's community trust in the Adams County Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
Let's go back to what was plaintiff's exhibit 5.
Okay.
I unfortunately don't do technology very well, but this was plaintiff's exhibit 5. You said this was referring to you. Where's your picture in this?
I said, you asked me earlier.
Where's your picture?
No,
in this?
and you asked me
Your
earlier.
Honor, I'd ask the witness to answer the question.
Okay.
You can clarify that there's reason.
Okay. Okay.
Is your picture in this post?
No.
Is that a picture of your father?
Yes.
So this actually pertains more to your father than you.
Correct.
I'd like to look at what was plaintiff's exhibit A.
Can you turn a little bit up?
Well, here, I'll do that.
Just turn it slightly. There. Right. Yep. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's no plaintiff's exhibit A.
Oh, sorry, plaintiff's exhibit.
Thank you.
So this would have been plaintiff's exhibit 1. It says in court early. Were you at that hearing?
No.
So this is a post about a legitimate hearing that we have in this case.
Right.
But you weren't present.
No, no, sir.
Do you know if your attorney was present?
I don't know.
This kind of goes without saying, you're not a judge.
Nope.
You're not.
Exhibit number?
Oh, you're not.
Thank you.
This would be plaintiff's exhibit number 6, the one about Roy Gabbard. You're not a judge?
Nope.
You're not Roy Gabbard?
Nope.
And other than this referring to the Adams County Sheriff's Department somewhere towards the end, that is the only thing in it that you believe is the plaintiff?
I'm sorry. It kicked on right when you were talking. I couldn't hear you. They
Let's
kicked
strike the question.
Okay. I'm sorry. Poor timing.
This would be plaintiff's exhibit number 8. You said you saw this sometime after.
Yeah, it wasn't the day of. It was sometime after. I don't recall.
How long after?
Within a week, I'd say probably.
But you're not identified in here?
No.
And it just talks about the department in general.
Correct.
It just talks about a guy that hit Mr. Foreman's mailbox.
Correct.
And you didn't hit Mr. Foreman's mailbox?
No.
Okay.
Were you ever disciplined because of what happened in the raid?
No.
Were you ever disciplined for anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Other than your voluntary resignation, have you lost any other income?
I've been employed in a year. I've been living off savings. You know, I can't keep gainful employment because I'm going to VA appointments 5 days a week sometimes.
Well, you said that you went to surgery. When did you go into surgery?
I don't remember that. That's been so long ago. It was
It was a nice time at home. You didn't
oh
have
my
any duties.
gosh. Yes.
Was it a long time ago?
I don't recall. I'd say it's been over a year, but the dates I'm sorry, I can't recall it.
So is the allegations of you being a thief come out of the handling of the money during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Yes.
During depositions, I asked you some questions about how money should be counted and cataloged as evidence. Can you explain the process to me of how you count and catalog money as evidence?
Yeah, I mean, you, as far as like what the policy is, or because I don't that policy has changed since then, and we had, but usually what you do is we have a special type of evidence bag. That evidence bag, it'll have denominations of bills. Okay. On that, you count it and you mark it. You know, I got 3 20s. I have 110. You know, you put that money in the bag and seal it up. Does that answer your question?
So you have these evidence bags. You would count out the money. You'd have it recounted. You would then like put a stack of 20s, 10s, 5s, and then down the denomination.
Yeah, it's not counted by the total on the bag. It's counted by each individual bill and the amount of each bill. So you have 3 20s. Mm-hmm. You don't put the total amount of currency. You put the number of bills.
So you
on that type of evidence bag, yes, sir.
So let me rephrase my question as we were talking at the same time. So if I look at the evidence bag, I can know exactly how many 5s are in it, 10s, 20s, 100s?
Correct.
And the evidence is sealed when it leaves the scene?
Most of the time, yes. But as long as it stays in your care and custody, as long as it's not something, if this was something that had a fingerprint, of course, you have to protect that fingerprint until you can get it to a lab. I'm not going to say that every time you leave somewhere, something is sealed, because sometimes, I mean, that's an unrealistic expectation. You know, if I got a gun, but I don't have a gun box to put it in, well, that's going in the trunk of my car until I get a gun box to put it in. Okay. I mean, that's the reality of law enforcement.
But if that gun changed hands by 3 or 4 people, they would all sign the box when they got it to show the chain
Correct.
of evidence.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So anybody in possession, that must be in the chain of evidence.
Correct.
And that's put on the bag or the box in that case.
Well, there's a little thing right on the front. It'll have an evidence chain right below the denominations. It has an evidence chain.
So if you collect a gun, you would sign first. If I hold it, I'd sign second, and so forth and so forth.
Correct.
Now, what happens if you don't have these special evidence bags and you just have a clear bag?
Tell me where you're going with this, why it matters.
This matters, Your Honor, because there is a question about the policies and procedures. And as I said, Mr. Robinson is going to testify, if he's admitted to testify, about an investigation he did. His investigation is very limited, at least from his report would indicate. He only watched video footage, never interviewed anybody. So one of the things I have to counteract that is the fact that the evidence was not handled correctly. And that is what I'm building here. Mr. Cooley is testifying about the exact way in which you would put that in.
Have to do with any issue in this case?
Your Honor, the issue of money is, and missing money is at the very issue. They say they're being called thieves. They're trying to prove it's not a fact. I'm trying to prove that from the evidence and how things were done, you cannot even make that conclusion.
You said recall.
Yes, we do, Judge. Please. That's going to be very long.
In one respect, it's your time to spend. I look at this as marginally relevant, but you can spend the time.
Thank you.
Have at it.
So if you had a plain evidence bag that did not have the place for 5s and 10s, would you handwrite in that information with a permanent marker?
Yes.
So even if the bag was plain, you could write 10 5s, 2 20s, and such?
You can.
But that's the way it should be done, correct?
Well, I'm not going to say that's the way it happens every time. I mean, it's as long as you can protect that evidence to display in court, that's the purpose. You know, I mean, there's a little bit of flexibility in evidence handling based off the situation. But in general, if cash is seized, then yes, you can put the amount. The amount is always going to be on the outside of the bag. Anybody that took exclusive possession of that, yes, they're going to sign that.
Okay. And the money's always counted twice, correct?
Correct.
At least twice, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Even the officer himself probably counted twice, correct?
10 times, honestly. Personal choice there, I guess.
First, you would count it though twice, correct?
Yeah, but
Did you ever have possession of the money during the search, Mr. Foreman's
To be honest with you, I don't recall. I don't believe so, but I don't recall.
That's ridiculous. Come in, sir. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Cooley at this, or Justin Cooley at this time.
Thank you.
No redirection.
Right.
I just call Mikey step. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Michael Eastep,
And Mr. Estep, how are you currently employed?
Adams County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been with the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
over 24 years,
What's your current position with that office?
road patrol supervisor.
How did you get started in law enforcement?
Through the fire service. Actually, some friends in law enforcement were in the fire service and kind of hung out with them. And that's how I began to take an interest in law enforcement.
You live here in Adams County?
I do.
How long have you been in Adams County?
All my life.
Do you have family here?
I do.
You married?
Yes.
Children?
Yes.
The children go to school here, did they?
Yes.
You were part of the team that executed the search warrant on Mr. Foreman's home, is that right?
Yes.
Did you steal any money from Mr. Foreman's home?
No.
We've seen, you've been here the whole trial so far, the last day and a half, right?
Yes.
You've seen all the exhibits?
Yes.
You saw the exhibits that were just shown to Justin Cooley?
Yes.
Did the posts that we've been talking about here in this trial have any effect on you?
Yes.
Explain what you mean, please.
People that we deal with in providing services into the community has called us out, called me a thief. We assisted with a search warrant service here with another agency, and the people who was inside the residence looked at us and says, why are they allowed to do what they're doing? And then they look at it and say, well, you done it to Afroman, they can get by with it, they can do it to us.
Did you ever receive any calls having to do with this case?
Not directly.
Are you aware of calls that were received by dispatch?
Lots of them.
Tell us about that.
My daughter actually works in the dispatch center, along with all the dispatchers that I'm very familiar with, that I work with as co-workers on a day-to-day basis, called and anything from why did you do this to why did you tear down the door? Why don't you pay the guy back? You guys are thieves, and on and on and on.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's hearsay. He was not there. He did not have the phone calls. He's hearing them actually third hand, the way he's described it. He's hearing them from the idea of, from the dispatchers telling him what another person said. So hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay.
What's the purpose?
The purpose, Judge, is my next question was going to be, what effect hearing about these calls to dispatch had on Mr. Estep?
Wait. Just for the jury's benefit, if the content of the calls was an important issue, then we wouldn't let it come in. The speaker or the hearer would have to testify. But the nature of the call, how it affected him, is probative, relevant in this case. So the general description of the calls in the context of how it affected him is the reason you're allowed to hear, not the accuracy of the call, but the effect on the person. Something else, Mr. Osborne?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Just correct.
No, your objection. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Estep, tell us what effect it had on you hearing about these calls that dispatch was receiving about this warrant execution. And
it developed a serious concern of safety to not only me, but the people working with me on those shifts of the days that I was working. Basically, overwhelming of calls that came through, and they were hardly able to keep up with what we have going on in the services that we're providing with nonsense phone calls.
Are you aware of any effect that these these posts had on the sheriff's website?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That is beyond the scope and not even relevant to this. The Sheriff's Department is a government agency. You cannot defame a government agency.
Okay. Mr. Estep, did you, through your attorney, ask Mr. Foreman to take these posts down?
I did.
Have they been taken down to your knowledge?
No.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ron.
Mr. Estep, do you mind if I call you Mike?
That's fine.
You've been an officer for a very long time, over 21 years.
Actually, over 24 full-time years and over 38 and a half as a certified peace officer. State of Ohio.
And during that time, you've never hid your identity as an officer?
No.
Everybody's seen you out in public?
Yes.
Seen you with your wife and kids?
Yes.
And your wife? Strike that question. And so you wear a uniform while you're on duty?
I do.
And you were a sheriff's deputy in 8/21 of 22?
I was.
Okay. And people have criticized your duties before, correct?
Yes.
And you've been called a lot of names by people in 24 years, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Things worse than a thief, correct?
Name-wise, but not as detrimental how people look at you. I mean, you're seeing, people calling you names directly, but not put out there to be detrimental in something that is criminally related.
So people have come up to you and asked you if you were a thief.
I've had phone calls and I've had it happen.
When was the first time that happened to you personally during your career?
In my entire career?
Yes.
I never had anything until this came about.
You never had anybody
Not
ask you
told me.
about being a thief and when
No.
your wife was charged with theft?
No.
When your wife pled guilty to stealing from her employer?
Tell me why you would do that to the jury.
Your Honor, I would
Why
ask
you do
this.
that to the jury?
Your Honor, I'm asking a question that builds on his reputation. He says he has never been called a thief before, yet he keeps saying that everybody treats him differently. This goes to his reputation. He is used to this. Has happened before. To say that this is the only thing causing the problem has ever hurt his reputation. He's opening up the door so that I can ask the question about what's affecting his reputation.
Thank you. Mr. Kramer?
We're not gonna, I assume, have a trial about every family member and what every family member of these plaintiffs might have done in their lives. This is a case about these deputies and about Mr. Eastep. It's not about his wife. It's not about his family. We're going to try a case here about what somebody else might or might have done, or whether they might or might have not been guilty. It's about what he experienced as a result of these.
And how it affected his reputation, which is exactly at issue. He is talking about his reputation, how it's been affected. He's opened it up. Your reputation is your entire life. Everything you do in the community, your family affects your reputation. You can't say that you have, if my brother gets in trouble and people ask me about that.
This case is about what he did to his reputation, not about what.
What was his reputation like before this started then?
So I let you play this out in front of the jury so they can understand how to separate the evidence. There's no claims here for your benefit, ladies and gentlemen, for family member interest. But how family members' reactions to claims affect a person's relative. So you get to hear that my daughter was upset when I was called a derogative term for the benefit, for the relevance of how it's me. Right? Now, take that to this step. If we allow, and we will, testimony about the wife's prior experience, it only goes not to the character of that person, but how it affects the witness. So like, we're not here to try to decide whether or not the spouse has a character flaw or not, but how the whole thief reference should play into his claim for damages, right? Their law school example and arguing with each other is what lawyers do, but you need to understand how to see it. So I'm going to allow this so you can see how it does or does not affect him alone. Just don't get caught up that your spouse's character is your character, because it's not. Enough said, overrule the objection, and then you can renew them as you feel appropriate. Go, re-ask the question.
He answered the question, Your Honor.
Then re-ask it because he shouldn't have.
Okay. So restating the question, Mr. Eastep, your wife did steal from her employer, correct?
Yes,
And it was a felony sum of money, correct?
yes,
Which is over $1,000.
yes,
And you were part of the search of Mr. Foreman's residence, correct?
yes.
Did you ever have any contact with the money?
I noticed money in a coat pocket and I pointed it out to Detective Newland.
And is that the money that Mr. Newland testified earlier that was upstairs?
That should have been some of it, yes. I didn't do the collection of it,
You just pointed it out in the pocket.
yes.
Another officer took it out of the pocket.
I assume.
Okay. Do you remember which officer you pointed it out to?
I told Detective Newland.
You realize that during that search, everything you said was captured on your body cam, correct?
Absolutely.
Did you ever make derogatory remarks during the search warrant about Mr. Foreman?
Not that I can recall.
We lay the foundation. Mr. Eastep, on October 21st, 2022, did you have a body cam on during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Yes,
Was that body cam active the entire time?
yes,
Does it have audio and video recording capabilities? If I show you a clip of that body cam, can you
Sure.
identify it?
sure.
For the benefit of the record, this would be marked Defense Exhibit B. And for the sake of the record, the file would be ACSO3_OK0019_21252.mp4. This is a clip of that file.
Your way to know what portion of time a clock,
Uh,
or when you plug it in, there's a clock time
It should have the date, time, and the timestamp it goes through.
So the court appeals to know that you didn't play the whole thing, you just played X amount of time.
Yes, Your
That's what I'm
Honor.
looking for.
As there's over 8 hours of body cam footage, we
Yeah,
have to.
you just have to make a note. Tell me where you're starting it when you're starting the time clock.
Is this? Yes. Okay. Okay. Your Honor, this would be marked body cam in the upper left-hand corner and the bottom left-hand corner. It has 8/21/2022. Sorry. 8/21/2022, starting at 20:56:02.
That's where you're gonna start playing.
Actually, Your Honor, hold on a second here. It would be starting at 20:56:00.
Thank you.
Mr. Eastoff, I'm going to ask you a few questions before I play this. Can you see what's been marked Exhibit B?
Yes.
So when your body cam is recording, does it record in color?
Yes.
Does it also record in black and white?
Yes.
Okay. Now looking at this, does this appear as you can recall it to be the inside of Mr. Foreman's bedroom?
Yes.
And is the, I don't know why is it. Did you have the date in the bottom corner of it?
Yes.
Is that the correct date for when you searched?
Yes.
So this would be a copy, a segment of your body cam taken that day?
Yes.
I love technology. Your Honor, maybe approach.
What's it have to do with?
It has to do with what I think might be coming up. I wasn't aware that this was going to be shown, but I'm concerned about something.
Sure. Stand up, don't leave, just stretch in front of your chair.
I must say, I was looking forward to seeing a waterbed, and if this judge do not stop, oh my goodness, like.
Some of the stuff I think was mentioned in there. Well, he's just denying.
On your body cam during an official search, you called Mr. Foreman a sex addict?
I couldn't clarify her addict. I couldn't clarify.
Would you like me to replay it?
Yeah.
Mr. Vite, can we turn up the volume? For the sake of the record, since this is roughly about a little under 3 minutes long, we're going to just back up and play some. We really shouldn't let me touch anything technology. I shouldn't break it by touching it. Thank you, Mr. President. You're welcome. So, for the sake of the record, I'm going to start the playback at 33 seconds in.
Under Bronco, I love that stuff because some of the stuff I think was mentioned in there. Louise denied it because says.
Mr. Eastham, do I need to play it again?
I still can't decipher it. I mean, whatever.
Can we get the hearing aids for Mr. Eastham? Mike, we're going to give you a hearing here. This
That would be
should have a
good.
better thing. Can you hear me, Mr. Eastham? Is it too loud for you?
Mm-mm.
For the sake of the record, I'll start at 31 seconds in.
You turn that down.
There's a dial on your
Right here now. What kind of headphones he got in his ears? Oh my goodness. He like, whoop, you gotta turn that down. You gotta blow my eardrum.
Did you grab Mr. Eastham? Okay, we're starting at 38 seconds in after stopping.
YouTube town.
Under Bronco, I love that stuff because some of the stuff I think was mentioned in there.
I don't know.
Louise denied it because says.
Were you able to hear at that time, Mr.
Yeah.
Eastham? Would you agree that you called Mr. Foreman a sex addict?
Yeah.
Okay.
You would agree that this is a public record?
Yes.
So the body cam is available to the public?
Upon request.
Okay. And Mr. Foreman cannot edit any of it, can he?
No.
Do you believe how you do your job duties reflects on your reputation?
Yes.
So someone seeing this could reflect badly on your reputation based on what you did?
Possibly.
That right. That right there.
Now, this is going to be very stupid questions, but Mr. Klingler referred to previous posts when he was asking you about how they affected you. Did any of those posts name you by name?
No.
They just referred generally to the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
So you're just seeking damages based upon what he said about the Sheriff's Department?
No, it's what's been directed to me.
What was directed to you?
Being called a thief.
Okay. Other than that, anything else?
No.
Was there a direct post of you being called a thief?
No, just directed by the people in the community.
Okay, he can't help what other people think, sir. Like you don't know what other people think. Are you for real?
King Kong Bundy.
Yes.
King Kong Bundy.
Good morning, ladies. This guy was easy. Introducing Colonel King Kong Bundy. Laugh out loud. Let me know if you have a nickname better than mine. What you got? Do y'all have a nickname better for him than King Kong Bundy? He the one that's up there in the room talk about, oh, somebody put Mr. Clean. You can see some of the replays. Sugar Lee Hopper. I bet you they was riding him up in this thing. Oh my.
Was a wrestler, correct?
Yes.
Damn good one, correct?
I don't know about that. Can't answer that.
He looked like a big thumb. I'm dead. Not a thumb. Oh my.
There was a t-shirt made calling you King Kong Bundy, correct?
Yes.
He got a t-shirt.
You told me about an incident where a friend of yours made a joke about that, correct?
Wasn't a friend. It was one of the firemen on the fire department that I was chief of.
One of them wore a shirt to the Christmas party.
Mm-hmm.
They thought it was a joke, correct?
I don't know if they thought it was a joke. I mean, I don't know what the true intent of it was, but they wore it. I saw.
You ever had jokes made at your expense?
Oh, yeah.
Made jokes at other people's expense?
Yeah.
So it's a reasonable assumption they bought it as a joke against you?
I would hope. But it's not a good joke.
Hey, some people don't like all jokes. Everybody got humor on different levels. He said somebody wore it to their Christmas party.
So after the search, you went home, correct?
Yes.
And you left directly from the search to go home?
Yes.
After a 19-hour shift?
Yes.
Yes,
No further
made
questions, John.
Susie.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Mike, what's your wife's name?
Renee.
How long have you been married to Renee?
Since 2000. I think 2000.
Since 2000?
Yes.
26 years?
Yes.
Did this felony that Mr. Osborne brought up occur before or after this search?
Long before.
Long before?
Yep.
Did you stay married to Renee in spite of this? Do you think her problems with this felony hurt your reputation?
No. I never got no backlash. I wasn't a part of it. I didn't support it. You know, she paid the consequences and she moved on with life.
And you're still with her?
I'm still with her.
This body cam footage that we saw, did you ever publish that body cam to the world?
No.
Did you ever post that body cam on the internet?
No.
Did you ever share that body cam, and specifically that part of the body cam where you refer to Mr. Foreman as a sex addict? Did you ever share that with anybody?
No.
We saw Mr. Osborne just showed you a post of you being called hunchback or something.
King Kong Bundy.
King Kong Bundy. That's right. Correct them. Get it together.
It's going to be specific names for specific people, and we need to keep things as orderly as possible as to who's called what.
What did he call you in that?
Colonel King Kong Bundy.
Thank you. Colonel King Kong Bundy.
At least he know his name.
Was that post made in the context of all these other posts that call the sheriff's department thieves?
Yes.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Three cross.
Mm-hmm. Come on, King Kong Bundy.
Mr. Eastep, look at what's been marked. This is the post where you're called King Kong Bundy, correct?
Yes.
Does it call you a liar? Strike that. Would you read the entire post?
Just read
This is good morning, ladies. This guy was easy. Introducing Colonel King Kong Bundy. LOL. Let me know if you have a nickname better than mine. What you got? And then
So,
I'm not read this line.
So I'm just
Okay.
worried about Mr. Foreman's statement.
Okay.
So he didn't call you a liar in this post?
No.
Didn't call you a thief?
Nope.
So all the other posts that you would refer to are solely about the sheriff's department being called thieves?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may have a sidebar? Yep.
You know, this is amazing to me how he can be up in this man's and Afroman's bedroom doing a search warrant and saying that he was a sex addict. You could be calling him a sex addict. He didn't say anything bad but call you a name, and you sitting up here at the table like because your feelings been hurt because you've been called King Kong Bundy. Oh, look at them shoes, y'all. Baby, the shoes got the flag on them. Do it, do it, do it, do it.
So, Mr. Osborne's finished. This witness is going to step down. We're going to take like a morning break. Thanks for good work so far. Enjoy yourself. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna move us past this break. I think Drunky's name was something else too, just to be called a thumb. Oh my gosh, I look at my thumb all the time, and it's so bare. Just a thumb. Oh man. To be compared to a thumb.
And so when you're referring to those exhibits that he's presented for, you're referring to the general ones that talked about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as thieves?
Them and some of the posts that was on about me personally. Pardon me?
What kind of posts?
Ones that was just been posted.
Okay.
Been the last few days.
So.
Who is this on the stand? They be starting these feeds in the middle of stuff. Like, it don't seem like they start them right on time or something.
And you've been in law enforcement between the West Union and Adams County Sheriff's Department for 21 years.
Correct.
And you've arrested a lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to verbally, because a shaking of the head doesn't get recorded. And you've been criticized before for your job duties?
Yeah.
And you've been called names before?
Yeah, but no, a thief.
No person ever before has called you a thief in 21 years.
No, they have not.
And you were employed with the Sheriff's Department on 8/21/22,
Correct.
and you took part in the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Correct.
Did you ever encounter the money?
No.
Did you ever see it?
No.
You were never present in any room when it was being counted,
Not when it was being counted.
but when it was maybe sitting on a table or something?
No.
Do you ever remember seeing the money during the search?
I seen some when they pulled it out of some of the pockets.
Okay. So you were there when they pulled the money out of the pocket?
Yeah.
And that's all you saw? in
That's
reference
all
to
I
the money?
seen.
So your job duties were other places during the search?
Yes.
Have you ever been disciplined due to anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Reprimanded in any way?
No.
Were you ever interviewed as part of this investigation into the missing money?
No.
Is it true that Mr. Foreman called you a hunchback
Yes.
and specifically compared you to Quasimodo,
Yes.
the Disney hero?
I'm assuming that's who it is.
Quasimodo from the Disney movie, The Hunchback of Notre Dame?
I've never watched it, so I don't know.
So you would agree that when a person says that someone's a crooked defense attorney, they're not meaning that I'm like a vine, they're meaning that as a opinion, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that when someone calls you a thief, it might be an opinion of theirs?
Can be, yeah.
Same as if when people say crooked cops, it's just an opinion?
Yeah.
And so is your entire claim for false light that you were called a thief?
Yes.
And you would agree that Mr. Foreman is an artist subject to exaggeration?
I guess so, yeah.
And just for the sake of question, nobody would ever think you're Quasimodo from the book, correct?
I don't guess. They, people think different things.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever taken a chance to talk with the local newspaper, the People's Defender or Informer, to tell them your side of the story?
No.
So how long before you filed the lawsuit through your attorney did you send the cease and desist letter to Mr. Foreman?
It was whenever he sent it, when my attorney sent it to him.
So you never sent a cease and desist letter before the lawsuit was filed?
No.
And you're seeking damages due to your reputation, correct?
Correct.
Your reputation in the community locally.
Correct.
Okay. So you don't care what people think of you in Australia?
Not really.
Would you agree that everything you do as an officer reflects on your reputation?
Yeah.
All the good and the bad?
Yeah.
Anything wrong you would have done would be a stain on it?
Yeah.
And you mentioned that people had came up to you in public and called you a thief, correct?
Yes.
You've been criticized for your job duties before, correct? By the public?
Kind of, yeah.
People have said they didn't think you did things right,
Yeah.
and they have a right to criticize you for how you do your job?
Pardon me?
They have a right to comment on how you do your job?
Yeah.
Did you wear a body cam during the search?
Yes.
Can I have a second now?
Let's go ahead.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Go ahead, step down. Thank you. Check up.
May call Sean Cooley. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Sean Cooley,
How is Sean spelled?
SHAWN.
Thank you.
And Mr. Cooley, are you currently employed?
No, sir, I'm retired from the sheriff's office.
When did you retire from the sheriff's office?
I originally retired in 2014. The sheriff, then Kimmy Rogers, asked me to come back a couple times. So eventually I did, and I worked up until about 2 months ago.
So up until 2 months ago, you were back as a deputy sheriff?
Yeah, I started out as a part-time deputy, and then as their manpower dropped, I went ahead and took a full-time position to help them for a while.
And that's here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
When did you begin with the sheriff's department? Sheriff's office?
It would have been late 80s, early 90s.
Okay, long time ago.
Long time ago, yes.
Do you have family here in Adams County?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long have you lived in Adams County?
Over 40 years.
And one of your family members is Justin,
Yes, sir, that's my youngest son.
and he's another plaintiff in this case.
Yes, sir, he is.
You worked with him for a while in the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did. Most of the time we were different shifts.
Okay, but I meant you worked
Yeah,
for the same sheriff's department for a while?
absolutely.
Yes. Are you married?
Yes, sir, I am.
How many children?
4, 2 girls and 2 boys.
Did they go to school here in Adams County?
Yes, sir, they did.
Sean, do you remember giving me a call back in late 2022?
Your Honor, I'm going to object here. I do believe he's starting to move into the realm of attorney-client privilege and opening that. If he opens that door, we do intend to exploit it. And so we would just give the court notice that's what we believe is happening at this time.
Thank you for the heads up. See where it goes.
Thank you, Judge. Let me ask the question this way. Were you looking for an attorney in the fall of 2022?
Yes, sir, we all were.
And just in a nutshell, what were you trying to accomplish by contacting a lawyer?
The posts and the things that were put on the internet about us, as far as us being thieves and different things with our image. We had went to the sheriff when this originally started. Mr. Foreman had an attorney, but he's had two attorneys prior to this one. We had the sheriff contacted, try to get it stopped. Then again with the next one, then again with this one. So our only other alternative was to try to file some kind of suit.
And that's why you ultimately decided to file suit to get it to stop?
Yeah, that was our last alternative.
Has it stopped?
It's gotten much worse.
You were part of the team that executed the warrant on Mr. Foreman's property?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you steal any money?
No, I did not.
Did you have anything to do with the money that evening?
The only thing I had to do with the money, I sat in the kitchen and talked to Mr. Foreman's wife.
Mr. Foreman's wife, Angela?
Yes.
Now, let me just stop you
Or
there.
ex-wife.
Oh, thank you. Ex-wife. Let me stop you there for just a second. How did Angela Foreman end up being in the kitchen of the home that evening?
I don't know which supervisor it was that let her come in.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. If the search warrant is not going to be an issue, if we want to open that door, then I will ask to present that evidence and make that case. But Mr. Klingler now wants to bring up who everybody is there. So if he wants to open that door, I'm going to ask for the same latitude upon my presentation of the case. And I think the court has already made it clear we are not litigating a search warrant.
I'll withdraw the question. I don't need to know how she got there, Judge.
Just for everybody's benefits, they both pushed beyond what I was willing to do. So let's try to keep it focused. Thank you for withdrawing the question.
Thank you, Judge.
Again.
You were explaining what you had to do with the money that evening, so go ahead.
I was sitting in the kitchen on a stool, I believe. Brian Newland brought in a package that he said contained money, laid it there, and asked me to keep an eye on it.
Okay.
And
who was in the kitchen? Sorry, who was in the kitchen with you?
Mr. Foreman's wife.
Okay.
Or ex-wife, I'm not sure.
Just the two of you at the time?
Oh, there's people in and out.
Other deputies?
Other deputies coming in and out, going back and forth to their cars to, to get different items. Sergeant Walters came in at one time and talked to Mr. Foreman on the cell phone.
Okay. So back to the cash. You were asked by Detective Newland to keep an eye on it, and what happened then?
Well, that's what I did. And then a short time later, Mr. Newland came and got it and secured it somewhere.
And that was the extent of your...
Yeah, I never touched the money, never was even really close.
All right. Now, you mentioned earlier your reason for contacting a lawyer in this case. I want to just jump ahead right now to how these posts that referred to you and the other deputies as thieves, has that affected your reputation in the community, do you believe?
Absolutely. There's no doubt it has.
Well, tell us what makes you think that.
To understand that, you've got to go back before this happened. We would go on calls. You very seldom ever have any trouble at anybody. Very, very rarely. You might get a drunk that was smart off or something of this nature. Then he starts calling us thieves on the internet, starts selling merchandise with our photo on it. So now when you go into a bar for a call, you've got people in there screaming, "Hey, you gonna steal all of our money?" Or you go on a call. I had one guy come out of a bedroom after me, call me a thief, want to know why I sold Afroman's money. It just went from being a nice, quiet community a job you felt safe in to a place where you had to look over your shoulder every second.
Do you, based on what you've explained and what you've been through, do you think some of these people who called you thieves really thought you were?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Did you receive any phone calls about this?
I would answer the phone at the sheriff's department because they were overwhelmed. I remember one day there was over 300 calls threatening us, calling us thieves. So we would have to go over and help dispatch because they were overwhelmed. There's only 2 dispatchers. So yeah, they didn't call me directly, but I answered the phone. They would cuss me, threaten to kill me, threaten to kill my kids, threaten to kill my wife. And it got to the point to where my wife and my children couldn't even go to Walmart. You couldn't go into a gas station around here. My youngest daughter would hear the dogs bark at night and come in my room, wake me up terrified that somebody was there to kill us. Because even though they were young, they're still on Facebook. They still see this stuff. And it was just one after another after another. And when it would start to slow down, he would go back and do it all over again and get it all started again. Just like he did a couple of days ago.
Are you aware of posts that are continuing to come out as recently as yesterday?
Some I are.
I'm gonna put my objection in place here. And it'll take a second. So Ohio law has changed since April of 2025. With that, we would have a 60-day notice.
So
of
I
any evidence.
sustain your objection. You can sit down. Thank you. Like at some point in time, we draw the line. I just drew the line of what's evolving in the public. Like we started this trial yesterday, so let's try to stay before yesterday. You're all doing a fine job.
Thank you, Judge.
Fluid.
Yep.
But the trial can't be that fluid. Same.
Are there any other examples that you can think of as you sit here today of ways that these posts about being a thief have affected you in a negative way?
One of the things that really kind of upset me, I was doing an investigation as a detective, and I had to go all the way up to eastern Ohio on the Pennsylvania border. And when I walked into the deputy's room up there to talk to them, they all knew me, all knew that I'd been called a thief, lemon pound cake. You know, it's everywhere. You can go anywhere. And if people recognize you, they start that stuff, whether they're being sarcastic or what. But
And has your image, your face been posted on some of these posts along with, or in the context of the thief accusation?
Well, according to he has posted my image, yes, several times on the internet. He sold merchandise, sweatshirts, T-shirts, things of that nature at all of his venues. Matter of fact, they were for sale at a smoke shop here in town.
Okay. Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
John, for the sake of the record, we have to keep things straight because there is another plaintiff named Sean.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes, sir.
So do you mind if I call you Sean or Sean Cooley during this time?
Whatever you'd like. Well, let's rephrase that. Yeah, that'd be fine.
You can call him lemon pound cake. Call him the lemon man.
I like to pick right up with this visit to the Pennsylvania border. You said they knew you as lemon pound cake.
Yeah, that was what they referred to me as, a person.
And they asked you for your autograph, correct?
One of them did, yes.
And you probably gave it to him.
And so
Your Honor, if we could have a sidebar about the Exhibit D that defense intends to exhibit.
Okay, sounds good. You can go ahead with defense exhibit D.
Yes. I don't think we'll have to stop this one, so we can make that. Let's eliminate all doubts. I'll ask a couple of questions. So, Mr. Cooley, sorry, Sean, you were called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times.
You were
received hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
Okay. And the context of that name comes from a music video that Mr. Foreman created, correct?
I don't know where he got it at, but you'd have to ask him that question.
Okay. Well, I'm going to play what's marked Defense Exhibit D.
I know.
I'd like you to
They
watch
gonna, I'm gonna be in trouble, but we gonna watch this.
Oh.
That song long as hell. Ah.
But there's no question that you during the search.
Yes.
There is question.
No, that was me. Yes, absolutely.
Let me move to CC.
So during the search, Mr. Newman asked you to watch the money,
Correct.
and you watched that money until he came back and got it.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna play what's gonna be Defense Exhibit E. If you'd like to sign the block.
Lemon pound cake. Lemon pound cake. Lemon pound cake. Lemon pound cake. I'll just stay right here.
No.
But you were caught on body cam that time, right?
What do you mean caught?
So other officers who wore body cam you would be seen on that body cam, correct?
Yes. So if I was close to him, I would have, yes.
Oh, let me play this clip for you.
Lemon pound cake.
So off to the extreme left of here, we just saw a gentleman. Was that you?
Yes, I believe so.
So you are in this body cam footage.
Could you run it back just a second and let me see?
Let me start it over.
Okay, that'd be fine.
So just for the sake of the record, we see two people in this video. Do you know who the lady is?
Yeah, I believe that's Mr. Foreman's wife, ex-wife.
Who's the other gentleman in the doorway?
I can't tell, but I don't know.
Would it appear to be Kenneth Dick?
It could be. It's just not.
Yeah, actually, maybe look at this. I think this is a better image of it.
Yeah, it does appear to be Kenny, yes.
Because it is dark on my screen here. Okay, so on the extreme left, we see a gentleman there. Is that you?
Yes, it is.
And this would be during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence, correct?
Yes.
Let me rewind this a second. Looking at the table here in the bottom right-hand corner,
Mm-hmm.
is that the evidence bags with the money?
Yes, sir, it is.
Those were the evidence bags you were just testified to, that you watched the entire time for Mr. Newland?
It's a evidence bag, yes.
So it's not the money evidence bag?
It is the money evidence bag, yes.
Okay. And you're watching it right now, and you're looking at it?
Yes.
And you're walking outside now?
Okay.
The person's following you? Sean, it would be a fair statement to say you didn't watch that money the entire time that Brian Newland left it in your possession, correct?
No, you are correct. But you can also hear me telling the deputy, keep an eye on that money. If you want to play
Which
it back.
deputy was that?
I don't know. I have no idea, but you can hear me and see me talking to another deputy before I walked out.
The guy walking right behind you would have been the one.
No, I was looking, the guy behind me would have been behind me. Just play it back and that's it.
Let's replay.
Okay.
You said you're not worried, no one's here.
Wow.
Oh, let's
I
replay.
believe I told him to keep an eye on the money before that.
Okay, let's play it again. Let's start at, well, let's go back to, did you agree that 0:16 seconds in? it
Yeah,
would
that's
be after
fine.
that?
Yeah. Did you hear it say, what's the money?
No,
Before it said, I'm not worried, there's no one in there.
yeah, that's what you said.
That's why I said yes. Yes.
So the person asked you about watching money. You said you weren't worried because no one was in the place.
It does appear that way, yes.
For the record, 35:27 to 36 minutes even. I got it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, I'm going to say this. I'm going to ask a question. I do not want you to tell me anything you have talked with any attorney with Mr. Klingler or his associate. I do not want to know that. But I do want to know, you said you were looking for an attorney in the fall of 2023, correct?
We all were.
Okay. And so you employed an attorney to send a cease and desist letter prior to sending lawsuit, correct?
No.
Okay.
The testimony was fall of 2022. The litigation was filed in March of 2023, just to make it record.
No, let me rephrase that then. So when I mistakenly referred to fall of 23, it was actually fall of 22, correct?
What was the fall 22? I'm not sure what
You started looking for an attorney in the fall of 2022.
I believe, I don't think I'm the one that made the original call for an attorney.
Okay.
It was one of the other deputies. We had discussed it. We had to have permission from the sheriff at that time to do anything.
You took some of the phone calls, the threatening phone calls, correct?
In dispatch.
Yeah. Did you make a report of those?
They were all documented, yes.
And they investigated and traced the calls?
Couldn't trace them. They were all ghost numbers or showed up as no phone number at all.
So nobody was ever prosecuted? No one was called in to?
Well, they couldn't find them. They don't have any idea who they were.
But you're not saying that was Mr. Foreman making the call, correct?
I don't know whether he did or not. His rhetoric led up to it.
People, during your significant time as a law enforcement officer, the public has criticized your duties, correct?
Yeah, some, yes.
You've been called a lot of derogatory names?
Not really.
This may sound stupid, but I believe it applies to myself. We're not the thinnest people in the world, are we?
I'm not going to call you fat, but okay.
I was calling myself fat. But you would agree that we're not thin people.
Absolutely.
And you would agree that how you conduct yourself during a search and everything reflects directly on your reputation?
Absolutely.
You don't believe everything you read on the internet, do you?
No.
You actually probably don't believe everything you read in the newspaper, do you?
No.
You would agree that Exhibit D that I played, the song Lemon Pound Cake, is a music video for entertainment?
There again, he made accusations that I smoke weed on there, which I don't.
So
that was a lie as well.
So you are suing based upon him saying you smoked weed in a song?
No, I'm just saying that
so that
goes
statement
along
is
with
not
some
part
the
of this
other rhetoric
lawsuit.
he's done.
Let's let him finish.
Okay.
I say that goes along with some of the other rhetoric that he's told about us, lies he's told about us.
Okay. Could that be exaggeration to make the song funny?
I don't think it's funny.
Would a reasonable person listening to that believe that Mr. Foreman is stating facts?
You don't know what somebody's thinking. You wouldn't think we'd get 300 calls a day threatening to kill us. Somebody's buying into it.
So when Jerry Reed sung the song, "When you're hot, you're hot, and when you're not, you're not," and the judge said that to him right before he sentenced him to prison, that's an actual fact, or is that a exaggeration
So
for
we're going to
entertainment?
strike all that because we don't know anything about that case, and he's not going to become a witness. So until you establish a foundation that he knows what you're saying, you don't get to testify. So set it up right, I'll let you do it.
Mr. Cooley, what is your favorite genre of music?
60s.
Give me an example of a song.
Free Bird, American Pie.
Let's take American Pie.
Leonard Skinner.
Is the song American Pie, you've listened to it, correct?
Multiple times, yes.
Is it literally about a pie?
No.
It's more about something else.
Yes.
It's for entertainment.
Yes.
And you were entertained by it.
I like the lyrics, yes.
And you don't, in that song, American Pie, do you believe that was fact?
That what was fact?
What was said in that song?
No.
This may sound stupid, but when people talk about dirty defense attorneys, are they just saying I didn't wash my suit, or are they exaggerating?
I don't know what's on their mind.
It would probably be an opinion though.
There again, I don't know. Maybe they know something on you.
Like I didn't take a shower that day?
Yeah, that or you've done something you shouldn't be doing.
Oh. So when a person yells crooked cops, they may be just referring to cops in general doing bad things?
It could be.
expressing their opinions about what they think?
They could be, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to get this straight. So you're saying that being called Officer Pound Cake has colored you in a false light, correct?
No,
Okay, so being called Officer Pound Cake has nothing to do with this lawsuit.
no,
So the only thing that you're saying painted you in a negative light is the general comments calling the Adams County Sheriff's Department thieves,
they're
correct?
calling me a thief.
So there is a specific post that calls you a thief.
There's photographs of me on it, and he's accusing all of us of being thieves. So that incorporates me as well.
So it refers to the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a group then, and you're part of that,
Just members of the sheriff's department, not the entire sheriff's office.
but it doesn't list your name.
Yeah, there's posts that list my name, I'm sure.
What do you mean you're sure?
I'm pretty sure that there was some that had my name on it. I mean, I don't recall which ones, but
We haven't introduced any to evidence by your attorney. What posts are you referring to? I need a date and time.
I don't know. I'm just saying that there could be. I don't know.
There could be, but you don't know.
Right, right.
Do you mind keeping your testimony to what you know, not what you're guessing at?
Yeah, I have done as far as I can.
As far as you can. So in your defamation claim would be based solely on being called a thief as a group of people, and you're one of those groups.
I'm concerned about me being called a thief as well as my fellow officers.
They get their chance. Let's talk about you.
Right.
Okay. But that's the sole basis of your defamation claim?
Being called a thief?
Yes.
That's the majority of it, yes.
Okay. But not being called Officer Pound Cake?
No.
And may I have a second? Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Redirect?
No redirect.
Thanks.
Next one.
Officer Pound Cake. He like being called Officer Pound Cake, but you're not gonna call him a thief. You didn't really directly even call him a thief. You just said that the Adams County, that could be anybody in the Adams County. Like,
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
I'm Randy Walters.
And Mr. Walters, how are you currently employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a sergeant?
I'm not for sure the date that I was promoted to sergeant. Been with the Sheriff's Office since 2010, I think it was.
Since 2010?
Yes,
How long have you lived in Adams County?
my entire life.
You went to school here?
Yes,
Do you have family here?
yes, I do.
You have a wife and children?
I have a wife, 4 daughters, and 2 little boys, or 2 sons.
So 6 kids altogether.
Yes.
Are all of those your own kids?
We are a little bit of a mixed bag. I have 3 biological kids and 3 children that I adopted through foster care, yes.
What are the ages of your children?
My little boy, who's biological, is 10 years old. My next daughter is 14 years old, who is adopted. And I have a 17-year-old that's adopted, an 18-year-old that's adopted. My 22-year-old son is biologically mine, and my oldest daughter, who's 26, is mine. They're all mine, but biological and otherwise.
Yeah.
And I've had the girls since my 14-year-old was about 2 months old.
And this will become relevant, I think, just a little later, but I'm going to ask you about the race of your adopted kids.
So 2 of my adopted daughters are biracial Hispanic, and my youngest adopted daughter is biracial African American.
And your youngest is the 14-year-old?
No, she's 14, yes.
And in the fall of 2022, she would have been
Around 11, I think.
around 11 or so. How'd you get into law enforcement?
My father was a police officer, and it's just something that I've always worked towards doing.
And you're the rank of sergeant right now?
I am.
And you took part in this search of Mr. Foreman's home back in 2022, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us just a little bit about what your role was in that search, just generally?
I was called in to assist with the search, and you have what's called an entry team. I was asked to come in and help with the entry team on the search.
Did you have anything to do with counting or keeping the money that night?
No.
Have you been accused of stealing money from Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes.
Can we look at Exhibit 27, please? Before we, I don't know if we can do this, Natalie, but can we see the date and the number of views on this?
It's in the bottom. It's really hard to see with the way that the media playing system works because it's blocked by this gray bar, and the gray bar doesn't go away.
All right, so well, let's just play it and see what happens. Thank you.
I pay taxes, I work daily, I get ready, I beat up Bailey, Randy Walters, private eye, I used to look as white, doggy style.
Could you see anywhere on there the date on this video?
It says 3 years ago, 727K on the views.
So it says 3 years ago, that would have been sometime in 2023, I guess. And did
Your
you,
Honor, I'm going to ask, is there a specific date and time on this?
This one, just with the way that on YouTube, it doesn't show the specific date, but I can represent that it was the 23rd of October 2022.
I would object to you representing your honor.
Okay.
So we don't know the exact date from this image.
From this image, no.
2023.
3 years ago, and did you say 727,000 views?
Yes.
All right. Now, we have 3 other exhibits that show the same clip on different platforms and dates. Is that right, Natalie? I'm just trying to figure out the most efficient way to do this. Can you bring up Exhibit 28 and just show us the first slide?
I work daily, I get ready, I beat up Bailey, Randy Walters, private eye, I used to look as white, doggy style.
All right. Now, do we know when that one was posted? Can we see that?
I cannot make out when that one was posted. No.
Can you tell what platform that was posted on?
That's on YouTube, and it seems like 974,000 views.
All right. And is there any indication of a date that you can see?
Not with the words it's covering it up now.
We'll have to figure out how to do that because it ought to be doable.
Well,
all right. Can we do
October 4th, 2022.
You find it?
Yeah, when It was like, it says down below it, October 24th, 2022.
October 4th?
Whatever she did, it took the line down and you can actually see it.
It doesn't go away while the video is paused, so it has to be playing for the.
You have to play the whole thing again, so let's don't do that. Well,
It didn't go away this time.
let's see if it'll go. There we go.
October 4th, 2022, 512, 574.
Thank you.
On the view.
October 4th, 2022. We got a date on that. Let's go to Exhibit 29. And before we, do we know what, can you tell what platform this is?
It says Instagram.
Instagram, and can we find a date?
I couldn't even tell you where to find one on Instagram on that.
All right.
So, well, October 4th, 2022. It says right here.
All right. So,
Your Honor, he says right here, could they please indicate where that is in this?
Yeah, you'll see a logo on the bottom corner. It says Afroman with a symbol in the middle of it. If you look just to the side of that, it says October 4th, 2022 with a heart with 1.1K and messages is 71.
okay.
I cannot read that from here.
Next question. Go ahead.
We got the date on that one. Let's go to Exhibit 30, please.
I work daily. I get rated by Vito Bailey, Randy Walters, Private Eye. I used to hook his wife, doggy style.
Do we know the platform on that one, Mr. Walters?
Is this the same video right here? It's still up because it's
Yes,
Instagram.
same one that's still up.
Instagram.
Yes. Instagram, and can you see a date?
September 25th, I believe, of 2022.
All right, thank you. And can we look at Exhibit 26?
That's why I'm just like they got to be rich.
All right. And I guess we should identify the platform for that one. Can you tell what platform that is?
I believe it's Facebook, August 26, 2023.
Thank you. All right. Did you become aware of these posts, Mr. Walters, at or about the time they were posted?
Yes.
How did you become aware of them?
Of my personal post, I found out from my children. When my daughter came home and advised me that she was getting messed with at school because apparently her mom is having sex with Afroman, and since she's biracial, that must be her daddy, along with being a thief.
And how did that affect you?
It's horrible. It's hard when your job that you're doing affects your family, which affects you. When you have a kid come home crying that's already been through a life, and now they're getting hazed and harassed because somebody thinks it's funny. Somebody knows it's not true. Been with my wife for 28 years. She didn't have an affair with Mr. Foreman. She didn't make my daughter with Mr. Foreman. But now my family has to be harmed because of straight up 100% lies. Where in the world is it okay to make something up for fun that's damaging to others when you know for sure it's an absolute lie? That's a problem.
Some of these posts that we've seen call you a thief.
Yes.
Did that affect you or your job in any way?
Yes, we, as we've already heard, we can't go to calls, not figuratively every call, but the frequency of it, like people automatically, you're still in Mr. Foreman's money. You illegally raided him. You've done all these things. You know, your wife's having sex with him. Is that why you stole his money? Never touched his money. It's been proven. He knows.
Somebody say that to you?
Yes. You can't make these simple street arrests with people that are mouthy. I get that. But now there's just fuel to the rage. And then the fact that at the time I worked night shift, Adams County is a rural county. You do your work in your car a lot of the time. You do your paperwork in your car. Well, try to find someplace safe to sit when you're literally getting death threats because of lies. You're absolutely in fear for your safety to begin with as a police officer. But now intensify that because somebody is lying about a situation that they know the facts of. Now you have to worry about it because the calls, the comments, everything, all lying. It created a situation that was uncalled for, that was unsafe and unhealthy for the officers involved. The problem I have is the respect for my family wasn't near the respect.
This has gone to beyond the narrative.
Overruled.
Mr. Foreman could ask a
Thank
question.
you. It's responsive. Overruled.
Go ahead. The respect for my family, including my law enforcement family, wasn't nothing like the respect I gave to his children the night of the raid. I stopped what I was doing when his wife, who I know and have been friendly with for years as far as being associates, said, hey, somebody pulled, they were next door. Somebody pulled in and they're scared. I stopped what I did, what I was doing, and went and checked on his kids to make sure they were safe because that's a priority to me. But the same respect that was given to his family had no regard to mine or me. And that affects me because to see my family in distress because of my job is distressful to me. To have the public send you death threats over lies is distressing. And it was easy. Stop with the lies. But that wasn't enough. It's happening today. My kids came home yesterday because of new posts,
Your
same
Honor,
thing.
I'm going to renew this objection again.
Yes.
It's beyond the narrative at this point, and further, this is not bringing in evidence that is beyond this.
We're not going to allow like videos from yesterday. I get that. Last Friday, we have a video. I get what you're saying about the evolving nature of the conduct. That testimony is consistent with other people's experiences of the harm. But we're not going to bring in the exhibits. We're not going to bring in the content.
But they can testify about stuff that's happening at this time.
Yeah, it's the effect.
Okay, I
Not
would
the
register
content.
an objection for the record on
Got
that.
it. You're in. Next question.
Had you finished your answer?
Yes.
Any other ways you haven't mentioned that you want to share about how these accusations of a theft and your wife having sex with Mr. Foreman have affected you or your reputation?
It's affected all of our reputations from a baseless lie till now that we are not thieves. We didn't steal his money. I never touched his money, but I'm in the group of thieves. We stole his money. I spoke to him on the phone when he was concerned that he was going to be arrested that night. And apparently in some way on the phone, he didn't like my attitude towards not fixing his door. I'm sorry if you felt that I disrespected you in some way. I was explaining to him that we don't have the means to fix his door. We're leaving it in care of his wife. But I also cooled his fears that we're not coming to arrest you. Deputy or Sergeant Newland would like to talk to you. Get your attorney and come and talk to us. There's not going to be an arrest warrant for you. If we need to talk to you, we can find you. We can call you. You can come in. If arrest warrant would occur, turn yourself in, go through the system and do whatever. Nobody's chasing you through the woods as reported. Nobody's doing any of that. The respect that was given to him, which I guess is not required in society, was not put forward to us.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Also, this is the one where he said that he was banging his wife, and the kids said they came home from school, like people at the school were talking
For
about.
the record, you stated previously your name was Randy Walters.
Randolph Lee Walters Jr.
Okay.
I go
And
by
so
Randy.
you go by Randy.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I call
Yes,
you
it's perfectly fine, sir.
Yeah, he's fraudy. His friends asking him if Afroman is their daddy.
Randy? So you extended Mr. Foreman a significant amount of respect that night.
I felt that I did.
If I show you some of the surveillance footage, can you explain how to show you respect?
Sure.
Do you want to start with?
You must didn't respect him enough.
The exhibit number.
This will be exhibit F, defense exhibit F. This will be an excerpt of the security camera footage of Mr. Foreman for the kitchen of his home. And the time question of August 21st, 2022.
Make sure we get counter time. So we know what the code deals with, know what the jury saw.
Pardon me, I'm
Make
sorry.
sure we get counter time so the court gets shown what the jury saw.
So I'll ask a couple questions before I wait for this demo. So you took part in the search warrant execution.
Yes.
You were part of the breach team into Mr. Foreman's house.
Yes.
You had a riot shield like thing.
No, a ballistic shield, sir.
Well, what's a ballistic shield?
It's a bulletproof shield. It's commonplace when doing raids that police officers get shot,
So,
and it's a safety device.
so it's a safety device shield about yay long with a little hole, a little window in it so you can carry it forward.
Yes.
So you see what has been marked Defense Exhibit F?
Yes. I see something on the screen.
Okay, so on that screen, does that appear to be the kitchen of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Yes.
And you would agree that that gentleman there with the firearm is Mr. Brian Newland?
Yes.
Okay. And so this would be the beginning after breaching the door?
From this, I can't tell what part of the entry it was.
Let me place some order. Okay, so this would be starting the security camera footage of 8/21/2022, starting at 8:13 and 4 seconds PM. I've stopped it here because I want to ask a question. So you talked about a ballistic shield. Is that the ballistic shield you're referring to?
Yes.
And you would be behind that ballistic shield?
Yes.
This has to be the stupidest way to enter a house. Why is he not in front with the shield and everybody else with a non-shield
So
front?
putting this image in perspective,
That seems
you're behind the riot shield.
Yes.
Officer Cooley's behind, or sorry, Officer Sean Cooley's behind you. Brian Newland's in front of you. And
Sean Grooms is going forward with the assault rifle.
Mhm.
And you're flipping off the security camera.
No.
That's not giving no finger.
No, do you know how to use a ballistic shield, or do you like me to tell you?
Let's watch it.
Oh, he's sticking up his middle finger.
Finger went down, right?
There's a light activation on that shield. It's 35
The
pounds.
finger went down, correct?
If you think I was flipping him off, you can think that that's not what it was.
Okay.
There is a light activation on the handle of the shield.
Mr. Walters.
Okay, good.
Wait for the question. So you were called a couple of names by Mr. Foreman, one of those being, what was it? Beetle Bailey.
Yes, sir.
Beetle
Anyone
Bailey.
believe you're Beetle Bailey?
Probably not. That's a drawn cartoon.
Beetle Bailey is a cartoon that's in the newspaper.
Sure.
Been there for years. So that would be an exaggeration. Okay. And when they call you a son of a bitch, that would be an opinion.
I assume that would be an opinion.
Okay. Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch or not.
Yeah, she's been dead for years.
I'm sorry. I am sorry about your mother on that. I am. But you would agree, though, that when someone calls someone a son of a bitch, it's not necessarily a statement of fact. It's more a statement of opinion or a description of a person.
Sure.
Okay. The same thing with being called, I think it's Gomer Pyle.
Yes.
Okay. No one would think you're Gomer Pyle from the movie.
Obviously, that's a character in a movie.
Yeah. But you're not that person.
No.
This may sound stupid, but you've been a law enforcement officer for a long time, correct?
Yes.
You've been called many derogatory names, correct?
Over the years, yes.
You've been called a son of a bitch before, correct?
Not published, but yes.
Okay. You've been called other things even worse, correct?
I'm sure over the years I've been called many things.
It would be fair to say that during those years, people probably said bad things about you and your family also.
You know, I honestly can't remember bad things being said to my family, but I can remember bad things being done to them.
Do you believe everything you read on the internet?
No.
Do you believe everything you read in the newspaper?
No.
You probably tell your kids, don't believe everything you hear, right?
Especially now.
So are you testifying and claiming that because Mr. Foreman called you Gomer Pyle, you've been painted in a false light with the public? I'm taking it one at a time, so I'm going to get to
The Gomer Pyle?
Yes.
I'm not claiming that, sir.
Okay. You're not claiming that being called a son of a bitch is a claim you're pursuing that Mr. Foreman's called you?
Correct, sir.
Being called Beetle Bailey, you're not claiming that as part of defamation proceeding on that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And neither one of those three statements have painted you in a false light, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, it paints you in a different light than what you are, but correct.
So you're solely being painted in a false light due to Mr. Walters saying he had sex with your wife.
Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't.
Good catch on that.
Yeah.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement, is that he said he had sex with your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light.
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Wait, you don't know if your wife's cheating on you or not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question because you said.
Yeah, I do want to go there.
I've been with that woman since middle school.
I know.
I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of?
He gets salty about his wife. Wait a minute.
Is it a thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for a direct the witness to answer the question, yes or no, please.
That you don't like his answer doesn't mean he didn't answer it.
He didn't answer the question. He's told me to ask another person. That is not an answer to the question.
Oh, this judge sucks. Ooh.
That was his answer. You didn't like how it came out, that was his answer.
Oh, we really doing that, Judge?
You can ask him another question.
And so are you claiming that Mr. Foreman saying he had sex with your wife is a private fact about your life?
My family is a private part of my life.
About your wife?
Him having an affair with my wife would definitely be a private part of my life if that was occurring.
And that has affected your reputation?
Yes.
Okay. And so am I right in concluding that the other final statement that you are claiming that Mr. Foreman said about you that painted you in a false light is that you're a thief?
Yes.
Okay. And that stems from all the posts that and all the exhibits that Mr. Klingler referenced earlier?
That's what he showed.
The ones that talk about the police officers in general?
Yes.
Were you ever disciplined due to anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Ever passed up for promotion?
No.
This may be a stupid question. Were you a sergeant before or after the
Before.
search? Okay. Because I know you couldn't remember when, so I was just curious on that.
It was from before.
Okay. Have you ever talked to the People's Defender or Informer about the statements?
We were not allowed.
So you were not allowed by the sheriff of Adams County?
Yes.
And you had a cease and desist letter sent prior to January 1st of 2023?
I personally made no notification.
Okay.
Everything's been made through my attorney.
Okay. But that would be after January 1st, 2023, to your knowledge?
I'm not for sure the date.
Okay. If this lawsuit was filed after January 1st, 2023, you would agree then that it would have happened after that?
I don't know if they sent you guys a letter before or after they filed suit.
Okay.
I do not know that.
Okay. So that would be something I should ask another plaintiff?
Yeah, I didn't handle the paperwork. I don't know what date you got that, sir.
Okay. Do you agree that how you act during your job duties affects your reputation?
It does.
And I think I've asked this, but I'll ask again. The public has commented on your job duties in the past?
I'm sure they have.
They've been critical of you?
I'm sure they have.
Did you order Lisa Phillips to disconnect the security camera?
I don't, and I haven't reviewed the body cam since that event. I know that the intent, if I can, for the camera system is, in speaking with Detective Newland, that they thought there was some type of operation of narcotics transfers there. So it would be obvious that if there's a surveillance system, that would be on it. That camera system was disconnected with my multi-tool by Sergeant Phillips. I will trust in the fact, because I have not reviewed it, that I said, hey, disconnect it. I don't know for sure that I did, but I know that she used the multi-tool to disconnect it, and it was placed in the central area in that room for evidence to be collected, because it was to be collected. Because obviously, if you thought something was going on in the residence, you collect the surveillance system, you go later and get another search warrant. I didn't find out until a couple of days later that that was not actually collected.
It was left at the scene,
Yes,
but it was disconnected.
yes,
And you were
to
standing
take
there
as evidence.
to take as evidence,
Yes,
but it was not taken as evidence.
it was not.
So the only thing taken as evidence, significant evidence, was the cash.
There was a jar of marijuana that was found in like the ball cap room, some cash, and some vapes, as I remember.
No one was arrested for threatening you, correct?
Not our choice, but no.
That was a choice made by the sheriff?
I can't tell you whose choice it was. I know that the agency as a whole was very upset and very concerned. And between the powers that be, whoever that is, there was no charges filed.
Okay. This may sound stupid, but being a son of a bitch is not a crime, correct?
No.
Can I have a second, Howard? Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Walters, I'm not going to put the body cam up again. I was frankly a little confused about what it was supposed to show, but explain to me what it was that Mr. Osborne said he thought he saw that you were explaining.
May I stand up, sir?
Yeah.
A ballistic shield weighs about 35 pounds. Okay, it's very big. One hand has your firearm, or if you're using it for something. The other hand, there's a bar like this. To activate the lights that's on the front of it, there is an activation switch on the shield. That's what occurred.
So so your finger moved or something?
Yes, that's how you activate the shield. And it's also 35 pounds. Once you're carrying it for a while, it takes a toll.
So were you trying to flip the bird to his security camera or something? Or
no?
We're trying to make a disrespectful gesture in any way?
No.
You were asked a lot of questions by Mr. Osborne about things you might have been called before, criticisms you might have undergone before. Has anyone called you a thief before and published it?
No.
Has anyone ever published a statement that they fucked your wife?
No.
Have your kids come home upset because somebody said Afroman somebody else was their father at some point before this?
As recent as yesterday. Because everything is brought back up again.
Were you at Mr. Foreman's deposition?
I was not.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Recross.
Your Honor, I had no recross of Mr. Walters.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
You have a witness coming at 1 o'clock, right? Okay, so we have lunch break till about 1 o'clock. Enjoy yourself. Don't talk about the case. Don't research. Decompress, whatever it means. Get some fresh air, stretch. Don't deliberate thoroughly. Have a good lunch.
This is like amazing. Okay, so I'm gonna put on the last part that I see right now.
You won't expect to have private representatives.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Brian Newland.
And Mr. Newland, where do you live? No street address, just generally.
I live in Adams County, Ohio.
And how long have you lived in Adams County?
From 1995 to 2010, and then from 2015 to current.
What were you doing between 2010 and 2015?
I was in the United States Army.
Honorable discharge?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
And when did you start in law enforcement?
I originally started in law enforcement in 2014
And what position was that?
as a deputy sheriff,
Where?
the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
And then how long were you a deputy in the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
The Adams County Sheriff's Office was my first full-time job in law enforcement, and that was from 2014 until 2023.
All right. And why did you become a deputy sheriff?
After I got out of the military, I just wanted a job that I thought would be exciting, something different. So I chose law enforcement.
Do you have family here in Adams County?
Yes.
Can you tell us who?
All my family's here. My kids, my grandparents, my mom, my brothers, cousins, aunts, uncles.
Did your children go to school in Adams County, or do they?
Yes.
You were involved in the execution of a search warrant back in August of 2022.
Yes, I was.
And I want to take you back to the night of August 21st, 2022. Were you part of a team that searched Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes.
What was your role in obtaining that warrant?
I prepared the search warrant based off information I was provided, and then I met with the judge and the prosecutor at the time prior to serving the search warrant.
And was a warrant approved?
Yes.
Can you tell us where what the subject of the search was? Locate the property of the search.
It was the residence of Mr. Foreman. I believe the address is 1699 Russellville Road.
That's here at Adams County, correct?
Yes.
Now, were the other plaintiffs here in the courtroom, were they also deputy sheriffs or part-time deputy sheriffs that participated in that search?
Yes, they were.
And was Mr. Foreman at home during the search?
No.
Were Mr. Foreman's children present during the warrant execution?
No.
Was anyone present other than you and your fellow officers?
At the time of arrival, no.
Was anything seized or taken from Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes, there was some money and a small amount of marijuana and some miscellaneous drug paraphernalia.
Why was the cash taken?
It's common with any type of drug seizure. We seize the money in cases proceeds from drug-related sales or drug trafficking activity.
Was it that money potential evidence?
Correct.
What was your role in seizing this cash, Detective?
I'm sorry.
Well, maybe I got ahead of myself. Was cash located in the property?
Yes.
Do you remember how much approximately?
Approximately $4,000.
And did you play a role in taking that cash?
Yes.
What was your role?
I was provided the cash or provided the money that was located by another deputy. I counted out the money, put it in an evidence bag, and then at the end of the search, I transported it back to the sheriff's office.
All right. Did you take any of the money?
No.
Did you ever take any money from the evidence bag?
No.
Did you ever take any of Mr. Foreman's money?
No.
Was your counting of the cash recorded on your body cam?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review that?
I have.
Has Mr. Foreman accused you of taking his money?
Yes.
Are you aware that the cash was ultimately returned to Mr. Foreman?
Yes.
And can you tell us why that was?
The prosecutor at the time decided we're not going to pursue any criminal charges, and the property was released back to him.
Okay. Were you present when Mr. Foreman picked up the cash that had been seized?
No.
Do you know whether any press was invited to attend the return of this cash?
I learned that there was later.
Okay, but you weren't there.
Correct.
Can you tell us what happened when the money was returned to Mr. Foreman?
Your Honor, I would object to that. He's already testified he wasn't there.
Okay, let me rephrase it. That's fair. Was an allegation made that there was less cash than there should have been?
Yes.
And who made that allegation?
I believe Mr. Foreman.
How did you learn about this discrepancy?
The evidence technician that releases property had called me and told me that the account was short.
Tell us what you mean by that. Account was short.
Just that there was more money listed than what there was inside, and that was less money was returned than what was indicated.
And where was this amount indicated?
On the bag.
On evidence bag?
Correct.
So I'm understanding you correctly. The amount of money that was indicated on the evidence bag was more than what was actually returned to Mr. Foreman.
Correct.
And were you able to account for that discrepancy?
I wasn't. No.
What happened?
Once the allegation was made, the sheriff contacted the Claremont County Sheriff's Office to conduct an independent investigation.
Do you know whether an independent investigation was conducted by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And do you know the results of that investigation?
They were to determine that I miscounted the money during my original count.
All right. Did they conclude that any money had been taken?
They said there was not any money taken.
Did that stop Mr. Foreman from continuing to claim you had stolen $400?
No.
Did he accuse anyone other than you of stealing money?
Multiple times he accuses all of being thieves.
Do you know where he made these allegations?
Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, social media.
How did you learn about these accusations on the internet that you were a thief?
Friends and family were sending them to me.
Were the accusations true?
No.
I think you said you've reviewed your body-worn camera from that night?
Yes.
And were you able to tell what happened?
From what it appears, if I began counting money, I stopped to reshuffle money that was in my hand and then began counting again after putting money down. And there was, at some point, there was a discrepancy in the amount that there was and the amount that I counted.
Was it a miscount?
Yes.
Now, were any charges that are brought against Mr. Foreman as a result of this warrant execution? I may have asked you that, I'm sorry.
No.
Sometime after the execution of this warrant, Detective Newland, did you become aware that Mr. Foreman had posted certain things other than being a thief about you on social media?
Yes.
And how did you learn about these posts?
Friends and family were also sending them to me.
Ms. Gratzer, could we see exhibit 16?
Yes. Let me just switch it to the other, to the issue line. I'm right. So
What is she wearing? It's card on?
She's switched to the left wall, I believe.
It's loud.
All right.
I'm gonna go to card.
Yes.
Okay, can we blow that up some? All right. Detective Newland, we're showing exhibit 16.
Hold on, I'm trying to see if they're gonna read it.
What this is?
If not, I'll read it.
It's one of the posts from Mr. Foreman that I was sent about me being a pedophile.
Okay, so it says this is the uneducated and now, a police officer that stole my money. His name is Baby Macon Brian. Child, and oh gosh, new baby mama, newborn, Newland. Detective Brian Newland. Something about him. The chorus goes like this. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Brian Newland is a flag. He used to play with little toys. Now he plays with little boys. Watch your little boys around Brian Newland. He is very bold. He will fondle the boys. Balls. Oh gosh. And she right in front of you in broad daylight. This is a public service announcement. Please stay safe. No, not with his face on there. No, detective. Whoa. Okay, not maybe it just goes in the butt cheeks. Okay.
And am I reading the date right? September 2nd, 2023?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you to
His voice
read,
don't
I
help
will read part of it just to make sure
OMG.
in the record and that people are clear on what it said. This is the uneducated can't count pedophile police officer that stole my money. His name is baby making Brian, child molesting, newborn baby mama, newborn Newland, Detective Brian Newland. I have a song coming out about him. The chorus goes like this. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Brian Newland is a flag. He used to play with little toys. Now he plays with little boys. Watch your little boys around Brian Newland. He's very bold. He will fondle little boys' testicles and butt cheeks right in front of you in broad daylight. This is a public service announcement. Stay safe. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Can we see exhibit 17?
I don't know what I'm gonna do because they got him, and he holding the little boy, and the little boy got this. I was doing this little boy, he got the little sad face. I cannot. Why? X? Why? Oh my God! You talk about throwing somebody up under the bus and not giving them no sympathy. You know, I guess it's good that I'm rehearing this back. Oh my gosh, my microphone sounds terrible. Do it sound better now? Because it seems like it's cutting in and out. I think I probably need to pull my mic.
Your brother convicted of a misdemeanor?
Yes.
What was that?
I don't recall what the charge was.
It was a misdemeanor charge?
It was a misdemeanor, correct?
Did you have anything to do with that crime?
No, I do not.
Have you ever been accused or convicted of pedophilia?
No.
Let's look at it. Let's see, number 18, is that a video? All right. Should we play the whole thing? Or what, do we have a clip?
Lord, yes. Baby making Brian newborn Newland. Yeah, the serial statutory rapist with the pedophile brother fired from the People's Police Station. Will you stop singing Dick Pig Williams?
All right, and let's take a look at number 10. Is this a okay. Let's see. He used to do hard drugs. It it says there in the third or fourth line. Did you ever do hard drugs, Detective Newland?
No.
T-shirts on sale. You see that?
Yes.
Let's look at Exhibit 15, please. And can you tell, Detective, is this a picture of you at the entering the or somewhere in the?
So right here is gonna be it's a photo of baby making Brian. And then he put a post on a social media platform. I believe it's Facebook, and it says baby making Brian newborn Newland, thief, cheater, and his brother is a pedo. I hope this post doesn't bring him any humiliation. Oh, it says, I hope this post doesn't bring him any humiliation, ridicule, mental stress, and loss of reputation. Defund the police. Mr. Checkpoint. So he said he didn't want that to happen to him. I hope this post doesn't bring him any humiliation, ridicule, mental stress, and loss of reputation. So he didn't mean no harm by saying this stuff, right? Okay.
Property of Mr. Foreman during the search.
Yes.
And let's take a look at 14. And do you know where this was taken? I guess you weren't there.
It appears to be the inside of the interview room at the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
Would that have been where his money was returned to him?
Yes.
When I went to go get my money and we realized that baby making Brian newborn Newland has stole 400 for skunning out of the evidence money. Baby making Brian newborn Newland shirts are now on sale. Go cop them at OGAfro.com. Afroman.com. Let me get that right. www.ogafroman.com. Buy one of these shirts and help him get his $400 back, y'all. He trying to get that false gunning back.
And part of what it says is, when I went to get my money and we realized baby making Brian newborn Newland had stolen $400 out of the evidence money. Again, did you ever steal any of his money?
No.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 15, please. Or did we do 15? Sorry. Number 2.
You're telling the truth and the truth.
Okay.
Objection.
Yes, Your Honor, I have after objection.
Come to order.
Your Honor, this objection is video because this video, if I'm not mistaken, was published within the last 2 weeks. The law on this has changed. Ohio has actually passed what's called an anti-SLAPP law, which therefore extends immunity to things, actually, in a way, increasing a person's freedom of speech rights in Ohio. Thus, this evidence to be tried here would be tried under a completely different standard than when this case was started.
Comment?
That law doesn't apply to this case, Judge, or this evidence.
Your Honor, it would apply clearly. He has no analysis other than say that I submitted a written brief to the court on this matter.
I think that was submitted Sunday.
So like I'll note the objection to overrule it, a lot to be played. Got your objection down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Can you expand it a little bit or not?
I cannot.
So we can see the sign? Okay. Detective Newland, can you see what that sign says?
Yes,
What is it? Would you read it for us?
they stole my money.
Okay. Go ahead and play.
Videos selling my truth and my proof. How can you take me to court when you stole my money and it's $400 short? You vandalized my.
But that's it.
Yeah, Brian Newland stole my money.
Brian Newland
Stole
stole
from
my
me.
money. And that was just published in the last few days, as far as you know?
Yes.
Can we look at number 3, please? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Can you take me to court when you stole my money?
It looks like this one is on YouTube.
And the other one was Instagram?
Yes,
So 2 different platforms, same video.
yes.
And can we look at Exhibit 9, please? And I'm looking specifically about halfway, a little more than halfway down. Do you see, Detective, where it's posted, not only did he steal my money from my house, he stole money out of the evidence room at the Adams County Sheriff's Department, away from my house, making the Adams County Sheriff's Department the new crime scene. I'll just stop there. Again, did you ever steal any money from his house or from the Sheriff's Department evidence room?
No.
What's the platform?
Can you see what that one was, Detective?
I can't see on here.
Is that Facebook? No, it's Facebook. I'll represent that it's Facebook, Your Honor.
You go ahead.
So, and we can take that down or whatever. We don't need to keep it up. I don't care, but I'm done with the exhibits right now. Detective, I just want to ask you, the first one we saw with you holding, it looks like a child with a smiley face.
Yeah.
What was that originally a photo of?
That was someone in the shop with the cop events at the sheriff's office.
Well, what's a shop with a cop event?
It's where the community donates money, and then local law enforcement will take lower income children to Walmart and let them shop for Christmas.
And did you participate in that event regularly?
Yes.
And do you know what year that picture was taken from?
I don't recall.
All right. And the little boy you were holding there, can you tell us anything about who that was? Not his name, of course, but who it was?
Just a cool little boy that got paid for shop the cop and chose me to be his officer.
Chose you to be what?
His officer.
And what did you do? Did you do something with him, shop with him, or what?
We put him in the cruisers, turn the license items on, parade through town, and we go to Walmart and help him shop. And we come back to the fire department or whatever and help them get their toys ready or play or, and feed them pizza, stuff like that.
And you did that more than 1 year?
Yes.
And that was a photo that Mr. Foreman or somebody on his behalf took and used in that pedophile posting?
Yes.
So, Detective, what effect did it have on you when you saw these posts that you're a pedophile?
I was angry, sad, depressed, upset.
Why were you sad or upset? Isn't it just somebody exaggerating or making jokes or
No,
comment?
I didn't find it funny at all. I work in law enforcement, have kids, have friends, family. I was involved in the schools. And then I'm being blasted all over social media for the entire United States to see that I'm a pedophile.
Did you ever have any evidence that other people were seeing these things other than the fact that it's on social media? Did anybody ever say anything or do anything to indicate they'd seen it?
I've had comments made to me since day one.
Like what?
If you want the most recent example, yesterday there was a cheer competition with Adams. I walked my 3-year-old son in to watch his sister cheer, and somebody asked me if that was another little boy I'm touching.
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
Where? What competition?
At the North Adams cheerleading competition.
What other examples?
Every time you go to an event, another comment's made or somebody says something. Another one I can recall was meet the team night for my daughters. We was in line to get slushies and people were making comments behind me.
What comments?
I just called me a thief and a pedophile and why was I there? And then started playing music, playing some of his songs on their phones.
Some of Mr. Foreman's Afroman songs?
Yes.
This case isn't about your kids. They're not plaintiffs, but did this have any effect on your kids that affected you in turn?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. We had a motion, I filed, and responded.
He does better than ask questions because I don't care about the kids because he didn't bring the kids in. So, same.
What other indications have you had, Detective, that people are seeing and responding to this accusation that you're a pedophile?
Just what's been said to me. It's been shared, been sent to me. People make comments at games, while in the store. It's just there's so much stuff's happened. I don't even remember half of it.
So you were a Hamilton County deputy sheriff. Sorry, I said that earlier. You were an Adams County deputy sheriff, and you're not anymore?
Correct.
Why?
I ended up leaving the sheriff's office just because of this, because of being called a pedophile and a thief.
Explain to us just a little more about why that was so upsetting that you actually left your job.
Because the sheriff's office, so I'm from Adams County, it's where all my family and friends are from. The sheriff's office was my dream job, my position. I was friends with everybody, and it was where I planned to stay through my career. I dedicated a lot of time over 10 years to Adams County. Whether it was a calling at 1 o'clock in the morning or working 14 hours, I dedicated a lot of my time to Adams County, and I loved working at the sheriff's office. But it just got to be so much. If you go to a call or take a phone call or you make a traffic stop, something said. You go to Walmart, something said. I stopped going to my kids' games for a little bit because every time I would show up, everybody would be looking at me or something would be said to me. Just spared their embarrassment.
So when did you leave the sheriff's office?
I ended up leaving in October of 2023.
You have do your kids' friends come to your house and hang out?
They don't anymore.
Did they used to?
They used to have huge slumber parties, especially on their birthdays. They'd have 10 or 11 kids over, and essentially once they started, it stopped. I don't recall the last time my daughters have had a friend over, if they've had one ever since then.
Detective, did you ask Mr. Foreman to take down these posts?
I didn't personally.
Did you, through your attorney?
Yes.
And have they been taken down?
No.
Are they still there?
Yes.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
This is a good time for a 10-minute break.
Yes.
Then we'll do that. Come off the record for a 10-minute break. Thank you.
When you went to Norwood, you got a pay raise, correct?
Yes.
You were asked questions about a search warrant. Is it correct to say you were the chief in charge of executing that search warrant?
Correct.
Okay. And you counted all the money?
I did.
You had full control of it the whole time?
Not the entire time, no.
Okay. So walk me through the process by which you cataloged the money.
So while we were conducting a search of the residence, another deputy located the money, I believe, in a jacket pocket from a suit. He handed me the money, explained to me where he found it. At that point, I start to count it in the same room. Once I count it, I collect it, put it in Evan's bag, and take it downstairs.
So let's back up. That was very general. So when you counted it, where did you count it?
I counted it in the bedroom where it was located.
And you counted it on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. And you made specific piles?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's not all the money that was recovered is what was coming out of the suit, right?
Correct.
Where was the other money recovered?
There was more money recovered from, I believe it was an office downstairs.
Okay. And where did you count that money?
In that room.
On the floor?
I don't recall if it was on the floor or maybe on a desk that was there.
Okay. And you were wearing your body cam the whole time?
Yes.
What was the time difference between the suit jacket money and the money downstairs?
I don't recall.
You reviewed your body camera?
Yeah, it's been a year. I reviewed it every year, but I don't recall what the time frame was.
Mr. Newland, let's ask that question. You were deposed, correct?
Yes.
You were deposed on August 8th of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Have you watched the body cam since then?
I haven't. Well, I take that back. I've watched pieces of it. Haven't watched the entire thing.
What pieces have you watched?
Just of me counting the money from the bedroom.
You watched only the part of your body cam where you recounted the money in the bedroom only?
Correct.
You never watched the part for downstairs?
I did not.
You never watched the part where you sealed the evidence bag?
No.
Did you seal the evidence bag?
The evidence bag was not initially sealed, no.
What do you mean by initially sealed?
So it's not a self-sealing bag. It has to be taped.
Mm-hmm.
So it was placed in an evidence bag and brought downstairs to a central location until it was transported to the sheriff's office.
In a central location, where was that?
In the kitchen.
And you left it there alone?
No.
Who did you leave it?
When I first got downstairs, Officer Cooley was sitting in the counter and I asked him to keep an eye on it while I continued the search.
Okay, and did he keep an eye on it?
As far as I know, yes.
What do you mean as far as you know?
I mean, I wasn't there the entire time. I went on to continue searching the residence and come back down.
But wouldn't he be in the chain of custody?
Yeah.
So did he sign the evidence bag?
No, I didn't. He wasn't in charge of the custody in that sense of signing or sealing the evidence bag. I just brought the cash down while we was still conducting the search and asked for him to keep an eye on it.
So the cash was never left alone?
That's my knowledge, no.
Were you interviewed by a Mr. Robinson in relation to this matter?
No.
Okay. Report about the missing money?
I didn't know.
So there was this question about a return on a search warrant. Can you explain what that is?
The return?
Yes.
It's just an itemized list of properties seized from the location during a search warrant service.
Did it include an amount of money seized on it?
Yes.
Does that amount of money match what was written on the evidence bag?
Yes.
So as far as the court knows, there was more money taken than what was returned?
I'm sorry.
So as far as the court knows with the return, more money was taken than what was returned?
That's the way it appeared, yes.
Did you put in an amended search warrant return?
I don't believe so.
So you never corrected your statement to the court?
Correct.
Okay. Does the Adams County Sheriff's Office have a policy and procedure pertaining to the counting of money as evidence?
I believe so.
What do you mean you believe so?
I have worked there in almost 3 years.
Well, before you worked there, did they have one?
It was, I don't necessarily know that it was a written policy, but it was to have 2 people count the money.
Did 2 people count the money?
No.
Oh, man, I'm confused on that. Can you tell me why?
So explain to me why it matters. Where you're going in this case's context, tell me why it's wrong.
Your Honor, this is relevant because if the evidence that Mr. Robinson is admitted, which he has not been here yet, but if it is admitted, this would be direct evidence, since he did not interview the person who counted the money, this would go to counter Mr. Robinson's report. And actually in my motion in limine, I talked about it in the idea that we did not have time to depose Mr. Robinson to determine what his investigation was or who he interviewed. As such, I'm asking a leading question of Mr. Newland because he didn't follow the policies and procedures. This was not taken into account by Mr. Robinson, and Mr. Robinson has made certain conclusions in his report that this would tend to cause issue with.
Mr. Robinson on the witness list?
Mr. Robinson is listed on Mr. Klingler's witness list.
You know, call?
Depending on what happens, you might be.
My concern is going to be hearsay. And everything you're asking the wrong witness is in that category. I get what you're doing. I just try to follow the variable of breadcrumbs.
I'm afraid I'm not understanding the hearsay argument, Your Honor.
He's going to say what another person said and observed. Didn't see it, but read about it or didn't have it firsthand. He never said he wasn't involved in that part of it. It gives you room to work.
I have moved past that. That's where I was talking about the policies and procedures, which would not be hearsay in the idea he should.
No, I get that. I'm just trying to track where you're going so I don't miss the ship sailing. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Newland, you worked at the Adams County Sheriff's Office from, what was the date on that? 2014 to 2023.
Yes.
During that time, when you started the Sheriff's Office in 2014, you reviewed the policies and procedures?
Yes.
So you would have seen the policy on counting cash?
If there was one at the time, yes. I don't recall.
So you don't know if there was a policy at the time?
Correct.
Okay. So how do you know it was supposed to be counted by 2 people?
That was the practice that we normally adhere to. It would be counted by one and then recounted by a second.
Okay. And the second person would initial the evidence back?
No, it was just kind of like almost like a system of checks and balances. And then the seizing officer would still instill the evidence.
This may sound an extremely stupid question. How many times did you count the money?
I counted it one time.
Why only once?
At the time, there was so much going on. I counted the one time, put it in the bag, and until he got done.
Okay. So when you retrieved the bag, you never counted it again?
Correct.
Okay. Did you seal the evidence bag before you left?
I did not.
Okay. Did you seal the evidence bag at the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, it was sealed down at the county sheriff's office.
I didn't ask if it was sealed. I asked if you sealed it.
Yes, I would have sealed the bag.
Back to the deposition of August 8th, 2025. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Do you remember I asked you about the money?
I remember that conversation about the money, yes.
Oh. Do you remember I asked you if you sealed the evidence bag at that time?
I don't recall you asking that.
Really? Okay. Did you ask the sheriff to do an investigation on the missing money?
I didn't, no.
Okay. So I just want to get something clear here because my notes are a little fuzzy. You were in the Army at the same time you were a deputy, right?
So yes, I was in the reserves at the time.
Okay. So that's why you would have been a full-time deputy in 2014 and then discharged honorably from the military in 2015?
Correct.
Okay.
You said this job was exciting.
Yes.
What do you mean by exciting?
So like I said, when I left the military, I wanted a career that would be not mundane, but kind of like an exciting, something new type of career, such as law enforcement.
Okay. And you've been called derogatory names before, correct?
Yes.
Significant derogatory names, correct?
Yes.
And that's by members of the public, correct?
Yes.
And that was prior to 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned you have some brothers. Do you have a brother that worked in law enforcement?
Yes.
Was he the chief of peoples?
He was.
Why did he leave?
Why does it matter?
Your Honor, it has been brought up because one of the images has William Newland, and as you read through the post actually talks about Mr. Newland leaving the police department, so therefore I am building a foundation to show the truth of what statements are in there.
Is that the reference to the plaintiff's picture?
It's a reference to one of his exhibits, yes. Give me a second, I'll tell you what exhibit.
As long as it refers to that exhibit, I get where you're going, so you can keep going.
I'll re-ask the question. Why did your brother leave the People's Police Department?
He was charged with some kind of crime through Adams County Prosecutor's Office. He was subsequently convicted, and he resigned or quit sometime during the process.
And it is a fair statement to say it involved minor children?
I really don't know anything about the investigation.
You don't know anything about your brother's crime he was charged with?
Just what I've seen on Jail Tracker in the past.
So you're not close to your brother?
I'm not, no.
Okay. Are you close to your family then?
Yeah, most of my family.
Then why not your brother who's in law enforcement?
Well, we were both in the Army at the same time, separate parts of the world. We kind of got close again, and then once this, his issues happened, we kind of drifted apart again.
So you drifted apart once he had a criminal problem?
Correct.
Let's talk about that. Has anybody asked you about that prior to 2022 when he was charged?
No.
No one asked you about your brother?
I'm sorry. Like before he was charged and it came out to everybody? No.
So no one asked you about your brother being charged with a crime?
Yeah, after the fact. I've been asked about.
When was the first time you were asked about it then?
It would have been shortly after he was charged or arrested. It was all a complete surprise to me.
And that was prior to Mr. Foreman's video and post, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
So now you've said people have treated you differently since Mr. Foreman's post.
Yes.
So the people come and ask you about your brother, did they treat you differently because of that?
Mm-hmm. It was just on a smaller scale. I was asked about it, and then that was it. It wasn't shared, and I wasn't put in music videos and everything else because of that reason.
But your brother's criminal charge and everything was in the front page of the local newspaper, correct?
Yeah.
So everybody in Adams County knew that your brother was charged.
Correct.
And so did people treat you differently at that time?
Mm-hmm. No.
Not at all?
No.
Why didn't they treat you differently?
That'd be a question for them.
Okay. Would it be because they knew you?
Since he said he doesn't know, you shouldn't ask that question. Strike it.
We'll strike the question. Move on.
Thank you. See, that would be a classic example of testimony from the lawyer. Go ahead.
If you don't know if they treated you differently when your brother's was on the front page of the paper, how do you know that your treatment today, or as you've testified to, was due solely to Mr. Foreman?
Well, prior to this, nobody called me a pedophile. Prior to this, there was nothing published about me being a pedophile. Prior to this, nobody asked me if I was molesting my 3-year-old son.
What about the office? Let me rephrase the question. Did the officers that you work with at Norwood put up a picture or an image of Mr. Foreman on your computer?
Yes.
Did you ask them to take it down?
No.
Did they think it was funny?
Yes.
And they're in law enforcement?
Yes.
Do they think any different of you because of this?
I don't know.
They don't treat you differently?
I don't really, I mean, I work with them, but I don't really associate with them. I go there and I do my job and I come home.
When you interviewed for the Norwood Police Department, they never held anything Mr. Foreman said against you?
I don't believe so, no.
Would it be fair to say it did not affect your professional career then?
Oh, it absolutely did.
How so?
Even if I move locations from Adams County to Cincinnati or to Los Angeles, people still ask if I'm a pedophile. People still ask me what it's about. People still ask me if I'm a thief.
But the people you work with do not ask that, correct?
They don't ask me, I know.
When you were interviewed, your future employer never asked you that question.
No.
So then when you say it damaged your reputation, you're only referring to people in the public, correct?
No, that's just what people in the public is what I know. Maybe people that do have bias against me, in law enforcement, I don't know.
Were you ever passed up for promotion because of this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were you ever disciplined because of this?
No.
And you agree while you're out in the public, people are seeing you perform your law enforcement duties?
Yes.
And based upon what they see, they will make comments about you, correct?
Yes.
So how you perform your duties reflects on your reputation?
Yes.
And you've testified in the courtroom before, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever testified in a civil case before?
No.
Have you ever testified in a civil case that involved the duties of a police officer before?
No.
You've had citizens comment on your execution of your duties before, correct?
Yes.
Not all those comments have been positive, have they?
Correct.
And so you would agree that as a police officer, you are subject to public scrutiny?
Yes.
And you've never sought to keep your status as a law enforcement officer secret?
No.
Have you ever been in the local newspaper?
Yes.
Was it positive or negative?
Positive.
Okay. But not everything they write is positive, is it?
Correct.
As you said that people can comment on your execution of your duties as a police officer, did you follow the procedure correctly in execution of the search warrant?
In the execution of the search warrant itself, yes.
Okay. So you knocked on the door as required by law?
Correct.
Okay. And then you decided to kick it in?
Correct.
And then when you couldn't kick it in, you went to the side door with the battering ram?
Correct.
Why did you try to kick the door in with your foot?
Is this what we're not trying?
Your Honor, he has opened the door and saying that his...
No, I closed the door. So I don't think we're trying the search warrant case.
Your Honor, he is claiming that his reputation is linked to how he performs his official duties. I am merely introducing that he has not followed procedures, and therefore a person can criticize him on that, and therefore he would have that as part of his reputation that everybody would have to consider.
Well, we don't have any standard against which to measure that, which is the whole point.
Mm-hmm.
So how are we going to get a standard against which to measure that? Otherwise, you're going to dance to the teapot. I said we're not dancing yet.
If we can't present that he hasn't done his job correctly and that would reflect negative on his reputation, then I don't understand what we would be presenting that, because his reputation is exactly what he is claiming is damaged. It is the very issue that they're going to ask for money damages about.
You have an expert that's going to say there was a violation of a search warrant process?
No, we're just going to introduce the policies and procedures in place at that time.
There are some?
There are, yes.
Well, then put the foundation out there first. If my prior decision, like, made that clear. I'm trying to work with this, don't get me wrong. I'm pretty good about staying laser focused.
I'm trying to ask the questions now so I don't have to recall Mr. Newland after the sheriff, Kenny Dick, is called so he can tell us what the policies were at that time. But I can save this line of question and recall him later for it if I would be more amenable to the court.
I don't like see policies and procedures on your witness list.
The witness list or exhibit list, Your Honor?
Oh, yeah, there's so witness list. Like I might have an old one.
There is an amended one, if I may.
You have it?
Yes.
Amended one. Mine dated March 12th, so if you amended it on Friday, it might be out of date.
March 12th.
I have amended witness list. So see sheriff's office policy and procedure.
Policies and procedures for Adams County Sheriff's Office.
So that's the whole policy procedure manual.
Yes, Your Honor, although we're going to try to take that to just what's relevant so we don't have any time on it.
Judge, we stipulated the authenticity of
that comes in
that document. Okay. Authenticate.
You forgot that. The last one.
I would note I would need I need Mr. Dick to come in and say they were in place at the time, as Mr. Newman can't remember that they were in place at the time.
We might get this.
Now, it's not every time you're in public that people yell and scream "C" for pedophile, correct?
Correct.
There's quite a few times you can have a peaceful meal with your kids and never have any problems.
Correct.
It's only at certain times this occurs, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever been accused before of stealing money from traffic stops?
Yes.
It was not Mr. Foreman that accused you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you seen a copy of Mr. Robinson's report?
I may have seen, like, I don't believe I've seen the whole report. When he first conducted the report or conducted the investigation, I was provided a copy of the report or a partial copy.
But you never sent that to Mr. Foreman, did you?
I didn't know.
You would agree if someone called someone a baby killer, that would be an exaggeration?
I'm sorry.
If someone called someone a baby killer, that would be an exaggeration, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Nobody would take that seriously, correct?
I'm sure somebody would.
So when you talk about your reputation, are you talking about your reputation only in Adams County, or are you talking about it in the whole world?
My reputation in general. Adams County and the county, the entire world.
In the entire world. So you care what people think about you in Australia?
When it affects me and my job, yes.
How does Australia affect your job?
I'm not saying that it does. I'm just using it as a generalization. If it affects me and my personal life and my job, yes, it matters to me.
Now you're claiming that by being called a thief, you were painted in a false light.
Yes.
And what exactly does that mean?
That I was being painted in a false light.
You've been accused of stealing from traffic stops before.
So being accused of stealing from traffic stops before was when money was seized and forfeited by the courts and no longer returned. And I was, quote unquote, called a thief. Okay. Never to this extent.
Okay.
Never to this broad,
But you would agree there is some similarity here. Money was seized here too.
Correct.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen,
You said, did they post a picture? Or did any of those cause you to quit your job and find a job in another place?
No.
You said, I think that some officers in Norwood posted, was it a picture of Afroman, of Mr. Foreman on your computer?
Yes.
Did they post a picture of the accusation that you're a pedophile?
No.
As a public official, you're subject to scrutiny, I believe was Mr. Osborne's question, and you agree with that, correct? You're subject to scrutiny.
Yes.
And when you became a police officer, did you think you were signing up for being called a pedophile and having to lose your job?
No.
Do you think do you think being called a pedophile is just an exaggeration?
No, I don't.
You got to ask a question about your emotions and whether or not you've seen a doctor. And I believe you said you haven't.
No.
Can you tell us anything about the atmosphere in law enforcement circles that, as you've experienced it, and the attitude toward therapy and emotions and that sort of thing?
There's a stigma in seeking medical help or seeing a doctor or taking therapy. You just expected to take it and move on, and it's all fun and games, kind of like, them posting that picture on my computer. I didn't find it funny at all, but they did. Like, it's just that stigma, around law enforcement in general.
So you've been dealing with this by yourself, as you say, without medical help?
Yes.
Those are all my questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
just a few more questions, Brian. You would agree that there was mistakes made during the search and counting the money and everything, correct?
Yes.
So it was not done perfectly, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that as an officer, you're supposed to take it and move on. Is that part of having a thick skin as a police officer?
I guess you could work that way, yeah.
Is it correct to say that the officers at Norwood found it funny, but you didn't?
Correct.
So some people find things funny that you don't find funny?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
We'll step down. We got getting you through you.
Shout out to Beezy. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. She's turning people green on this St. Patty's Day. Chad.
I'm leading somebody and out of the academy. Lisa, where do you live?
Adams County.
How long have you lived in Adams County?
At least 24 years or so.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a deputy sheriff.
When did you start your career in law enforcement?
2001.
And what were you doing at that time?
I graduated high school in 2000 and went to the police academy.
Well, what academy did you go to?
Greenfield Police Academy in Hillsborough.
And how long have you known you wanted to be a police officer?
Since I was a kid.
What was your first position then out of the academy?
Part-time West Union Police Department.
And then when did you was your next job a deputy sheriff?
Yes, sir.
When did you start as a deputy sheriff?
September of 2002.
And do you have family here in Adams County?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you have a husband?
Yes, sir.
You have a child?
Yes, sir.
How old is your child?
She's 21.
And did she go to school here in Adams County?
Yes, sir.
Do you have other family in the area?
I got grandma and cousins and family like that.
And did you ever serve as a school resource officer?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us about that.
I took the job full time at the sheriff's office as a school resource officer. Is what I started off as, deputy sheriff, school resource officer. Then was there for the kids, keep the kids safe, out of any kind of danger. I also was there for the kids, as far as bonding with the kids, keeping them. You don't mean as far as like way of life. You don't mean just you need somebody else to be there. Sometimes they need somebody to talk to. I've done that quite a bit.
And did you sometimes greet the kids when they got dropped off at school?
In the morning, I directed traffic at the school.
And did you have occasion to know any of?
Whoa. What is going on with? Whoa.
And she pulled up the kids, and I went over and spoke with her, and I told her we probably wouldn't be good for the kids to see this, you know what I mean? So they wouldn't be there to
Do you know
be
whether
upset or anything.
Excuse me. Do you know whether the children live there, or do they live somewhere else?
They live up the road. Up down the road from there.
With their mother?
Yes.
So then, did they leave, or did the children never went into the house or anything?
No, sir.
Did you take any money that night?
Yes, sir.
Sometime after this warrant was executed, did you start becoming aware of things Mr. Foreman was posting about you on the internet?
Yes, sir, I did.
We have some exhibits that we want to show you. Do you have them lined? Do you have them lined up, Natalie?
I haven't pulled up.
Okay.
Not, they won't play.
Yeah. Let's go to the first one. Is that the order that we put them in?
I have the order.
Okay. Which number is this?
This is number 19.
Okay. So Lisa, we're showing you what we've marked as Exhibit 19. This looks like a post from September 17th, 2022. Was that shortly after the execution of the warrant?
Yes, sir.
Can we blow it up just a little bit? Okay, down. Near the bottom of that first paragraph, just go down a little bit more right there. Has anybody in Adams County verified her vagina? If you haven't, you should, or she might.
I don't know if they're gonna read it or not, so I gotta read this. Just so y'all know, the jury has decided in the Corey Richards case that they're gonna this and make sure he got his $400 back for all of this mess. This is crazy. Oh my goodness, crazy work. But what happens to their First Amendment right? Derek, that's the problem here. You can say what you want to say about talking people, right? I think, I don't know. Oh my goodness, they must be still listening to it. Let me see. I mean, she could barely contain herself. She is crying. Yeah, she can't do nothing but crying. Like, I guess I'll wait to see when she finish crying. OMG. You think so much older to cry. That's decent. She ain't falling for that crap. Oh my goodness. Join us if you got Discord, and put the Discord link. She put all that stuff in there. So that's our
I shouldn't have to prove I don't have a penis. Or I have a penis given the rest of God's life.
Now, in this scene right here, where y'all see her kind of like talking, they are doing a voiceover, like it's somebody talking and trying to, and having her on the screen, saying something about a PP and her not having to show that her PP is bigger than some other PP. And yeah, it is so. I can't be Afroman over here mumbling words to this stuff. Y'all check him out. He over there doing the words to a song as they playing it. Like, look at my work. This is how I do it. This is crazy. And she's the only girl in the case that this happened to. She the only girl, the only female. But this is like diabolical. Oh my goodness. This one of them cases that I need to scrub so we can watch. I did not know this case was gonna be like this. Hopefully this week calm down like a minute. Testimony from her. It don't sound like they doing it, but listening to this thing, I don't hear no testimony. Yes, I do believe it is a jury trial, Derek. Yes, a jury trial. This is crazy. Like her testimony almost over and they ain't even said nothing. All we done heard is this video.
Is that it?
I'll give you 15 minutes tomorrow to start. We're done. She's still under duress. You're directed not to coach her testimony.
Okay, so that was all of day one. So we only had like an hour and a half of day one. Okay, so what I'm gonna do for us over here, I believe Katna Williams, you know, my girl that I love so much. She is also covering this. She is still live. She's showing like different, it's like a different view of the courtroom. Also was doing some preliminary stuff over there on the channel. Um, drop us off over there in order to watch. If you guys are interested in watching any other trials, we are in the trial of Wealthy Dennis. Got to shoot a boyfriend through the door, and now she's like, it's gonna be an interesting trial, Georgia, and that one's Georgia, and then we do have a return case where the best friend is accused of giving her like the most absurd case because the friend was, you know, still not that she had cancer. She's planning a lot of stuff that she. I appreciate all that came out here and hung out today. You'll definitely love to have some subscribe and like and to watch and on Verdict Watch. But she got some stuff. And I will see you guys over there in the chat. Have a great one.